my previous documentary spotlighting Frank Costello, the narrative unfolded with a detailed exploration of how he laid the foundation for his bootlegging empire. Pioneering offshore ventures, Costello strategically secured the necessary products for organized crime, ushering them into the market. Establishing crucial connections and hubs, including the island of Newfoundland, he emerged as a linchpin within the Mafia, cultivating relationships that reached into the highest echelons of power. Costello's influence extended far beyond the underworld, as he skillfully wove a web of corruption that touched various branches of government. Legislative branch. Organized crime sought to sway lawmakers, deploying tactics such as bribery or coercion to manipulate the legislative process. Costello played a key role in corrupting politicians, senators, and judges, exerting influence over the creation of laws that favored criminal enterprises while thwarting those that posed a threat. High-ranking officials in the executive branch became targets, as organized crime sought to influence key decisions, appointments, and law enforcement priorities. The aim was to shape an environment conducive to criminal operations, and Costello's strategic maneuvering left an indelible mark on executive decision-making. Police departments and investigative bodies were not immune to the reach of organized crime. Costello's influence extended to individual officers, obstructing investigations, and shaping law enforcement priorities to ensure criminal activities went unchecked. Corruption within the judicial system was a common tactic employed by organized crime. Costello and his counterparts sought to influence judges, court officials, and even jury selection, utilizing bribes and threats to manipulate legal proceedings for favorable outcomes. Targeting regulatory bodies overseeing specific industries, organized crime aimed to ensure smooth operations by bribing or coercing officials within these agencies. Costello's network ensured lax enforcement of regulations, allowing criminal enterprises to operate with reduced scrutiny. This seamless flow of corruption extended across all branches of government, showcasing Costello's mastery in navigating and manipulating the intricate tapestry of political power. In my previous documentary, I spoke about some of the stories highlighting Costello's role in building his transportation and bootlegging operations. Luciano's men, including Meyer Lansky, Benjamin Siegel, Joe Adonis, Vito Genovese, Longhi Zwilman, Johnny Torrio, the Bufalino family, the Barbera clan, and others, each had specific objectives that contributed to the growth of this criminal empire. They strategically used different routes and locations to smuggle alcohol, with various families and clans getting involved. Disconnections started to connect as criminals from around the world, including Italians, Irish, Polish, and others, joined forces to tap into this lucrative market. Despite wars and conflicts, individuals like Costello, Luciano, Lansky, Siegel, Zwilman, and Torrio aimed for a peaceful approach to conducting their business. Costello particularly focused on efficiently transporting the product to America, where it could be brought to market. Amid these operations, Costello and Luciano envisioned a broader understanding, a criminal syndicate that would unite various families to rule over organized crime in America. In my previous documentary spotlighting Frank Costello, the narrative unfolded with a detailed exploration of how he laid the foundation for his bootlegging empire. Pioneering offshore ventures, Costello strategically secured the necessary products for organized crime, ushering them into the market. Establishing crucial connections and hubs, including the island of Newfoundland, he emerged as a linchpin within the Mafia, cultivating relationships that reached into the highest echelons of power. Costello's influence extended far beyond the underworld, as he skillfully wove a web of corruption that touched various branches of government. Legislative branch. Organized crime sought to sway lawmakers, deploying tactics such as bribery or coercion to manipulate the legislative process. Costello played a key role in corrupting politicians, senators, and judges, exerting influence over the creation of laws that favored criminal enterprises while thwarting those that posed a threat. High-ranking officials in the executive branch became targets, as organized crime sought to influence key decisions, appointments, and law enforcement priorities. The aim was to shape an environment conducive to criminal operations, and Costello's strategic maneuvering left an indelible mark on executive decision-making. Police departments and investigative bodies were not immune to the reach of organized crime. Costello's influence extended to individual officers, obstructing investigations and shaping law enforcement priorities to ensure criminal activities went unchecked. Corruption within the judicial system was a common tactic employed by organized crime. Costello and his counterparts sought to influence judges, court officials, and even jury selection, utilizing bribes and threats to manipulate legal proceedings for favorable outcomes. Targeting regulatory bodies overseeing specific industries, organized crime aimed to ensure smooth operations by bribing or coercing officials within these agencies. Costello's network ensured lax enforcement of regulations, allowing criminal enterprises to operate with reduced scrutiny. This seamless flow of corruption extended across all branches of government, showcasing Costello's mastery in navigating and manipulating the intricate tapestry of political power. In my previous documentary, I spoke about some of the stories highlighting Costello's role in building his transportation and bootlegging operations. Luciano's men, including Meyer Lansky, Benjamin Siegel, Joe Adonis, Vito Genovese, Longhi Zwilman, Johnny Torrio, the Bufalino family, the Barbera clan, and others, each had specific objectives that contributed to the growth of this criminal empire. They strategically used different routes and locations to smuggle alcohol, with various families and clans getting involved. Disconnections started to connect as criminals from around the world, including Italians, Irish, Polish, and others, joined forces to tap into this lucrative market. Despite wars and conflicts, individuals like Costello, Luciano, Lansky, Siegel, Zwilman, and Torrio aimed for a peaceful approach to conducting their business. Costello particularly focused on efficiently transporting the product to America, where it could be brought to market. Amid these operations, Costello and Luciano envisioned a broader understanding, a criminal syndicate that would unite various families to rule over organized crime in America. In the intricate tapestry of criminal history, Johnny Torrio emerged as the venerable patriarch within the labyrinthine structure of Italian organized crime. His significance reverberated not only as a shrewd tactician, but as the guardian offering a shield to figures like the younger Frank Costello and the astute Luciano. In the shadowy corridors of power, Torrio's influence extended, intertwining with formidable characters such as Arnold Rothstein. These weren't mere criminals. They were the upper echelons, the maestros orchestrating the symphony of organized crime. As the gears of time ground forward, a pivotal shift loomed on the horizon. Torrio, the aging Don, saw the inevitability of passing the torch, and it was the wily Costello who stood poised to inherit the mantle of the Godfather. The intricate dance of power, tutelage, and succession painted a portrait of a world where alliances were forged in blood, and the rise to supremacy was an intricate chess game played on the board of the criminal underworld. In this clandestine realm, Torrio's legacy wasn't merely etched in history. It was a living, breathing testament to the ruthless mastery of the art of organized crime. This conference marked the culmination of a decade rife with bloodshed, much of it attributed to Torrio, who had brought Al Capone to Chicago as his muscle. Unfortunately, Capone's formidable presence eventually surpassed Torrio's control. Throughout the 20s, Al Capone epitomized the lawless decade, and his name struck fear into ordinary citizens. Chicago became notorious as Mob Town, a city so violent that even Lucky Luciano described it as a real goddamn crazy place. Nobody's safe in the streets. Torrio, due to Capone's actions, found himself a man without a city by the end of the decade. Upon Torrio's return to New York, Frank Costello recognized that Chicago's violence could tarnish the underworld in New York. The indiscriminate backlash against all gangsters prompted Costello to abandon his intended behind-the-scenes role and step into the forefront of underworld leadership. In the face of survival, Costello demonstrated both his strength and diplomatic prowess. The story begins with a phone call from Big Jim Colosimo, also known as Diamond Jim, the crime boss in Chicago. Colosimo sought help against the Black Hand, an extortionist group threatening Italian citizens, including crime bosses. Torrio, with his effective methods, quickly resolved the situation, earning Colosimo's approval. Impressed by Torrio's success, Colosimo authorized him to bring more recruits from the East. Among Torrio's selections was Al Capone, then a bouncer at Frankie Yale's Harvard Inn. Capone, serving as Torrio's lieutenant and bodyguard, played a significant role in special operations, with Frankie Yale occasionally brought in for specific tasks. Yale, a rising figure in the underworld, led the Unione Siciliano and engaged in various ventures, from managing prize-fighters to owning racehorses. However, violence remained the key to his success, and he received a message from Torrio in May 1920, signaling the commencement of the violent underworld wars of the 20s, where Frank Costello would find himself in the midst of climactic turmoil. On May 11, 1922, Big Jim Colosimo, the renowned boss of all bosses in Chicago, experienced a tranquil awakening between crisp, cool sheets, marking the continuation of his honeymoon with his new bride, Dale Winter. Although they had returned to Chicago a few days earlier, Dale still felt the allure of their honeymoon. In his pajamas, the imposing figure of Big Jim strode into the kitchen, where Dale was preparing breakfast. Dale, a natural blonde with captivating green eyes, had been a singer in a church choir before catching Big Jim's attention at Colosimo's restaurant, his famous club. Her pert demeanor and innocence fascinated Big Jim, sparking town rumors about the boss's infatuation with the choir kid. As Jim entered the kitchen, Dale looked up in surprise. She teased him about serving breakfast in bed, but Jim's response conveyed his preference for having her in bed instead. Their playful interaction reflected a softer side of the feared gangster. Their intimate moment was interrupted by a phone call from Johnny Torrio, Jim's lieutenant, revealing a palpable coldness in Torrio's voice. Torrio, skeptical of Dale, had expressed his disapproval when Jim had announced their marriage. The call perturbed Jim, evident in the twitching muscles of his cheeks. The conversation relayed a special shipment of whiskey from Canada that required Jim's immediate attention. Despite Dale's suggestion that Torrio handle the delivery, Jim explained that the boys would only deal with him. Colosimo's restaurant, the city's most famous nightclub, attracted celebrities and offered the finest illegal booze. However, that grey afternoon, the usually bustling venue was practically deserted. Jim, adorned in a Homburg and a red rose in his lapel, arrived at the club at 4, expecting the delivery trucks. Impatience grew as he waited in vain, prompting him to leave in frustration by 4:25. Unbeknownst to him, danger lurked as Frankie Yale, armed with a .38 pistol, emerged from the cloakroom. Yale fired 2 fatal shots, the first entering beneath Jim's right ear, tearing through his brain. Jim's colossal frame staggered and then crumpled to the lobby's porcelain tiles. His demise marked a pivotal moment that would reverberate in the criminal underworld, affecting Frank Costello's distant career. Later, the Chicago police detained Frankie Yale as he attempted to board a train to New York. Though without evidence, he was released. Big Jim's death initiated a power shift, and the new boss, Johnny Torrio, faced internal challenges. Ultimately, it would be Frank Costello whom Torrio turned to in navigating the tumultuous aftermath. Big Jim Colosimo's passing marked the ascension of Johnny Torrio to power, a man visibly moved as he wept at the funeral. Johnny, a meticulously groomed individual with delicate hands and feet, strategically enlisted the robust Al Capone for the role of enforcer. When George Wolfe would talk to Costello about his relationships, he would bring up Al Capone in conversations with Frank. Costello expressed his admiration for Torrio, acknowledging him as a reasonable figure. However, Capone, a Chicago killer with whom Frank had maintained diplomatic relations throughout his life, drew Frankie's disapproval. "We were all profiting in the 20s, Frank once shared, and Capone is getting the feeds excited. For what? Stay quiet, conduct your business, and everything falls into place." Capone's initial move as Torrio's deputy was to eliminate the leader of Chicago's rival syndicate, the Irishman Dion O'Banion. Known for his unusual front, a florist shop from which he dispatched wreaths to vanquished rivals, complete with cards reading "Deepest Regrets." O'Banion's fate took a dark turn. On November 10, 1924, while trimming roses in his shop, O'Banion encountered an unexpected visitor, Frankie Yale, accompanied by two imposing men. Oblivious to the impending danger, O'Banion greeted Yale and invited him inside. Unbeknownst to the florist clerk, the ensuing conversation would be O'Banion's last. As he extended his hand in greeting, it was seized with an iron grip, and within moments, bullets from the thug's pistols rained down on him. Dion O'Banion collapsed amidst vases of white peonies, the shop adorned with droplets of his blood. The assassination of the rival crime chief in Chicago was not Torrio's initiative, but Capone's, signaling his assertion of control. Torrio, attempting to broker peace across the city, found himself powerless. The ensuing war on Chicago's streets claimed over 500 lives. Torrio's own leadership lasted a mere 2.5 months. On January 24, 1925, he made what he later referred to as a small mistake, assisting his wife with some packages. Standing in front of their apartment building, Mrs. Ann Torrio turned to her husband and instructed, "Take the 2 long boxes, John. Michael will be able to handle the rest." Michael, their chauffeur, extended into the limousine to retrieve the shopping bags Mrs. Torrio had purchased earlier in the day during their trip, picking up Johnny along the way home. Johnny, always encouraging his wife's shopping excursions, believed she deserved the best life had to offer. Despite Johnny's ownership of the largest chain of brothels in Chicago, Mrs. Torrio, known for her devotion, referred to him as the greatest husband in the world. Now, as Johnny asked, "You strong enough, Mikey?" the chauffeur emerged with 4 sizable boxes. Mrs. Torrio chuckled, denying, "I did not," as Johnny reached in to retrieve the 2 remaining boxes. Cradling them sideways, the trio, single file, began their journey toward the apartment building door. It was at this moment that a Cadillac limousine pulled up. 2 men armed with machine guns leaped out, initiating a hail of bullets that violently lifted Johnny off his feet. Packages scattered as bullets pierced his face, chest, groin, and arms. Mrs. Torrio screamed, desperately pulling him by the arms toward the house. Witnessing him inert, blood spurting from multiple wounds, the gunman swiftly retreated to the waiting car, which sped away on loose gravel. Johnny, lying on the pavement, repeated, "Mamma mia, Mamma mia." Wounded in multiple places, Johnny Torrio required simultaneous surgeries by 3 surgeons. Astonishingly, the resilient man survived. Johnny communicated 2 crucial points. He knew the identity of his assailants, but vowed never to reveal it, and he was retiring. Relinquishing Chicago to Capone, Johnny returned to Brooklyn as a premature elder statesman. In the shadowy realm of organized crime, the winds of betrayal blew through Chicago like a tempest. As Charlie Luciano revealed in my previous documentary, the thunderous echo of a sinister orchestration resonated. Al Capone, the audacious kingpin, orchestrating the demise of Johnny Torrio. It wasn't just a power play. It was a seismic shift that would plunge Chicago into an era of unbridled violence. With Torrio out of the picture, the city's peacemaker silenced, Chicago transformed into a crucible of chaos. Capone, now the puppet master, wielded his influence ruthlessly, turning the streets into a battleground for dominance. The echoes of gunfire replaced the whispers of diplomacy, and peace became an elusive spectre haunting the city's underworld. Compounding the urgency was the rampant violence in Chicago, orchestrated by Al Capone, Johnny Torrio's successor. Capone's murderous spree, reaching even into New York, prompted public outcry, with J. Edgar Hoover designating him public enemy number one. Capone's brutality extended to a Chicago banquet where he gruesomely murdered 3 Sicilian leaders with a baseball bat. His reach, facilitated by Frankie Yale, the Eastern representative, aimed to ensure the smooth transit of Capone's bootlegging trucks from New York to Chicago. However, tensions escalated, blaming Frankie for a decline in truck arrivals. In the late 20s, a drive through Brooklyn turned fatal for Frankie Yale, gunned down in his car by Capone's men. Costello recounted the profound impact Frankie Yale's killing had on the New York Mafia. Capone's aggression had reached its limit, prompting the New York syndicate to dispatch emissaries for a diplomatic talk with Al. When Capone pursued them, they patiently waited. 8 months later, tensions culminated in a Chicago warehouse on St. Valentine's Day 1929, as Al Capone orchestrated the infamous massacre of 7 of George "Bugs" Moran's men. The shocking event echoed even in New York, with Moran's declaration to reporters resonating, "Only Capone kills like that." What made this power shift even more damning for the world of organized crime was Capone's brazen ascent to notoriety. He wasn't just a mobster, he was a headliner, a front-page sensation plastered across newspapers throughout America. Capone's larger-than-life persona made him a celebrity of the criminal underworld, a dark star whose gravitational pull attracted attention far and wide. The consequences reverberated not only through the criminal echelons of Chicago, but rippled across the nation. Capone's infamy transcended his criminal deeds. It became a cultural phenomenon. Even in the modern era, as recent as 2020, his legacy endured, immortalized in movies with acclaimed actors like Tom Hardy stepping into the shoes of this enigmatic figure. Al Capone, the puppet master, left an indelible mark on the annals of organized crime, a legacy that still captivates and chills the world to this day. One of Capone's initial contacts in New York was Frank Costello, who facilitated his involvement in an extremely profitable bootlegging enterprise. Frank, already esteemed as the shrewdest and wealthiest gangster in New York, could afford to be generous. With his extensive bootlegging network funneling millions into his coffers, Frank stood above the distant Chicago feuds and New York Mafia rivalries. In 1922, Masseria faced a perceived threat to his position from a rival, Umberto Valenti, leading to a year-long exchange of assassination attempts that took on a tone of comic opera, ultimately resulting in Valenti's downfall. Highlighting the modest scale of the Mafia during that period, especially compared to its later emergence into big-time crime less than a decade later, it's worth noting that during the initial attempt on Valenti's life, Joe Masseria himself, the boss, participated in the gunfire. Stationing himself in a doorway with 2 associates at 194 Grand Street, not far from police headquarters, Masseria engaged in a street shootout as Valenti and his associate, Silva Tagliagamba, returned fire. The chaotic scene unfolded with citizens seeking cover behind parked cars and bullets flying across the crowded street. In the midst of the turmoil, Tagliagamba was wounded, and Masseria, displaying little dignity, hastily ran down the street, abandoning his revolver. He collided with a policeman who promptly struck him over the head with a nightstick. While Tagliagamba succumbed to his injuries, Masseria miraculously escaped a trial for the murder, despite numerous witnesses. The mysterious circumstances of Masseria's evasion of legal consequences remained undisclosed, leaving Valenti to grasp the reality. He would need to find his own means of retribution. On a scorching August 9, 1922, in New York, Joe Masseria examined his new straw hat in the vestibule of his residence at 82nd Avenue. Adjusting the hat at a jaunty angle, he admired his reflection in the mirror before stepping outside, heading north towards 5th Street. Unbeknownst to him, he was walking into a meticulously set trap. 2 of Valenti's hired assassins lurked in a nearby coffee shop along his route, while 2 more awaited in a parked limousine up the street. Joe, blissfully strolling down the street, suddenly witnessed 2 men sprinting towards him from the parked limousine, brandishing drawn guns. As he turned to escape, 2 additional killers emerged from a coffee shop behind him, pistols in hand. Reacting swiftly, Joe darted into a nearby millinery shop. One of the pursuers followed him inside, alarming the shop owner, Fritz Heine. Recalling the incident, Heine later recounted, "The man with the revolver came close to the other fellow and aimed. Just as he fired, the man jumped to one side. The bullet smashed the window of my store. Then the man fired again, and the fellow he aimed at ducked his head forward. This shot went into the wall. The man fired again, the other fellow ducked his head to the side, and the bullet made another hole in my window." In a surreal sequence, the would-be assailant fired multiple times at Joe Masseria, mere feet away, yet failed to make contact. Growing unnerved, the gunman found himself facing an empty gun chamber as the crowd closed in. Forced to flee the scene, he left behind an unharmed Joe Masseria. In a fit of rage, the frustrated killers, halted by the crowd in their getaway car, callously fired into the unarmed onlookers, injuring 5, one of whom succumbed to the injuries. When the police located Masseria, he sat forlornly in his apartment, feet soaking in warm water, sporting a straw hat riddled with 2 bullet holes through its crown. This harrowing experience may have fueled his belief that he was divinely chosen, a conviction that remained unchallenged for many years, until Frank Costello and Lucky Luciano, an unlikely duo, posed a formidable threat to his assumed role. In around the mid-20s, the New York underworld found itself in a state of chaos. It was an era when the Mafia, still a small organization, took a back seat to independent Jewish and Irish operators who dominated the criminal scene. Frank, at the time, served as one of the subcapos in Joe Masseria's family in Manhattan, the largest and best organized branch of the Mafia. The family included notable figures such as Lucky Luciano, Vito Genovese, Joe Adonis, Anthony Anastasia, Carlo Gambino, and Willie Moretti. In the sinister underbelly of crime, a juggernaut was silently weaving its web, destined to engulf the entirety of New York. Behold the roster of notorious gangsters, a tableau foretelling the ominous future of organized crime. At the helm of this impending emperor stood Luciano, a visionary poised to ascend as the patriarch of this criminal dynasty. This wasn't just an organization, it was a looming force, a convergence of power and ambition that sent shivers through the very foundations of the city. Luciano, with a calculating gaze fixed on the horizon, envisioned a criminal conglomerate that would transcend all boundaries. As the chessboard of crime unfolded, Luciano orchestrated a symphony of power, merging his burgeoning family with the likes of the Maranzano outfit. The demise of Masseria marked a pivotal turning point, a macabre ballet that would ultimately see Luciano create one of the most formidable criminal syndicates ever conceived by man. The reins of this malevolent empire, stained with the blood of rivals and marked by echoes of betrayal, would inevitably pass into the hands of another adept schemer, Frank Costello. The torch of criminal prowess, ignited by Luciano's vision, now flickered in the shadows, casting a foreboding silhouette over the annals of organized crime. The rise, the alliance, the treacherous succession. This was not just a criminal saga, it was a gripping epic of power, ambition, and the inevitable descent into the abyss of darkness. Meanwhile, the Bronx was under the rule of Ciro Terranova, known as the Artichoke King, and Brooklyn was influenced by the power of Frank Yale. Despite their influence, the public in those days associated criminal leadership with names like Arnold Rothstein, Dutch Schultz, Legs Diamond, Oni Madden, and Bill Dwyer. The small and tightly knit Mafia operated in relative obscurity, with Joe Masseria, the boss of all bosses, residing in the shadows of these more publicized figures. As the shadows of the underworld loomed large, Luciano played a pivotal role in Masseria's demise, orchestrating a brutal symphony that left an indelible mark on the criminal landscape. His foray into Maranzano's family, however, was transient, for the wounds of betrayal ran deep. Charlie never forgave Maranzano for the beating and torture he went through when they first had a secret meeting, and Charlie made the mistake of going alone. Luciano, despite the dark alliance, harbored no forgiveness for the orchestrator of his torment. The crescendo of retribution unfolded as Luciano, fueled by a vendetta that burned hotter than the underworld's fires, turned on Maranzano. In a ruthless retaliation, he extinguished the very source of his suffering, dismantling Maranzano's empire with a cold precision that spoke volumes of the scars he carried. From the ashes of brutality, Luciano emerged as the architect of his own destiny. The saga of his endurance, the alliance forged in torment, and the relentless pursuit of justice painted a gripping narrative on the canvas of organized crime, forever altering its contours. In the underworld's dark tapestry, Luciano's ascent stood as a testament to the indomitable spirit that could rise even from the depths of unimaginable suffering. Among the Mafia's upper echelon in those early days, it was evident that Luciano and Costello possessed the intellect. However, their differences were stark. Lucky was a killer, while Costello was not. Lucky at the start dealt in narcotics, but would stop after 1923, a trade Frank always abstained from. Despite these disparities, necessity brought them together. The immediate threat stemmed from Joe Masseria, the boss, who clung to Sicilian traditions and initiated a senseless war with a rival Sicilian sect. Following the attempt on his life, Johnny Torrio, wisely handing the reins of control to Al Capone, made a pivotal decision to retire from the tumultuous world of organized crime. Seeking respite, he embarked on a holiday to Italy, hoping for a tranquil escape from the dangers that lurked in Chicago. However, Torrio's sojourn in Italy proved to be short-lived as the winds of political change swept through the country. The rise of the Italian fascists cast a shadow over his idyllic retreat, and Torrio found himself being pursued and pressured by the tightening grip of Mussolini's regime. Faced with the ominous presence of the Italian fascists, Torrio was compelled to cut short his holiday and hastily retreat from the country that had once promised him sanctuary. Around 1928, as the shadows of change loomed over the world of organized crime, Johnny Torrio, a key figure in the mob, approached Costello and Luciano with a pivotal revelation. Torrio foresaw the decline of the bootlegging era and urged them to diversify their criminal portfolio. At this juncture, the visionary Lucky Luciano, with his innate ability to foresee the future, recognized the need for strategic adaptation. In 1928, Torrio's counsel prompted Luciano and Costello to transition from the waning bootlegging industry. These men, already at the summit of a formidable empire, understood the importance of expanding their influence. Johnny Torrio, a seasoned figure in the world of organized crime, saw the potential for broader influence and suggested to Charlie Luciano that they make strategic forays into high-stakes politics. Recognizing that issues could arise without established connections to significant political figures, Torrio envisioned a future where their influence extended beyond the streets and into the corridors of power. The idea was to navigate the complex realm of big boy politics, leveraging their resources and connections to gain a foothold in influential political circles such as Tammany Hall and other pivotal locations across America. Torrio's counsel reflected a broader ambition to wield influence, not just on the streets, but also within the institutions that shaped policies and decisions at the highest levels. This shift marked a calculated move for Luciano and his associates, signaling their intent to play a more substantial role in shaping the political landscape. The connection between organized crime and politics, while covert, represented a strategic maneuver to secure power, protect their interests, and navigate the intricate web of influence that defined the corridors of political power during that era. He told them to target Chicago through Paul Ricca, Jake Guzik, Capone, and Accardo, Louisiana, with Huey Long, John Lazia, who was a prominent figure in organized crime, particularly in Kansas City during the Prohibition era. Born in Italy, Lazia migrated to the United States and became a key player in the Kansas City underworld. Rising through the ranks, he eventually became the head of the Kansas City crime family. Lazia was known for his involvement in various illegal activities, including bootlegging, gambling, and racketeering. He maintained close ties with political figures, including Tom Pendergast, and exerted influence over local law enforcement. Lazia's reign came to a violent end when he was assassinated on July 10, 1934, in a gangland-style hit, leaving a void in the Kansas City underworld. Thomas Joseph Pendergast, commonly known as Tom Pendergast, was a powerful political boss who dominated the political landscape of Kansas City and Jackson County, Missouri, from 1925 to 1939. Pendergast wielded significant influence through a network of political patronage and alliances. He controlled various aspects of local government, manipulating elections and dispensing favors to his loyal associates. Pendergast was deeply involved in machine politics, securing the loyalty of politicians who supported his agenda. His influence extended to criminal enterprises, and he maintained connections with figures like John Lazia. Pendergast's political machine eventually faced legal challenges, leading to his conviction for tax evasion in 1939. His downfall marked the end of an era in Kansas City politics. Contrary to popular belief rooted in my Luciano documentary, there is a consensus among many that Frank Costello, rather than Charles Luciano, was the mastermind behind the historic gathering in Atlantic City. The objective of this unprecedented assembly was to bring together the titans of organized crime, major bootleggers, influential gambling operators, and key political players in a groundbreaking convention. While Luciano is often associated with orchestrating such events, the prevailing view leans towards Costello as the driving force behind this assembly. The rationale for attributing it to Costello primarily stems from his age and experience. As a seasoned figure within the criminal underworld, Costello's extensive connections and strategic acumen made him a natural candidate to spearhead such a monumental gathering. This convention, convened in Atlantic City, marked a pivotal moment in the history of organized crime, symbolizing the unity and collaborative efforts of major players in bootlegging, gambling, and politics. Costello's role in organizing this historic meeting underscored his influence and ability to navigate the complex dynamics of organized crime during that era. Their modus operandi was clear: infiltrating various industries and making organized crime an integral part of them. The expansion into different sectors unfolded organically. Consider the example of alcohol distribution. To cut all alcohol involved in their illicit activities, they ventured into the warehouse business. Simultaneously, they delved into the bottle business to replicate originals, leading them to become major players in the printing industry as they needed identical labels for renowned brands like Johnny Walker and Dewas. The intricate web expanded further as they entered the real estate business for warehousing, acquired sprawling trucking companies for shipping, and invested in properties to store contraband. This strategic maneuvering allowed Luciano, Costello, and their cohorts to gradually infiltrate various facets of legitimate business. What began as a need to facilitate their criminal enterprises transformed into a systematic takeover of industries. By the early 30s, they had assembled an empire of organized crime, boasting a vast portfolio of industries under their control. This empire building wasn't merely a means to an end. It laid the foundation for their foray into the gambling industry. As overseers of a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, the need for such diversification was imperative. The sprawling empire provided the leverage needed to construct a robust foundation for their gambling operations. However, with this colossal empire came a parallel surge in corruption, as their influence seeped into every crevice of the industries they touched. The intricate tapestry of organized crime had woven itself into the fabric of legitimate businesses, setting the stage for the monumental shifts that lay ahead in the criminal landscape. In the murky underworld of crime, a seismic event unfolded, the inaugural Organized Crime Summit, an epochal gathering that would echo through the corridors of history. Dubbed the Atlantic City Conference, it marked a pivotal moment between the 13th and 16th of May in 1929, where the destinies of the nation's most formidable crime figures collided. This historic summit wasn't just a convergence of mob bosses. It was the genesis, the birthing ground of a unified force in the American criminal landscape. A tapestry woven from the threads of Jewish, Italian, Irish, Polish, and a myriad of other gangsters, all converging with a singular purpose: to stake their claim in a burgeoning billion-dollar industry: bootlegging. Picture the scene. Atlantic City, a hallowed ground where power and ambition danced a dangerous waltz. As Luciano ascended to the throne, assuming the mantle of boss of bosses, it was Costello who donned the cloak of an unofficial consigliere, guiding the family through the labyrinth of power. Yet, when circumstances thrust Vito into the leadership role, and he faltered, it was Costello who seamlessly assumed the reins, a testament to his adept maneuvering within the criminal hierarchy. In a pivotal era marked by violence erupting across America, Costello's strategic brilliance became a beacon of stability. Frank Costello played a pivotal role in leading the Luciano crime family, later known as the Genovese crime family, for an extensive period. Notably, he assumed leadership during two crucial phases in the family's history. Firstly, when Charles "Lucky" Luciano, the original boss, was imprisoned for 10 years starting in 1936, Costello took the reins as the acting boss. Subsequently, when Luciano faced exile in 1947, remaining in Italy till his death, Costello was in charge until 1957. In total, considering these periods of leadership during Luciano's absence, Costello effectively led the family for about 2 decades. Beyond his specific leadership roles, Frank Costello's career in organized crime spanned approximately 50 years, from around 1910 to the early 1960s. Recognized for his diplomatic and less confrontational leadership style, Costello navigated both the criminal underworld and legitimate business circles. His moniker, the Prime Minister of the Underworld, reflected his strategic approach to organized crime. Despite facing challenges such as the Kefauver hearings in the 1950s, Costello's influence endured even after his formal retirement in the late 1950s. His legacy in the American Mafia remains notable, marking a half-century engagement with organized crime. His vision transcended the lust for power. Instead, he sought influence, aspiring to be the Italian counterpart of the legendary Arnold Rothstein. Behind closed doors, where the puppet strings of influence were delicately pulled, Costello held court, weaving a complex web of alliances and financing endeavors. The three maestros orchestrating the symphony of power: Johnny Torrio, the seasoned statesman; Costello, the influential tactician; and Luciano, the rising force. Together with luminaries like Meyer Lansky, they forged alliances that would shape the future of organized crime, painting a portrait where age, experience, and influence converged in a gripping saga of power and intrigue. In the late 20s, Atlantic City stood as the summer haven for New York's elite. Along the famed boardwalk, grand hotels overlooked pristine white beaches, where daringly clad women paraded and prosperous men indulged in big cigars, harboring indecent thoughts. Seated on a bench before the Tremor Hotel on a bright spring morning in 1929, Frank Costello basked in the sun. Beside him, the paunchy Johnny Torrio consulted a penciled list of names. "They're all in," Torrio informed Frank. Al brought Nitti and Guzik. As Frank scanned the list, the potential consequences of the federal authorities gaining hold of it crossed his mind. Amidst the cloak and dagger intrigue, Luciano and Costello seized upon an unexpected excuse, a subtle yet poignant reason that would bring the formidable figures of the criminal underworld together. Maya Lansky, a linchpin in Luciano's grand design, had just embarked on the journey of matrimony, choosing Atlantic City as his honeymoon destination. In this juxtaposition of criminal enterprise and personal celebration, Luciano found the perfect cover for the gathering of minds. The Atlantic City Conference, disguised as a convergence of mafiosos plotting the future of organized crime, also doubled as a backdrop for Lansky's joyous milestone. The seaside city, known for its glitz and glamour, became the clandestine stage where power dynamics unfolded against the backdrop of Lansky's marital bliss. It was a juxtaposition of the sacred and the profane, a narrative where human experience intertwined with the gritty world of crime. As the leaders of the underworld convened to strategize and forge alliances, Lansky's honeymoon served as a smokescreen, shielding the true intentions of the summit from prying eyes. The romantic allure of Atlantic City became a veil, masking the shadows cast by the birth of criminal alliances that would shape the future of organized crime. In this narrative, Luciano's and Costello's brilliance lay not just in the orchestration of power, but in his ability to infuse the stoic world of crime with the nuanced emotions of human experience. The Atlantic City Conference, with its dual purpose, emerged as a chapter in the criminal chronicles, where the lines between personal celebration and the pursuit of power blurred, leaving an indelible mark on the pages of organized crime history. Maya tied the knot with an old-fashioned Jewish girl, the daughter of a moderately successful produce dealer in Hoboken, New Jersey. As a generous wedding present, Maya found himself on his father-in-law's payroll, a legitimate front that would prove invaluable later. Little did his wife know as they set off on their honeymoon in the second week of May, that in the shadows, the elite figures of organized crime were convening for their inaugural national conference. In a historic gathering, the titans of organized crime convened for their inaugural meeting, the first time some of the most influential figures in the criminal underworld came together. It wasn't just mobsters in attendance. The assembly included individuals with legitimate ties to the newspaper industry. Given the challenges of distributing certain products on street corners and dealing with protection fees, even businesses like newspapers required strategic alliances. During this pivotal meeting, powerful figures from various backgrounds and industries shook hands with the top echelons of organized crime, forging new alliances that would reshape the landscape of their illicit enterprises. The list of attendees read like a who's who of the underworld, encompassing individuals whose names carried weight in both the criminal and legitimate spheres. The list of people in attendance included Al Capone, who arrived from Chicago with Jake Greasy Thumb Guzik; King Solomon, who came down from Boston; Boo Boo Hoff, Waxy Gordon, and Nig Rosen, who traveled up from Philadelphia. From Cleveland, Mo Dalitz and his allies, Lou Rothkopf and Charles Polizzi, real name Leo Berkowitz, adopted son of the Mafia-affiliated Polizzi family. A delegation from the Purple Gang in Detroit, doing the bidding of their leader, Herb Bernstein. Boss Tom Pendergast of Kansas City sent a surrogate, John Lazia. Longy Zwillman and Willie Moretti represented New York's Nassau County and northern New Jersey. The largest contingent was from New York, including Lucky, Vito, Meyer, Torrio, Costello, Lepke, Adonis, and Frank Erickson, who was still in mourning for the loss of Arnold Rothstein, Dutch Schultz from Brooklyn. Albert Anastasia, Vince Mangano, and Frank Scalise. Notably absent were Masseria and Maranzano. Additionally, some others were not present, including Profaci and Joe Bonanno, as well as Tommy L. This was due to Tommy L's own issues at the time, and Profaci and Joe Bonanno were not considered trusted allies at that moment, though they would become so later. Each morning, the delegates would assemble for breakfast in their suits, and then proceed to the boardwalk. They would settle into the canopied promenade roller chairs, designed to accommodate 2 passengers, and be gently pushed along by the attendants. However, their conversations were restricted to discussing the weather. Charlie remarked, "How the hell could we talk about anything else, with the people breathing down our necks?" They couldn't discuss anything of significance due to the numerous onlookers. Near the end of the boardwalk, where Atlantic City merged with the suburb of Chelsea, the men would disembark from the chairs. They would kick off their shoes and socks, roll up their pant legs to their knees, step onto the sandy beach, and then walk along the water's edge. It was here that they could discuss their business in complete privacy. All the critical decisions were made in this quiet corner of Chelsea. They agreed to cease the cutthroat bidding for liquor abroad, and instead opt for allocations and cooperation, ensuring that nobody would be left disappointed. Prices were expected to drop, benefiting organized crime. It marked the beginning of an organization where not one man held all the power, but rather a coalition of organizations operating collectively, with decisions made by equals at the top. These men combined believed that they possessed superior knowledge of the liquor trade compared to those who had previously operated it legally. They also discussed the future, anticipating the end of prohibition when alcohol would be legalized. Gambling was also on the table for discussion, but territorial disputes among the bosses prevented significant progress at that time. However, more crucial than all the whiskey deals and gambling decisions was the moment when Capone encountered a man named Moses Annenberg on the boardwalk. Annenberg hailed from Chicago, overseeing the mob responsible for enforcing the distribution of William Randolph Hearst's newspapers in the city. It was no easy task, given Chicago's rough reputation with fierce competition for prime corners. Annenberg relied heavily on his muscle to maintain Hearst's dominance. When Capone crossed paths with Annenberg on that fateful day, discussions began about linking the National Racing Wire service for horsey players with the daily racing form. The pivotal negotiations took place right there, in Atlantic City, where most significant deals were struck to establish a system for laying off bets across the entire United States. Frank Erickson was brought in to finalize the organizational details, marking the inception of the Annenberg family's rise to fortune through muscle in Chicago and their betting connections with the outfit. The Atlantic City National Convention would now link these men into business ventures that would go on to be worth billions. The Atlantic City Convention, which was originally convened to discuss the organization of bootlegging, ended up altering the course of history by delving into the National Racing Wire. The term race wire or racing wire service refers to the transmission of horse racing information, specifically results and odds, through telegraph wires. This service played a crucial role in disseminating real-time information about horse races to various locations, including bookmakers, racetracks, and gambling establishments. In the early to mid-20th century, before the widespread use of modern communication technologies such as the internet and television, telegraph wires were a primary means of transmitting information quickly. The racing wire service enabled bookmakers and gamblers to receive timely updates on race results, odds, and other relevant information, allowing them to make informed betting decisions. These services were instrumental in the gambling industry, facilitating the exchange of information and bets among different locations. The term race wire is a historical reference to the telegraph wires used to transmit horse racing data swiftly, helping to create a connected network for the gambling community. They decided to establish a connection with an established telephone wire, a move that would enable them to control gambling. The National Racing Wire was crucial for receiving instant results and information on horse races, dog races, and other forms of gambling that were soon to be mob-controlled. New York had ventured into this territory around 1928. Costello was making moves into this very industry around the early 20s, and by 1930 and 1940, Chicago had also entered the scene. Tony Accardo played a pivotal role in Chicago's involvement, and in the mid-40s and 50s, Carlos Marcello took control of his own national racing wire. Taking control of the communication channels used for gambling information allowed them to dominate the gambling industry. Once bootlegging came to an end, this billion-dollar industry was now under their control. With gambling came entertainment, and they had already established control over liquor, trucking, and construction companies. They had become incredibly influential and had the freedom to operate as they pleased. Another crucial agenda item for the meeting was ensuring that Al Capone would take responsibility for his actions, as his actions were drawing undue attention to the Italian Mafia. As the meeting approached, palpable tension filled the atmosphere, as the mobsters prepared for the delicate task of addressing Capone's situation and mitigating the potential fallout for the broader organization. Before the meeting got underway, Torrio expressed concern about Capone's reaction, and Frank asked, "Anything else, except scream?" Later, as Frank strolled down the boardwalk, he encountered Joe Adonis. Jovially, Adonis suggested, "Buy yourself a box. It may be your last meal." Their conversation hinted at the escalating tension surrounding Capone's apprehensions. Then, during the meeting, the narrative shifted to quell the violence and restrain Capone. Frank, Luciano, and Torrio strategized, aiming to unite crime leaders across the country. Capone sensed the plot, but it was too late. The tension was palpable. Torrio, the elder statesman, rose to address the assembly, emphasizing the need for organization. Frank took the floor, advocating for a businesslike approach to criminal activities, denouncing the street violence that drew unwanted attention. All eyes turned to Capone, awaiting his response. Torrio predicted Capone's imprisonment, and Frank echoed the sentiment. Capone, incredulous, dismissed the suggestion as a joke, but Torrio asserted, "You're going to jail, Al." The unthinkable had been proposed: Capone's temporary retreat. In an angry exchange, Capone vowed to consider the situation. However, it was Frank who, with finality, told him, "This ain't a joke, Al. We got too much invested for you to ruin the gravy train. Make it easy on yourself. Think of a way. But we need you off at college until things cool down." Capone's departure from the room marked a historic moment. The following night, he scrutinized the alliances and, intimidated by the united front, realized the magnitude of the opposition. This event gave rise to its own historical significance. During the referenced meeting, Frank Costello, speaking on behalf of the entire Mafia conglomerate, effectively asserted dominance over a formidable figure like Al Capone. In a one-on-one confrontation, Capone's inherent violence might have given him the upper hand against Costello. However, the dynamics changed dramatically when the collective might of the entire New York Mafia, along with support from other families, united against Capone. This alliance transformed the power dynamics, compelling even a forceful figure like Al Capone to yield to the influence of this newly formed conglomerate. In Philadelphia, the unexpected transpired as Capone, untouchable until then, was arrested for carrying a concealed weapon. His subsequent imprisonment marked a turning point, and the leaders left on the Atlantic City boardwalk reveled in their victory. However, their focus on Capone had blindsided them to the imminent eruption in their own city, initiated by their boss, Joe Masseria. As Capone, tending to a garden in Holmesburg jail, chuckled at the unfolding events, a new chapter in the criminal underworld had begun. After discussing these matters and wrapping up a few loose ends, the delegates packed their bags and returned home. It had been a highly successful few days, with new deals and lines of business generating more revenue. The delegates left with a newfound respect for Luciano, and more importantly recognized Costello as the Prime Minister of the Underworld and recognized them both as the future leaders. On October 1929, around the time Luciano would emerge out of his room and have a meeting with Lansky and Costello. The three of them took a stroll through Central Park on a warm Indian summer day, discussing various matters and troubles. Among their topics of conversation, they touched on the stock market. Maya was particularly interested in its developments. He suggested that they should hold onto their cash, as when the market inevitably crashed, the entire country would be in dire need of money and they could charge exorbitant interest rates. This would give them significant leverage over industries like the garment district, making them indispensable. As the discussion continued, Costello pointed out that not only the garment industry, but various other sectors would require their financial assistance during the impending Great Depression. The economic disaster that was on the horizon was bound to be one of the most severe in American history. The Great Depression was a catastrophic economic downturn that had severe repercussions for people across the United States and around the world. The stock market crash of 1929 marked the beginning of this crisis, leading to widespread unemployment, poverty, and financial hardship. Millions of people lost their jobs as businesses collapsed and industries contracted. Unemployment rates soared to unprecedented levels, reaching around 25% in the United States at the peak of the Depression. Many families faced foreclosure on their homes as they struggled to make mortgage payments. The surge in homelessness was a visible and distressing consequence of the economic collapse. With widespread unemployment and the lack of a social safety net, poverty became pervasive. Families were left without the means to provide necessities, leading to malnutrition, inadequate housing, and a decline in overall living standards. In search of work and a better life, millions of people became migrants, moving from one place to another. Some took to the road in search of employment, while others headed to urban areas in the hope of finding job opportunities. Charitable organizations and government initiatives set up soup kitchens and bread lines to provide free or low-cost meals to those in need. These became lifelines for many impoverished individuals and families. Impoverished people often built makeshift communities of shacks and tents on the outskirts of cities. These shantytowns, derogatorily referred to as Hoovervilles, in reference to President Herbert Hoover, symbolized the widespread destitution and despair. Decline in health, inadequate nutrition and living conditions contributed to declining health for many. Diseases related to malnutrition and poor sanitation became more prevalent, adding to the suffering of those already grappling with economic hardship. Psychological impact. The Great Depression took a toll on the mental health of individuals and families. The constant struggle for survival, coupled with the loss of homes and jobs, led to a pervasive sense of hopelessness and despair. When these people had nothing left, the only option they had was organized crime. These desperate people walked right into the Mafia's hands. Unlike today, the stock market at that time involved not only the elite and the wealthy, but also ordinary working-class individuals who had been lured into stock investments by unscrupulous brokers. When the stock market eventually crashed, it devastated communities across America. The financial hardships led to increased social unrest, and some blamed Wall Street, particularly Jewish individuals, further fueling anti-Semitic sentiments. The Great Depression pushed many into homelessness, and individuals like Al Capone began opening soup kitchens to help the poor. This act of charity made some mobsters appear as heroes during these challenging times, as they provided food and financial assistance to those in need. Lansky mentioned his plans for the Great Depression, targeting vulnerable industries and making strategic moves. He and Luciano, along with their associates, recognized that they were well positioned to thrive during the tumultuous times ahead. They had ample cash reserves, and they knew how to invest it wisely. They also understood that many Americans, desperate for financial help, would turn to them. Costello, Maya, Luciano, and the rest decided to reevaluate their entire criminal operation. The economic changes brought about by the Depression led them to exit some rackets while putting more effort into others. Luciano and his friends understood that in times of desperation and poverty, people sought solace and relief in vices like alcohol, gambling, and other illicit activities, such as handling stolen goods. Vito had his own ideas and was keen on introducing narcotics into their operations, but Charlie pushed back, telling him that he could pursue it on his own without their assistance. Luciano focused on usury. He bailed out struggling companies with mob money, then took control of these businesses when they could not repay their debts. This strategy allowed them to gain control of essential industries in the city, such as the garment, meat, food, fish, trucking, and mile companies. These legitimate fronts served as covers for various illicit activities, expanding the mob's portfolio of criminal enterprises. Additionally, Costello, Luciano, Maya, Longier Zwilman, and Vito extended their influence on Wall Street, assisting some of his friends in the financial world. They bailed out companies that were on the verge of collapse, even if he knew they could not repay him, to build favor and connections with the city's elite. These same groups of people would abandon Luciano when he needed them the most, especially when he was in Italy. Costello and Luciano's business ventures extended beyond loan sharking, unions, and gambling. Some of the friends they bailed out never repaid their debts, and Luciano nor Costello did not bother pursuing those losses. Loan sharking preyed on people's need for borrowed funds, while gambling offered the allure of striking it rich. However, the numbers rackets, overseen by Meyer Lansky, Luciano, Costello, and others, experienced unprecedented success. Costello's slot machines became a steady source of income, yielding millions of nickels, dimes, and quarters. The nationwide betting syndicate, initially seeded by Moses Annenberg in Chicago, thrived. People wanted to place bets and receive instant results, no longer relying on attending racetracks or events. The installation of the National Racing Wire played a crucial role in this transformation, providing rapid access to gambling information. Costello and the New York outfit eagerly anticipated this pivotal moment, especially Costello, leveraging his connections on Wall Street and in finance. With influential allies who could link him to crucial industries, he strategically expanded his investments beyond New York to places like New Orleans, Louisiana, and various states across the country. Organized crime played a significant role in economic downturns. In 1929, during the Great Depression, figures like Frank Costello and Charlie Luciano orchestrated the bailout of major industries, including the garment and steel industries. They also aided unions in navigating the challenging economic climate, emerging from the Depression wealthier and more powerful. The Mafia's influence extended beyond New York, with Costello establishing his own political stronghold across America. While he left Chicago to figures like Al Capone, Tony Accardo, and Paul Ricca, he extended his influence into Louisiana, securing political protection from Huey Long. The Great Depression played into the Mafia's hands, granting them control over liquor transportation, major industries, and local elections. Costello's strategy wasn't just about becoming a boss. He aimed to manipulate from behind closed doors. The 30s brought struggles for these industries, but the 40s, marked by the Second World War, provided a significant boost. Government investments during the war effort propelled these industries, coinciding with the Mafia's rise as a major criminal syndicate. Costello and his associates played a role in manipulating elections, starting with Franklin D. Roosevelt, and paving the way for Truman's era. This symbiotic relationship between a thriving economy and a powerful mafia characterized the golden years for both entities, contributing to the emergence of the mafia as a formidable force in American organized crime. As the meeting concluded in Atlantic City in 1929, the criminal underworld. A pervasive tension enveloped everyone as they prepared to go to the mattress. Joe Masseria had targeted Sicilians born around Castellammare del Golfo for execution, unleashing a war against formidable figures like Salvatore Maranzano, Joe Profaci, Thomas Three Finger Brown, Lucchesi, who behind closed doors was good friends with Luciano, Joseph, Joe Bananas, Bonanno, and Stefano Magadino. In fact, all these men were extremely good friends of Luciano, and very good friends with Frank Costello. As the boss, Masseria initiated hostilities by ordering the assassination of Tommy Rayner, a Castellamarese family leader, on February 26, 1930. The ensuing conflict forced underworld leaders into hiding, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Frank, reluctantly caught in the crossfire, recounted how he had to distance himself from his booming bootlegging operations and abide by a life in seclusion. Unable to align with the Castellamarese due to their exclusive loyalty, Frank, Luciano, and Vito Genovese found themselves in a precarious position. A clandestine meeting in Luciano's hideaway on Broome Street led to a crucial decision. Masseria must be eliminated, and it would be on April 15, 1931, a beautiful, warm and sunny day around 9 o'clock, when Charlie would create this blueprint setting in motion decades of violence. Luciano and Masseria were both sitting alone at one of Joe the Boss's headquarters on Lower 2nd Avenue in downtown Manhattan. Masseria leaned back and listened as Luciano outlined a blueprint for mass murders and a plan to eliminate Maranzano's lieutenants.
I must have talked for a couple of hours, and old Joe was beaming and laughing like he could just taste Maranzano blood out of a gold cup. Finally, he leaps out of his leather chair about twice as big as he was, and he starts to do a dance in the middle of the office. The only time I ever seen anything like it was on the newsreels during the war when they showed Hitler doing a dance like that when he beat France. It reminded me of Masseria, 2 fruitcakes in search of a brain.
About 12 p.m., Charlie suggested they have a pleasant drive out to Coney Island.
I could see Masseria eyes start to shine the minute I mentioned this great food, and when I was making the arrangements over the phone, I swear I could see the spit drooling out of his mouth because I ordered enough food to stuff a horse.
They arrived at the Nuova Villa Tamaro in Coney Island shortly after noon. Gerardo Scarpato showed them to a table, the atmosphere brimming with an air of anticipation. Luciano was never a big eater, and he ate slowly, lost in thought. He sipped his wine sparingly, as if he knew the gravity of what was about to transpire. On the other hand, Masseria was a stark contrast, indulging himself in a feast of antipasto, spaghetti with red clam sauce, lobster, and whatever culinary delight was placed in front of him. It was as though he sought solace in the comfort of his meal, the last he might ever enjoy. Just before 3:30, the last of the customers had left, and most of the staff had gone as well, leaving an eerie silence hanging in the air. Charlie, still pretending to be a loyal friend to Masseria, suggested playing a game of Klob, a Russian-Hungarian 2-handed card game. Masseria hesitated, not knowing this might be his final act of leisure, but he eventually agreed. Scarpato brought a deck of cards to the table, and they played a single hand. As the cards shuffled and chips exchanged hands, Charlie excused himself to go to the toilet. His footsteps echoed in the empty restaurant, leaving him alone with his thoughts. He could not help but feel a sense of unease, knowing that the fate of his old foe was about to end. It was at this moment that the front door of the Nuova Villa Tamaro swung open. The car that Luciano had driven was followed by a sleek black limousine driven by Ciro Terranova, carrying a group of cold, professional-looking killers. Vito Genovese, Joe Adonis, Albert Anastasia, and Bugsy Siegel emerged from the limousine, dressed impeccably in sharp suits. The air around them seemed to crackle with tension as they entered the dimly lit restaurant. Their eyes bore the unmistakable intent of hitmen, and they moved with a lethal grace, each step calculated and precise. Bugsy Siegel, the one who would pull the trigger, carried an air of eerie calmness, like a predator stalking its prey. The room's silence was broken only by the soft rustling of their suits and the muffled clinking of their shoes on the tiled floor. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted from one of anticipation to impending doom. The 4 men, their cold gazes never wavering, pulled out their pistols and began firing at Joe the Boss. More than 20 shots echoed through the room, a cacophony of deadly intent. 6 of those shots found their mark, striking Masseria, who slumped over the table, his reign of power meeting a brutal end. With ruthless efficiency, the 4 hitmen exited the restaurant, making their way to a waiting getaway car. Ciro Terranova, shaken to his core, was pushed aside by Siegel, who took the wheel with an unflinching determination. The entire killing took less than a minute, and there were no witnesses to testify to the abrupt and violent end of Joe Masseria's reign.
When the police officers came naturally, they wanted to know whether I had seen what happened. I said no, I did not, and I did not have no idea why somebody would want to kill Joe. They asked me where I was when it happened, and every newspaper printed that I said, as soon as I finished drying my hands, I walked out to see what it was all about. That is an absolute lie. I said to them, I was in the can taking a leak. I always take a long leak.
Masseria received a funeral that matched his status. His body lay in state for several days, and a long procession of cars filled with flowers and mourners followed him to the cemetery. The expenses for the funeral were covered by Maranzano, and Luciano himself attended the service. After it was all over, Luciano pulled Vito aside and inquired about how the hit had gone. Vito replied that it had been executed face to face, just as Masseria always demanded. It's how Joe the Boss then met his end. With Masseria out of the picture, the crown of power had now shifted to Maranzano, but Luciano knew that this arrangement would not last for long.
Maranzano had it all now. He did not waste a single day in starting to make plans. He was going to have the biggest inauguration that ever took place in the United States of America. In a few weeks after Masseria stopped being a pig and became a corpse, all Maranzano could think about was the day he was going to be crowned king.
Charlie remained equally determined to build his own empire. He adopted a patient approach, biding his time while waiting for Maranzano to make a misstep. The decision made by Charlie and his crew was to exercise patience, as they believed that Maranzano's assumption of uncontested rule would not hold for long. Maranzano decided to hold his own formal induction ceremony, sending out invitations to 500 mobsters. They would assemble along the Grand Concourse in the Bronx, with each mobster taking a seat in a predetermined order based on their rank.
The whole joint was practically covered with crosses, religious pictures and statues of the Virgin and saints I never heard of. Maranzano was the biggest cross nut in the world. He wore a cross around his neck. He had them in his pockets. Wherever he was, there were crosses all over the place. He was an absolute maniac on religion. In fact, he used to call us guys in and bawl the shit out of them for not going to church. I remember one time, it was a little later, when Mike Miranda told me that Maranzano gave it to him about the church, and Mike said to him, "How can I go to church when I just knocked off a guy?" He said Maranzano told him, "That has nothing to do with it. Religion is only concerned with a man's soul."
On the dais, a throne-like chair was placed, which Maranzano had rented from a theatrical prop warehouse specifically for this occasion. He seated his princes and lords, the heads of various gangs and units, with Charlie positioned at his right hand as the designated crown prince. When Maranzano rose to speak, there was an eerie silence. He delivered his speech in Italian, often lapsing into the Sicilian dialect and embellishing his words with Latin quotes. Maranzano expressed his anger over certain individuals in Chicago who had attempted to disrupt the meeting and sabotage the peace. Al Capone had discouraged some families from attending, such as the Louisiana crime family, which chose not to participate. Throughout his speech, Maranzano employed various oratorical techniques, adjusting his tone to emphasize points, and lowering his voice to force the audience to lean in closer. He gestured emphatically, raising a clenched fist to declare himself the supreme ruler, the boss of all bosses. Maranzano announced his intention to consolidate all criminal activities into a single organization under his leadership, outlining mergers and realignments that would result in 5 major families in New York. Each family would have non-competing territories or spheres of operation, and members would belong to one of these families. Maranzano declared a strict code of discipline, emphasizing rigid adherence to the organization's rules. No member could discuss the organization or their family, even within their own homes under penalty of death. Every member must unquestioningly obey orders from superiors. Members could not physically harm one another, no matter the provocation. All past grievances would be forgiven, granting total amnesty. Total harmony was to prevail in both business and personal relationships, within and between families. Members were prohibited from coveting others' businesses or wives. The induction ceremony saw 500 mobsters in attendance, with representatives sent by those who could not attend personally. Each member demonstrated loyalty by presenting envelopes filled with cash to Maranzano. Charlie contributed about $50,000 to the sum, and the total amount collected reached approximately $1,000. However, unbeknownst to Maranzano, many of the men he had appointed as capos were more loyal to Charlie Luciano than to him. With a few strategic eliminations, these capos had no qualms about endorsing Charlie as the boss, as Charlie had not forgotten his previous aspirations for the position. Vito, Charlie's second-in-command, was more aligned with Charlie's vision, as were non-Italians like Lansky and Siegel, as well as Tommy L., who was close friends with Luciano within the Maranzano organization. While Maranzano's speech had initially impressed the attendees, their pride as independent leaders and their unwillingness to relinquish their autonomy quickly drove them to conspire against him. Maranzano's strict authoritarianism, along with his heavy-handed rule, sealed his own fate. Charlie embarked on a mission to garner support from bosses around the country, aiming to secure their backing in his impending conflict with Maranzano. His travels took him to various cities. In Pittsburgh, Charlie met with Salvatore Calderone, the Sicilian leader of Western Pennsylvania, who had been present at Maranzano's banquet and was disenchanted with Maranzano's attitude. Calderone pledged his support to Charlie. In Cleveland, Charlie conferred with John Scalise, Moedalitz, and Frankie Milano, the Mafia leader in Ohio, who had also attended Maranzano's coronation. Milano expressed his willingness to assist Charlie in any way needed. Santo Trafficante Jr., a longtime friend of Charlie's, arrived from Florida to lend his support. Capone, although imprisoned, sent a representative, Paul Ricker, to represent Chicago. Paul later took over as the leader of the Chicago outfit after Capone's incarceration. The bosses coordinated their efforts and devised a plan to eliminate Maranzano and his staunch allies, taking over their operations when Charlie gave the order.
Even though all these guys were my friends, I still knew that I had to stand up in front of them and make sense. Otherwise, they would not take the chance of a big war by backing me if all I was going to talk about was hot air. I told them that the old man was nothing better than a big tub of horseshit, who was still living with the capo crap he brought over from Sicily, and now he married it to Julius Caesar. Everybody started to laugh, and I knew I was telling them exactly what they felt and what they wanted to hear. I said Maranzano ideas made some sense, but they wheeze old-fashioned, and I would like to dump them in the Atlantic Ocean because they do not fit no more.
It took most of the day to explain what Charlie had in my mind and to answer their questions and lay everything right on the line.
They had to know we just could not dump Maranzano plans, that we had to eliminate him entirely. All the guys there were around my age, and they agreed with everything I said.
That night, Charlie, Lansky, Miranda, and their Cleveland hosts were elated about the unanimous support they had secured. To celebrate, they decided to attend a prize fight. However, their celebration was cut short. Even before the warm-up fights had started, several police officers stormed down the aisle and arrested them without any fuss. They were held overnight, and when questioned the following morning, their only explanation was that they had come to watch the fights. Charlie had a habit of booking in at the local police station wherever he went, but on this occasion he had not done so.
It was a stupid thing I had done in Cleveland, and it could have ruined my plans, everything I had been working for years to achieve. What we should have done the minute we got to Cleveland was to go to the nearest police station and register that we were there and that we come to see the fights. I learned a lesson and never forgot it. After that, any time I would travel someplace, like I used to go to Miami a lot before I even unpacked my suitcase, I would head for the nearest police station and check in with the big badge.
There was no publicity about the arrests. However, Maranzano still heard about them. Maranzano wanted to know what he was doing in Cleveland. So Charlie said to him, "Listen, I went to see the fights with some guys. You know I never miss a good fight. What do I have to do? Check in with you every time I want to take a crap." Fortunately for Luciano, Maranzano accepted his excuse, but there was a hint of a threat in his response. Maranzano mentioned his admiration for how Luciano had handled the matter of Don Giuseppe and suggested that they should have pictures of Luciano pulling the trigger. This comment angered Luciano, and he responded by stating that even if Maranzano had been there with a camera, he would not have gotten any pictures because Luciano was in the bathroom when Masseria was killed. However, Luciano's slip of admitting he did not kill Masseria stunned Maranzano, making it clear that he had said something he should not have. Maranzano now realized that Luciano and his associates posed a real threat to him, leading him to start planning their elimination. He put Luciano, Vito, Costello, and Adonis on his hit list, marking them for death. Maranzano sought to always protect himself, while Luciano and his associates had to continue moving to conduct their business. This created a race to see who would eliminate the other first. Maranzano, being well protected, decided to hire an outside hitman, Vincent Mad Dog Coll, to target Luciano and his associates. However, Maranzano was unaware of the strong alliances Luciano had formed, especially with non-Italians like Lansky and Siegal. Tommy L., Anastasia, and Torrio were absent from Maranzano's hit list because Maranzano did not realize how close these men were to Luciano. Instead, he planned to use Mad Dog Coll, a young and ruthless hitman who would work for the highest bidder, to carry out the hit on Luciano. As the clock ticked, both sides were aware of the danger they faced. Luciano realized he was the more vulnerable target, so he devised a plan to eliminate Maranzano. He decided to target Maranzano at his office in the Grand Central Building on Park Avenue, where he conducted his legitimate and underworld business meetings. Luciano enlisted Lansky to find hitmen who could pose as IRS agents and gain access to Maranzano's office. These hitmen were trained to behave like agents, and their mission was to eliminate Maranzano. Luciano selected 3 Jewish-looking men for the job and rented a house where they were trained and prepared for the hit. The hit team was meticulously trained and prepared for the operation, with Lansky ensuring every detail was considered. The 4th man on the team was Red Levine, a devoted killer who also had strong ties to his faith. A weird fact was Luciano knew Friday was a religious day for Jews. Red Levine was a devout Jewish man. Charlie knew he had to do the hit on a Thursday, as Friday was Sabbath and Levine rested on that day. The plan was set in motion, and the hitmen were ready to carry out the operation. However, a phone call from Nig Rosen, a Jewish gangster, nearly jeopardized the plan. Rosen informed Frank Costello about the hit list and an impending attack from Maranzano. He was unaware of the plan to eliminate Waxy Gordon due to his falling out with Meyer Lansky. Costello contacted Luciano with this information, leading Luciano to accelerate the training of the hitmen. The tension was high as the hitmen were prepared for their mission. Vito argued for a quicker move, but Luciano insisted on waiting for the right moment. On September 9, 1931, Maranzano called Luciano for a meeting, which he accepted. Luciano immediately informed Lansky, and they coordinated with the hit team, making sure every detail was worked out. The dark, foreboding plan was etched in the blood-red ink of September 10, 1931. Veiled in the guise of relentless IRS agents, the hit squad crept through the sinister shadows, their presence an eerie prelude to an impending storm of violence. Inside Maranzano's office, they materialized like wraiths, looming over their prey: Maranzano, his loyal secretary Grace Samuels, and his hapless bodyguards. A frigid silence enveloped the room as weapons were confiscated, and Maranzano was led into his office with the door shut behind him. With malevolent determination, two of the agents unsheathed gleaming knives, their eyes gleaming with an unholy fervor. Maranzano's defiance became a catalyst, unleashing the wrath of one of the men. His name was Red Levine, who ordered the other men to back off, and then, a cacophony of shots tearing through the very fabric of sanity. The echoes of death lingered in the air as the hit team melted into the darkness, leaving behind a gruesome tableau of demise. Unseen hands had orchestrated this sinister ballet, and amidst the chaos, Tommy L., an unforeseen presence, played a sinister role in this macabre performance. Guiding Maranzano to his inner sanctum, it was there, bathed in malevolence, that the final act of this horrifying tragedy unfolded. Red Levine, a loyal pawn in Luciano's game of shadows, stood by. His conscience was never tainted by the horror. The news of Maranzano's obliteration reverberated through the criminal underworld, sending shivers down spines. Luciano, Lansky, and Vito held their collective breath, awaiting confirmation of the darkness they had unleashed. And when the message arrived, it was a chilling testament to their ruthlessness. Luciano's voice, like a whisper from the abyss, carried the news to their allies, signaling the successful execution of Maranzano's doom. On that fateful day, other souls too met their end, their stories whispered only in hushed tones, a ghastly symphony that Luciano dared not reveal in its entirety, lest the world tremble in fear.
Plenty of people got eliminated the day Maranzano got his, and it was all done as part of the plan. But all that stuff the writers always printed about what they called the Night of the Sicilian Vespers was mostly pure imagination. Every time somebody else writes about that day, the list of guys who were supposed to have bumped off gets bigger and bigger. The last count I read was somewhere around 50. But the funny thing is, nobody could ever tell the names of the guys who got knocked off the night Maranzano got his.
Charlie did not personally know the names of any of the top figures in the Maranzano organization, whether in New York, Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, or any other city where individuals were eliminated to clear the decks. Charlie believed that knowing their names was unnecessary, because when he had initially discussed the plans with the men across the country, there was unanimous agreement. Everyone was on board with the plan. So, when Maranzano was assassinated, everyone naturally fell in line. It seemed inevitable. The only murder Charlie was aware of in connection with Maranzano's death was that of Gerardo Scarpato, the owner of the Nuova Villa Tamaro in Coney Island, who was killed on the night Maranzano was eliminated. The old ways and leaders were finally dead, and Charlie emerged as the new king. Maranzano's funeral was held with all the traditional rituals, including a long train of black limousines, flowers, tears, and eulogies. As soon as Maranzano was laid to rest, Charlie made a significant announcement. The old ways were now dead. Charlie insisted on continuing the tradition of paying for the predecessor's funeral. In this way, Masseria's funeral had been paid for by Maranzano and Charlie, and now Maranzano's funeral had been paid for by Charlie Luciano. This was a Sicilian mafia tradition that symbolized the transition of power from one leader to the next. Looking ahead to the future of organized crime, Charlie knew that to maintain his position at the top, he needed to command fear and respect. However, he also understood that he could not exert power over individuals like Profaci, Bonanno, Mangano, Scalise, Galliano, Capone, and others who had supported him and shown him respect. These individuals were to be treated as equals. Charlie recognized that in the Sicilian tradition, people yearned for a leader, and he believed that if he did not demand the position, but instead waited for it to be offered through mutual agreement, he could avoid the fate of Maranzano and Masseria. Additionally, he had a unique advantage in understanding the Sicilian community because of his close association with them. This understanding was further complemented by Lansky's insights, as Lansky played a crucial role in helping Charlie stay ahead of others in the criminal world. Charlie was aware of the value Lansky brought to the table. I learned a long time ago that Meyer Lansky understood the Italian brain almost better than I did. That is why I picked him to be my consigliere, to talk over the best way to handle things, how to get my ideas across to a bunch of big shots who was tired of living under one guy's thumb. I used to tell Lansky that he may have had a Jewish mother, but someplace he must have been wet, nursed by a Sicilian. Charlie sent the word out that he would like to meet the heads of all the families, and instead of demanding a meeting, he went to see them all over Pittsburgh and Chicago.
I decided not to make the same mistake that Maranzano did. Instead of calling everybody to me, I went to them. A few weeks later, we had a meeting in Chicago, and Capone acted like he was throwing a party for me.
Capone threw a massive party to celebrate, even though he was currently on trial for tax evasion. He believed that his prison sentence would be short, so the party was a way to send him off. People from all over, including various criminal backgrounds, attended the event to meet Charlie Luciano for the first time. The guest list was diverse, including not only Sicilian mobsters, but also Jewish and Irish gangsters. Lansky, Siegel, Dalitz, Rosen, Dutch Schultz, Abe Ellis, and Red Levine, all of whom were Jewish mobsters, attended alongside Luciano. Charlie wanted to emphasize the power of the Jewish Mafia by giving them a prominent place at the table. It is important to note that these individuals did not operate in isolation. Chicago also had its own Jewish recruits, like Jake Guzik, who played a significant role in corruption. Jake and Frank Costello were instrumental in corrupting various elements of society. Additionally, the Louisiana outfit and the Southern Mafia were also part of this unified effort in the 1940s and 1950s to consolidate organized crime across America. The Southern Mafia was skilled in politics, and figures like Marcello and Irving Davidson had significant influence. Together, they controlled organized crime throughout the United States. At this meeting, Luciano laid the foundation for unity among these different communities within organized crime. This unity allowed them to wield more political power and manipulate elections. With their combined strength, they successfully influenced the primary election and secured the candidacy of Franklin D. Roosevelt, FDR. Capone hosted the event in the Congress Hotel and part of the Blackstone. He was rumored to own a controlling stake in both hotels and assigned specific floors to various cities and groups. The best suites were reserved for the leaders, and their rooms were protected by Capone's own men and corrupt members of the Chicago police force who were under the control of Tony Accardo. Charlie recognized the high level of security in Chicago and advised against walking alone. If anyone needed to walk, it was safer to do so with police protection. During the first afternoon of the event, Charlie held a series of private meetings. He knew that the attendees wanted to hear directly from him, face to face, rather than in a large auditorium. In these meetings, he conveyed that the gang wars were over and a new era of cooperation and collaboration had begun.
Every outfit in every city could be independent, but there would be a kind of national organization to hold it all together. I told them we were in a business that had to keep moving without explosions every 2 minutes, knocking guys off just because they come from a different part of Sicily. That kind of crap was giving us a bad name, and we could not operate until it stopped.
The basic concept for the future of organized crime had been laid out. Charlie had long nurtured these plans in his mind, and now he could finally unveil them at these sessions. Each local and regional group would retain considerable autonomy within its own jurisdiction. At the highest level, there would be a national commission, akin to a board of directors in a legitimate corporation, responsible for establishing major policies for the underworld. The leaders of larger outfits would sit on this panel, with each man having equal standing. While Charlie would serve as the chairman, his vote and voice would hold no more weight than anyone else's during these meetings. Charlie made it clear that he disavowed any claim to old titles like boss of all bosses. However, he noticed that some of the Italian attendees were uncomfortable with this new structure, feeling that it was too American for their tastes. During a break, Lansky observed that some of the old-timers were struggling to adapt to this new system. He advised Charlie to provide some clarity and symbolism to help them understand. Lansky suggested giving the new setup a name, emphasizing that every business needed a name to be recognized. Charlie agreed that it was important to choose a name that would resonate with these traditionalists and hold real meaning. Lansky, in turn, made his suggestion, Unione Siciliano. However, Charlie was not fond of the idea and expressed his reluctance to embrace it.
For Christ's sake, which has been around for years. They've been fighting since I was a kid over who was going to run it. If we are throwing out the old crap, what is so good about keeping that one?
Lansky explained his reasoning to Luciano, emphasizing the need to bridge the gap with those who were deeply entrenched in the old traditions. He argued that adopting a Sicilian name for the new operation would symbolize unity and the end of vendettas and disputes. Lansky reminded Charlie of his belief that understanding a Sicilian required entering their mindset. Eventually, Charlie acquiesced and agreed to the name Unione Siciliano, which resonated with both old-timers and newcomers alike. At the banquet, Charlie observed that many of the old-timers brought envelopes filled with cash as a sign of respect and tribute to him. However, he was uncomfortable with this gesture and insisted that they keep the money. He believed that they were now equals and should not engage in such practices, which he saw as remnants of the old ways. Capone, sitting next to him, encouraged Charlie to accept the cash and maintain this traditional sign of respect. A playful back and forth ensued between Capone and Charlie, with Capone suggesting that they uphold this old-school tradition. Charlie, however, remained resolute, emphasizing that they were moving away from the old ways, including the practice of bringing envelopes of cash and gifts to meetings. He wanted to send a clear message that everyone was equal, and he proposed a rule that prohibited bringing gifts or envelopes of money to meetings. Furthermore, Charlie introduced another significant change in the organization. He recognized that the soldiers at the bottom had little power or means of communicating with the leaders at the top. To address this, he proposed adding more responsibilities to the consigliere and backing them up with more power, who would serve as an intermediary and advisor. The consigliere would not only represent the soldiers' concerns, but also provide advice to the leaders without fear of reprisal. With these changes, Charlie had reshaped organized crime according to his vision. He was now recognized as the boss by both the media and his underlings, even though he emphasized that he was only the boss of his own outfit, not others. After the Chicago Convention, Charlie's influence and reputation had reached new heights, and his name alone had the power to get things done and strike fear into people. However, as Charlie sought a new place to stay, his choice of the St. Moritz Hotel was met with resistance from Walter Winchell, a columnist for the Daily Mirror. Winchell, who received free accommodation in exchange for mentions in his newspaper column, began writing negative articles about the hotel, portraying it as a hoodlum hangout when he learned of Charlie's potential move. Despite this, Charlie, now standing at the pinnacle of his power, was confident in his choices. In the early 30s, Tom Dewey sought advice from George Wolfe, newly embarking on a private practice after his tenure as chief assistant to George Z. Medley, a federal prosecutor and George Wolfe's friend. Dewey expressed concern about affording the $150 monthly rent for a new apartment. In response, George Wolfe assured Dewey that success awaited him, predicting a surge in clients and overflow that would require Tom's assistance, an anticipation that materialized. George Wolfe's confidence in Dewey's future success stemmed from Dewey's exceptional preparation skills, honed during his brief but impactful stint as assistant federal prosecutor. Though not a charismatic trial lawyer, Dewey's meticulous case preparation led to numerous convictions, establishing him as a formidable force when he later returned to government prosecution for the state. Their friendship endured throughout Dewey's career, and events in 1943 would involve Costello in the only legal matter casting a false shadow on Dewey's name, a matter Wolfe would clarify, armed with first-hand knowledge of the facts. In the early 30s, Dewey, having recently graduated from Columbia Law School, impressed Medley during a case. Medley, appointed United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, made Dewey, then 28, his chief assistant, an unprecedented move for someone of Dewey's age. With Luciano's fearsome reputation quelling potential rebellion within criminal ranks, Frank redirected his attention to another threat to underworld wealth: legal authorities. Having learned early in life that police could be bought, and through his bootlegging trial that jurors could be influenced, Frank, with ample funds, embarked on a calculated foray into the democratic process. On June 28, 1932, Frank Costello found himself standing in the window of an Edwardian suite at the Drake Hotel, surveying the Chicago skyline. A monumental hangover accompanied his reflections on the whirlwind 2 days in Chicago, where sleep had been a luxury overlooked in the quest to elect a president. New York was under the dominion of the Democratic Party, which, in turn, was governed by Tammany Hall. Frank initiated a series of breakfast meetings with Tammany Hall leaders at his new Central Park West apartment. His success was swift. Within a year, he would accompany Jimmy Hines, the Tammany Hall leader, to Chicago to participate in securing the Democratic presidential nomination. From 1931 onward, everyone in the underworld, including Luciano, recognized that Costello was the go-to person when dealing with legal authorities. Childhood notions of political conventions as gatherings of statesmen choosing the best presidential candidate crumbled in Chicago. Instead, it devolved into a spectacle of men traversing hotel corridors incessantly, exchanging votes, offering jobs, and wielding political threats akin to little old Tammany Hall. Nights were reserved for delegates flooding every bar and saloon, celebrating their daytime machinations. A smile crossed Frank's face as he reminisced about the can-can dancer who graced Jimmy Hines's table the previous night. Amid a rare moment of political forgetfulness, Hines, the Tammany leader, had seized her foot, and the girl, garter belt glinting in the lights, tumbled onto a waiter carrying trays of dinners. Where those trays had landed, votes had been lost. Frank appreciated Hines's simplicity, his unwitting contribution to the political chaos. For 2 days, Frank and Jimmy had entertained and coerced delegates for Franklin Roosevelt. Unofficially pleased with Frank's support, Hines likely couldn't fathom why a prominent figure in the New York underworld was laboring for Roosevelt, who had made no promises to any of them and never would. Unbeknownst to Hines, Lucky Luciano was in another hotel room with Al Marinelli, leader of the New York supporters for Roosevelt's rival, Al Smith, putting in an equally strenuous effort for Smith. The boys covered both flanks seamlessly. The suite's door swung open and Hines, a tall, florid man of amiable disposition, entered, now visibly errate. Accusations of playing games were inevitable. Frank, anticipating the confrontation, explained, "I couldn't stop Lucky. He likes Smith. It's personal." Hines, taking a heavy seat, glared up at Frank. "You guys will never learn. You play it on both sides of the fence, you end up with your pants split." "Luciano says it's a free country," Frank retorted. "As long as you pay the right people," Hines countered. "I never heard you complain about your salary," Frank quipped, prompting Hines to wisely drop the subject there. As the sun came up over Manhattan Island, Charlie and Costello reflected on the empire that they were now certain they controlled. In the first months of 1932, the country was still in a state of depression caused by the 1929 Wall Street crash, which had shattered people's faith in the American system. The nation was hungry for change, and the Republican Party had nominated Herbert Clark Hoover for a second term in the White House, though it was clear, even to his supporters, that he was going to lose. In the first months of 1932, the country was still in a state of depression caused by the 1929 Wall Street crash, which had shattered people's faith in the American system. The nation was hungry for change, and the Republican Party had nominated Herbert Clark Hoover for a second term in the White House, though it was clear even to his supporters that he was going to lose. This was the moment when organized crime, under Luciano's leadership, would unite to rig a presidential campaign and election. At the Claridge Hotel in 1932, Charlie, Costello, Lansky, and other underworld figures gathered to discuss the upcoming campaign, its potential impact on their businesses, and how best to leverage their influence on the incoming administration. They had spent months buying local elections and delegates, particularly in New York, the home state of FDR. In the Democratic campaign, 3 candidates had strong chances: John Nance Garner of Texas, Al Smith of New York, and Governor Franklin Delano Roosevelt of New York. Luciano and his associates knew little about Garner, but they were certain that the race would come down to Roosevelt and Al Smith. They believed that their support could sway the convention in favor of Smith, a trusted figure in their eyes. Smith's major drawback was his Catholicism, which had contributed to his defeat in 1928, but they hoped the changing political climate would work in his favor. Despite their preference for Smith, Charlie and his men were not ruling out Roosevelt just yet. Roosevelt had some public recognition from his previous roles, and he was a skilled politician who knew how to play the game. However, Charlie and Costello knew that they had New York under their control, which gave them a significant advantage. They would bide their time and wait for FDR and his team to come seeking their support. There was not a chance for Roosevelt to get the delegates from the city without making a deal with Tammany, and in 1932, the guys who ran Tammany Hall were Charlie and Frank Costello. That is what they were waiting for, because Charlie had a funny feeling about Roosevelt. Roosevelt would have the edge. Charlie respected him because he came from that group of society guys he got to know well down in Palm Beach and up in Saratoga, and they were educated people. But there was something in Charlie's bones that told him not to trust Roosevelt. He told this to Costello and Lansky, and they laughed at him. Costello responded in his husky voice, saying, "Charlie, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. I live with these politicians day in and day out, much more than you do. Let me tell you right now, Mr. Roosevelt wants to be president so badly that he'd do anything, even kiss your ass in Macy's window if it would help him." Charlie was correct in his assessment that Roosevelt needed Luciano and would go to great lengths to gain his support. However, he also recognized that once Roosevelt no longer needed him, he would discard him. That was the nature of Franklin D. Roosevelt. He used people if they were useful and discarded them when they were no longer needed. Luciano and his associates would soon learn this the hard way. Throughout 1932, Roosevelt's agents began canvassing the country in search of backers and supporters as the convention approached. Under the existing rules, he needed 2/3 of the delegates' votes to secure the nomination, and the last few votes would be crucial. Gaining those votes would not be an easy task. Roosevelt required solid support in his home state of New York, not only in upstate New York, where he already had commitments, but also in New York City, where Tammany Hall held significant influence, and where Al Smith's support remained strong. Charlie realized that Roosevelt would need to engage with Tammany Hall and negotiate with Al Smith's financial backers, including Charlie and Costello. He understood the terms they would demand. However, a new adversary emerged on the scene: Judge Seabury. Seabury was investigating the widespread corruption that Charlie and his associates were involved in. His investigations were causing significant damage to Charlie and his men, creating a growing threat to their operations. Every move they made was getting into the newspapers, and Seabury was really digging deep. He was looking into their deals with the judges, and he was trying to prove that Charlie and Costello and Dutch Schultz, Lepke, and lots of political big shots like Jimmy Walker and Jimmy Hines of Tammany, that the whole bunch of them was all tied up together. It was like one could not pick up the newspapers in 31 and the beginning of 32 without reading some new scandal. Seabury dug up about Walker or the police officers or the courts. The heat was on and getting hotter. Unbeknownst to these men, Seabury was orchestrating a subtle maneuver to back Charlie and his associates into a corner. FDR, sensing an opportunity, aimed to have something valuable that Charlie needed, thus leveling the playing field at the negotiation table. In the realm of politics, it was a lesson Luciano had never anticipated, and the impending betrayal caught him off guard. The initial step they took involved assembling a bundle of over $2 million in cash with the intention of persuading Seabury, allowing him to take a vacation and let things simmer down. However, to their dismay, he not only rejected their offer outright but also divulged the details to the New York Times, landing them once again on the front page. Only one man that could handle Seabury, which was FDR. Then, around the middle of May, a man casually approached Frank's table in Peacock Alley, appearing as though it was a chance encounter. He was a prominent lawyer residing near Roosevelt, somewhere around Tuxedo Park. The mysterious lawyer had no prior or subsequent connections with Costello after this initial encounter and subsequent meeting. All the lawyer conveyed to Frank was his desire to meet and talk at Luciano's place that afternoon at 3 o'clock. Frank simply nodded, and the man walked away. The meeting was arranged, and both Charlie and Costello, along with the gentleman, attended. They had the meeting, and it unfolded like three businessmen engaging in conversation, each aware of the other's unspoken intentions. This gentleman's lineage was as distinguished as could be. He said to Frank, "You're aware that the governor is running for the presidential nomination?" Frank replied, "Yeah, I know. I read about it in the papers every day." "So," Charlie added, "it costs a lot of money to run for president. If your guy secures the nomination, which is going to be quite challenging, he's going to need a substantial amount for advertisements, billboards and such." The groundwork carried out by members of organized crime in New York, Louisiana, and Chicago played a crucial role in supporting the political campaign. They engaged in activities such as voter intimidation, the destruction of billboards, and vandalism of campaign materials. Additionally, they leveraged trucking unions to shut down newspapers that were sympathetic to the campaign, thereby controlling the flow of both positive and negative publicity. During this time, the political fixer presented a strategic approach to Charlie. He mentioned that they were exploring the possibility of securing donations from prominent contributors to support the governor's campaign. One notably contributor mentioned was Joseph Kennedy, who would go on to play a significant role in the FDR administration. Kennedy's involvement would later extend to his own sons, JFK and RFK, as they entered the political arena. However, Charlie had little patience for beating around the bush. He preferred direct and straightforward communication, making it clear that he appreciated a straightforward approach to the matter at hand. Charlie and Costello exchanged glances, their expressions serious as they discussed the matter at hand. "Let's get something straight," Charlie asserted. "Roosevelt has a guy by the name of Seabury who's making things tough for some people around the city." Costello nodded in agreement. "No more kidding around. If we deliver, and you know what I mean, then you must deliver, and you know what I mean. But I want to see some sign of it right away," he emphasized, making their expectations clear. Luciano's direct approach proved effective, and the gentleman agreed to support their cause. Charlie appreciated the straightforward deal, and as they shook hands, he felt optimistic about the outcome. Frank Costello could not help but laugh and compliment Charlie's political skills, suggesting that if he had not gone to jail, he could have become governor. Costello acknowledged the perfect timing of their actions, supporting both horses in a two-horse race, which, in his view, seemed like a surefire way to win. In this crucial meeting, Costello opted for a less conspicuous role, strategically positioning himself as a silent player, while allowing Luciano to orchestrate the necessary moves. This approach painted him more as a behind-the-scenes manipulator than a boss taking center stage. Behind closed doors, Costello operated with finesse, presenting himself as a reasonable gentleman. However, this calculated move wasn't just about the internal dynamics of the underworld. Costello's political acumen came into play, setting the stage for FDR's rise to power. When news of this intricate deal eventually reached FDR, he would mistakenly target Luciano, believing him to be the orchestrator behind his ascent to the presidency. It was Costello's shrewd political maneuvers that played a pivotal role in bringing FDR to the forefront. Costello's ability to manipulate the political landscape showcased his astuteness and positioned him as a mastermind working behind the scenes. However, little did they know that within 4 years, their circumstances would change dramatically. Charlie would be in jail, Costello would operate in the South, Maya would be in Havana, Vito would be on the run in Italy, and Dutch and Lepke would be killed. But during the 30s, these men wielded immense influence over America and its politics. Tammany Hall, the political machine, was now divided into factions. Figures like Jimmy Hines aligned themselves with Roosevelt, while Albert C. Marinelli supported Al Smith. Roosevelt from Albany released a statement denouncing civic crime, corruption, and graft. He commended the Seabury investigation, but suggested that it had not presented a strong enough case against Mayor Walker, Tammany, or its leaders, like Hines, to warrant further action. Costello rushed to inform Luciano about Roosevelt's apparent desperation to become president, suggesting that he was willing to go to great lengths to secure their support. However, Luciano had a nagging feeling of impending betrayal. Despite Costello's excitement, Luciano could not trust Franklin D. Roosevelt deep down. His intuition, which had guided him through countless challenges and conflicts in the criminal underworld, warned him not to put too much faith in FDR. Costello could not understand Luciano's lack of enthusiasm and questioned him. Luciano explained that he had a gut feeling that the society elites backing Roosevelt did not truly like him or where he came from. He felt that despite their support, they would never be fully accepted by the very people they were helping, and this uncertainty left him wary of Roosevelt's intentions. Charlie scratched his head, a contemplative look on his face. "I don't know, Frank, I just got a feeling," he admitted, struggling to put his intuition into words. "You see, a guy like Al Smith, he's a sweet Rosie O'Grady kind of guy, like the guys we grew up with. When you shake hands with him, you know you don't need a lawyer." He paused, deep in thought, before continuing. "But, Roosevelt, let me put it this way. All of them society guys we play golf with up in Connecticut and around Westchester. What do you feel when you're around them? Frank, I mean, don't you always feel that behind your back they think you're no better than shit? Tell me the truth." Charlie's gaze focused on Frank, seeking an honest response to his ponderings. No matter the extent of Luciano's wealth, power, or intelligence, a shadow of judgment would forever cloak him, lurking in the whispers behind closed doors. His journey through life would be a relentless dance with skepticism, a never-ending interrogation of the origins of his prosperity. Even as he ascended the heights of influence, the elusive acceptance into elite circles would remain an unattainable mirage. Costello and his Italian compatriots, indispensable though they were, found themselves trapped in a paradoxical existence. Despite the arduous battles waged to infiltrate the coveted echelons of society, disdain clung to them like a stubborn shadow. The very world they tirelessly endeavored to integrate into remained elusive, never fully extending its arms in genuine embrace. Luciano's frustration echoed a universal sentiment shared by Costello and his ilk. A resentment simmered within them, fueled by the awareness that some were born into privilege without having earned it. In this realm of opulence, where appearances were paramount, the undercurrent of discontent wove its thread through their collective narrative, binding them in a shared struggle against the unspoken prejudices that sought to keep them perennially on the periphery. However, he emphasized that their personal feelings were irrelevant. What truly mattered was their ability to secure influence and power. Costello explained that he would align with Hines, while Luciano should support Marinelli to ensure their interests prevailed in the upcoming election. Meyer Lansky recognized a potential issue in the upcoming election and discussed it with Luciano. He raised concerns that if both candidates cancelled each other out, a compromise candidate could emerge and secure the nomination. Luciano, Costello, and Maya traveled to Chicago with the New York delegates, keeping a close eye on the situation at the Drake Hotel. Maya emphasized the need to strategize and act at the right time to prevent an undesirable candidate from winning. Luciano concurred, stressing that timing and strategy were crucial. They decided not to support any candidate until the very last minute, when their votes could tip the scales in favor of one of the candidates. This approach would maximize their influence and control over the outcome. In Chicago, Luciano took a 6-room suite with his close friend and Tammany Hall leader, Al Marinelli, who supported Al Smith. Meanwhile, Costello secured an equally luxurious suite for himself and his companion, Jimmy Hines, the Tammany leader who backed Roosevelt. Lansky, mediating between the two factions, also had a suite to entertain and engage with influential figures in the city. Longy Zwillman, splitting his time between hotel rooms and floors, managed delegates under his control from New York, Nassau County, and the northern tier of New Jersey. Liquor flowed freely, celebrating an anticipated victory before the candidate was selected. The liquor was provided at no cost by the heirs of Al Capone, including Jake Guzik, Tony Accardo, and Charlie Fischetti, who was Al Capone's actual cousin. Among the Chicago figures, Paul Ricker and Jake Guzik stood alongside Luciano and Costello during this political spectacle. Lansky's Bar, aptly named Lansky's Bar, was a popular spot where he personally greeted patrons and served drinks. One of the prominent visitors to the bar was Huey the Kingfish Long, a Louisiana politician known for his charm and savvy. Frequenting the bar served a dual purpose for Long, a venue not only for conviviality, but also for scouting opportunities to expand business ventures within his state and bolster his own financial reserves. Among the anecdotes he shared with associates, one stood out. A memorable encounter with the flamboyant Huey Long during a spirited convention night. Inebriated and faced with an urgent need, Long's impatience led him to an audacious act, urinating between the legs of one of Frank's formidable bodyguards, whose tailored trousers bore the brunt of the misguided aim. Tempers flared, and the mobster's fury threatened to erupt. It was a volatile moment poised on the brink of violence when Frank Costello, a looming figure of authority, intervened. Like a puppet master pulling unseen strings, he diffused the escalating confrontation with calculated calmness. Frank compelled Huey Long to swallow his pride, extracting an apology and a commitment to replace the soiled suit, a pact sealed in the intricate intersection of power, politics, and organized crime. Later, during another meeting in Charlie's suite, attended by Meyer Lansky, Frank Costello, and Mo Dalitz from Cleveland, plans were hatched to open Louisiana and its parishes, particularly around New Orleans, to the organization's activities. The proposal involved introducing gambling casinos, catering to high rollers, along with slot machines and other games for the public, including those with limited means. To oversee these operations, Charlie Luciano recommended Dandy Phil Castell, a trusted associate with ties to Frank Costello and experience under Arnold Rothstein. Castell's role would be crucial in managing and coordinating the organization's interests in this lucrative venture. Phil Dandy Castell, a seasoned individual despite his lack of youth, possessed an undeniable charm. Following Rothstein's demise in 1928, he navigated the intricate world between Charlie and Costello, Lansky, and Adonis. Huey Long, a boisterous figure with a penchant for drink, ruled his state with an iron fist, an intriguing prospect for the group. The potential wealth of the city of New Orleans, worth millions, danced tantalizingly in their minds. As the deal unfolded in Chicago, Long opened the state, and they infiltrated every parish. Phil Castell orchestrated operations from the opulent Roosevelt Hotel, establishing gambling clubs under Meyer's ace, Seymour Weiss. The stage was set for a lucrative venture, with Long's reign cut short a couple of years later. His share of the spoils, a staggering $3 million in cash, lined his pockets. They weren't merely securing riches, they were adorning Long with metaphorical solid gold underwear. The gripping tale echoed in Charlie's words to Lansky at the convention. For them, it wasn't just success, it was pure, unadulterated platinum. The stakes were high, the moves strategic, and the allure of power and wealth painted a compelling narrative of ambition and cunning in the underworld. That deal was one of the added bonuses to come out of that meeting and would go on to create its own history. It played a significant role in the rise of Carlos Marcello and his family within the organized crime hierarchy. Charlie and his associates now sensed that the delegates were leaning towards Roosevelt, and victory seemed imminent. All it would take was a prominent delegate to throw their support behind Roosevelt, and their victory would be assured. They waited until the very last second, with Roosevelt and Smith supporters abounding. Delegates, firmly under the influence of Charlie and Costello, were crucial for Smith's chances. Without their backing, Smith faced an uphill battle. The whispers of dissent were already circulating among powerful figures from significant states, contemplating an alternative if Roosevelt couldn't even secure his home state. In a discreet caucus, attended by influential figures like Curley from Boston, Pendergast from Kansas City, Huey Long and others, the decision was made. Once Frank received confirmation that Roosevelt would indeed mitigate the Seabury investigation, the game was in the bag for him. With the selection made, Charlie, considering Al Smith a stand-up guy respected like A. Don, decided to deliver the news personally. Luciano, acting as the messenger, informed Smith of the irreversible decision. Smith, politically savvy and respected, was gutted by the news. Charlie, face to face with Smith, conveyed that Roosevelt was the chosen one, and there was no turning back. Smith, trying to salvage the situation, attempted to change Charlie's mind, but the decision was final. Luciano, in a candid moment, revealed the deal, emphasizing Roosevelt's promise to turn a blind eye to Seabury. Smith, realizing the gravity of the situation, knew his presidential dreams were shattered. He looked Luciano in the eyes and forewarned him about the impending danger. Roosevelt would break his word and turn on Luciano. Smith's words struck a nerve, leaving an indelible impression on Luciano. As the reality sunk in, Smith transitioned from shock to the tough, happy warrior persona he was known for. In a chilling moment, he declared, "Charlie, Franklin Roosevelt will break his word to you. This is the biggest mistake you ever made in your entire life by trusting him. He will kill you." Luciano left Smith's suite with a foreboding feeling, his knees shaking. Smith's warning echoed in his mind, suggesting they might have walked into a trap, and the realization dawned that Smith might be right. With the entire country rallying behind him as the Democratic presidential nominee, Roosevelt unleashed Judge Seabury to crack down on the most notorious gangsters of the time, including Dutch Schultz, Al Capone, Lepke, and Luciano. Roosevelt was known to follow popular sentiment and cater to the desires of the people. In this instance, the public wanted action against these infamous figures who were wreaking havoc in New York and Chicago. Moreover, these gangsters had also ventured into the world of political fixers, which posed a direct threat to other established power players, particularly those in Roosevelt's social class. For Luciano and his associates, this marked a significant turning point and a valuable lesson in the realm of organized crime. They realized that their activities needed to be more discreet and operate behind closed doors. This lesson extended to politics as well, where they would employ fronts like lawyers, legitimate industries, and unions to avoid unnecessary exposure. It became clear that conducting business openly left them vulnerable to attacks from law enforcement and politicians. Understanding Roosevelt's betrayal of Luciano is crucial because it set a precedent for how the government would handle organized crime in the future. While Roosevelt targeted Luciano directly, the subsequent Kennedy's administration would take a broader approach, targeting the entire infrastructure of organized crime. This change in strategy came at a time when organized crime was generating immense wealth, making it one of the wealthiest enterprises in America. Consequently, Franklin D. Roosevelt's actions forced the mobsters to adapt and adopt a more clandestine approach to conducting their affairs. Naturally, Roosevelt had been a snake all along, but credit had to be given where it was due. He was smooth. In hindsight, Charlie regretted not sharing his hunch from Chicago with Meyer and Frank, as the events unfolded with clarity. Reflecting on it, Roosevelt's actions mirrored what Charlie himself would have done in a similar position. In essence, there was no significant difference between them. Charlie acknowledged his own past actions, recognizing that he had eliminated Masseria and Maranzano unlawfully to ascend to the top. The comparison shed light on the parallel worlds of power, where legality often took a back seat to ruthless ambition. FDR then started his crusade by targeting Charlie and his associates, including Rika and Frank Nitti, Dutch Schultz, and Lepke. After Dutch Schultz was eliminated, the focus shifted to Luciano, and later they would pursue Lepke, Vito Genovese, and Frank Costello. In hindsight, Luciano and Costello, as well as the New York Mafia, had no choice but to acknowledge and respect FDR's actions. Looking back on these events years later, Charlie and Frank recognized that FDR had employed a strategy like what both had once done, albeit with distinct methods. Both men had pursued their objectives ruthlessly. But whereas Charlie had relied on force and violence, FDR had wielded the power of the pen and the legal system. Despite the differing approaches, the results were the same. One man had controlled New York, while the other was on the verge of occupying the White House. Roosevelt had individuals like Charlie, Hines, and Walker sent to the can or squashed. Legally, he maneuvered to neutralize them, creating a pattern that painted both sides as double crossers. Regardless of perspective, they were entangled in a web of betrayal. While Charlie didn't claim responsibility for Roosevelt's election, he acknowledged their influence. Luciano's distrust of politicians deepened. Now Charlie and Costello found themselves on the brink of a war with one of the most renowned figures in political history, FDR. The conflict would unfold over time, with Charlie landing in prison by 1936 and Costello shifting operations to New Orleans. The realization hit Luciano hard. He always suspected politicians of being crooked, buyable, and untrustworthy, yet he never imagined their words could be as unreliable as those of racketeers. The audacity of someone ascending to the presidency on the coattails of a gangster left a bitter taste in his mouth. The landscape of power and politics seemed murkier than ever before. FDR's efforts to combat organized crime were limited, driven more by popular sentiment than strategic necessity. His focus on New York was largely shaped by public demand for action against criminal activities. While the notorious acts of violence in Chicago, particularly under Al Capone's reign, had drawn national attention, figures like Frank Nitti and Jake Guzik were also under scrutiny. FDR's decision to target mobsters nationwide reflected a response to the growing power of these criminal elements. However, FDR's political considerations influenced his approach. His vice president, hailing from Texas, played a crucial role in securing the Southern vote, and FDR avoided targeting states like Louisiana and Texas. The president, grappling with issues related to fascism and the rise of organized crime, chose not to exacerbate tensions by launching a comprehensive crackdown. This decision inadvertently provided a breeding ground for organized crime to thrive in areas where it went unchecked. The infamous mobster Frank Costello capitalized on this, expanding his operations into Louisiana, recognizing the void left by FDR's selective interventions. Faced with waning political protection in New York, mobsters strategically shifted their activities to regions where federal scrutiny was less intense. FDR's actions, rather than eradicating corruption, pushed it deeper into the shadows. Organized crime adapted, using legal fronts, influential lawyers, and unions to corrupt politicians. The mobsters offered political figures a range of inducements, from seats on boards to offshore bank accounts. By extending guarantees of election victories, political support, and lucrative job contracts, the mob further entrenched its influence. Moreover, FDR inadvertently fueled the organized crime's economic growth during the World War II effort. As he revitalized American industries for wartime production, the mob seized opportunities within sectors like steel, transportation, and aviation, capitalizing on the economic boom. FDR also started the military-industrial complex, which was expanding under Harry S. Truman, another mob-controlled president. Instead of dismantling organized crime, FDR's policies inadvertently allowed it to evolve and entrench itself further into the fabric of American society. During the period following the conference in Chicago, it was evident that Costello began to assert his dominance in the realm of gambling. The landscape of the gambling world was undergoing a significant transformation, with Costello emerging as a formidable force during this crucial time. His strategic moves and calculated decisions marked the beginning of his ascent in the intricate and lucrative domain of gambling. Frank Costello's foray into commission brokering began in collaboration with his mentor, Arnold Rothstein. However, Rothstein's untimely demise in 1928 brought trouble. During a search of Rothstein's papers post-mortem, several significant items involving Costello emerged. A black memorandum book contained detailed records of financial dealings between Rothstein and Costello, the intricacies of which only Rothstein could explain. Costello remained reticent. The other discoveries included 2 notes and a check, all signed and delivered by Costello to Rothstein. One note, dated September 4, 1928, amounted to $25,000, payable to Rothstein's operating company, the Rothmere Corporation. The second note, dated September 26, 1928, was for $10,000, payable to Costello's order at the Chelsea Exchange Bank, endorsed by Costello. The check, dated October 28, 1928, a week before Rothstein's death, was for $10,000, made out to Rothstein, signed by Costello, and drawn on the Chelsea Exchange Bank. Leveraging his political influence in New York's legal circles, Frank managed to defer these matters until 1943, when resolution finally ensued through negotiations initiated by George Wolfe. More pivotal for Frank, Rothstein's demise opened the door for him to take over the entire bookie operation, and he had the perfect frontman in mind, Frank Erickson. Frank Erickson, a robust and jowly individual, commenced his career as a commission broker, establishing a lucrative enterprise on his own accord. Establishing a strong camaraderie with Frank, the two eventually became constant golf companions during their shared residence on Long Island. On November 4, 1928, the notorious Arnold Rothstein found himself in the crosshairs of an assassin's bullet during a business meeting at Manhattan's Park Central Hotel, located at 7th Avenue near 55th Street. Despite surviving the initial attempt on his life, Rothstein's fate was sealed, and 2 days later, he succumbed to his wounds at New York Polyclinic Hospital in Manhattan. Luciano, Costello, and other prominent mob figures were privy to the details surrounding Rothstein's demise, but chose to maintain a stoic silence. Luciano cryptically remarked that Rothstein had welched out on a bet, a sentiment that left Charlie perplexed, as a simple call could have settled any debt. With Rothstein's passing, a significant void was left in the criminal underworld. His trusted men, who had been instrumental in managing colossal bookmaking operations for high-stakes rollers, faced unprecedented challenges. These individuals were the linchpins in overseeing Arnold's bets and ensuring the smooth operation of high-stakes games for the elite clientele. The gambling arena, once safeguarded by Rothstein and his formidable muscle, now teetered on the brink of chaos. Enterprising figures like Frank Erickson and Phil "Dandy" Castell saw an opportunity and began aligning themselves with powerhouses such as Luciano, Costello, Joe Adonis, and Meyer Lansky. This formidable coalition seized control of one of the most extensive gambling operations in New York. The clientele consisted of the crème de la crème, the wealthiest of the wealthy, who frequented these exclusive gambling establishments to indulge in high-stakes wagers. The operation needed substantial funds to sustain itself, and it was Luciano and Costello who emerged as the linchpins in the aftermath of Rothstein's demise. In this shifting landscape, the rich and elite continued to flock to these newly controlled gambling establishments, entrusting their colossal fortunes to the consortium led by Luciano and Costello. The dynamics of power had shifted, and the duo now stood at the forefront, orchestrating a lucrative empire that once belonged to the enigmatic Arnold Rothstein. In 1951, Senator Cinephile estimated an illegal betting volume of around $15 billion annually on horse races in the United States. Backed by Costello, Erickson evolved into the most renowned bookie in New York, raking in approximately $15 million of that illicit revenue each year. Beyond the mere designation of a bookie, Erickson served as a veritable banker, catering to small-time bookie joints in need of substantial finances to lay off their bets. Erickson levied a flat 10% off the winnings for this crucial service. Although referenced as Erickson throughout, it's imperative to recall, as Frank Rizzo, a friend of Frank, pointed out, Costello was Erickson. Collaborating in the takeover of Rothstein's New York operation, they, under Costello's strategic brilliance, expanded nationally, forging alliances with operators in major cities. This concerted effort culminated in the establishment of a colossal bookmaking empire, its influence stretching across the entire United States. The Costello rule, ensuring everyone received their fair share, became the guiding principle. This commitment to fairness shielded the nationwide bookmaking network from damaging publicity for an extended period, allowing it to operate seamlessly for 2 decades. Throughout this time, millions flowed into Costello's coffers. Frank, during this era, became a prominent presence at fashionable racetracks. Saratoga's racing season was a particular highlight, where Frank, with part ownership in the Piping Rock Club, indulged in the atmosphere of the racetrack and operated gambling casinos that thrived at night. Saratoga's allure lay in the captivating blend of gangsters and New York's elite, until the Kefauver hearings prompted the closure of casinos and brought racing closer to New York. Accompanied by friends, Frank would embark on a train journey from New York, relishing the town's charm before heading to the racetrack. Despite occasional access to inside information, Frank's luck at the races, as observed firsthand by George Wolfe, was far from infallible, with thousands of dollars frequently lost. Recalling a later episode at a New York track, George Wolfe recounts an encounter between Frank and August Belmont. At this point, Belmont, the track's owner, had not yet declared Frank persona non grata. Their acquaintance, characterized by banter, took a serious turn when Frank claimed to have a sure thing in the 6th race. A wager ensued, but the lack of a fixed amount led to a comical misunderstanding. When Frank's long-shot horse won, Belmont, misinterpreting the wager, handed over 2 $1 bills instead of the anticipated 2,000. Frank, astonished and indignant, accused Belmont of attempting to welch on a $2,000 bet. Despite the ensuing tension, Belmont dismissed it lightly, laughing off the incident, while Frank, though turning away, remained visibly disgruntled. The enigma of Frank Costello's ability to remain in the shadows within the Erickson operation continues to baffle the narrator. Despite Erickson's eventual arrest, where he was hailed as the king of bookmakers, the public narrative seemed to attribute the entire operation's genius to him alone. Erickson, inevitably bound for jail, appeared before 2 senatorial committees, steadfastly refusing to acknowledge his association with Costello. Choosing to invoke the Fifth Amendment, he maintained a reserved and almost shy demeanor, a trait that seemed to irk Senator Charles Tobey, a fiery member of the committee. The senator, frustrated by Ericsson's soft-spoken responses, vividly painted a scenario to emphasize the need for a louder voice in times of distress. In a moment of humor, Ericsson retorted, "The last time I spoke to you, Senator, I spoke too loud," eliciting laughter in the hearing room. This clever response alluded to Ericsson's prior testimony before a Senate Commerce Subcommittee, which had led to his arrest in New York for bookmaking. During an earlier hearing before Senator Ernest W. McFarland of Arizona, Ericsson had faced scrutiny for denying any affiliation with a crime syndicate and insisting on his lone operation. This led Senator Tobey to erupt, questioning the morality of Ericsson's line of work. Despite appearing to be affected by Tobey's passionate outburst, Ericsson, as he later confided in Frank, had lowered his head to stifle laughter. The notion of his soul being troubled by the nature of his business was met with a sly response, revealing that Ericsson's outward demeanor often concealed his true sentiments. When Frank Costello joined Luciano Meyer Lansky and Huey Long at the table at the Chicago Democratic Convention in 1932, he unwittingly unleashed a series of events that would carve out its own chapter in history. Costello was not only aligning with Luciano, but also establishing connections with the Louisiana crime families, collaborating with individuals like Santo Trafficante Sr., and even drawing on ties with Al Capone, who had a residence in New Orleans. Costello was delving into a clandestine network that had been quietly operating since the mid-1850s, Silver Dollar. Sam's operations, confined to the state of Louisiana, were already raking in an astounding $200 million annually, before Costello's arrival and before Luciano's associates brought their formidable influence to bear. In this shadowy realm, predating the emergence of organized crime, these figures held sway over narcotics, gambling, prostitution, murder, political corruption, and an array of other ventures. The Justice Department's decades-long endeavor to deport Sam Carolla, dating back to the 1930s, encountered relentless impediments and delays, fueled in no small part by the formidable political alliances Carolla had strategically cultivated over the years. Carolla's criminal odyssey traces its roots to the early 20s, when he assumed the role of French market supervisor for Charles Matranga, ultimately ascending to the position of the local Mafia boss in 1925. Immersed in the illicit liquor trade during Prohibition and deeply entwined with the burgeoning narcotics traffic of the Mississippi Delta, Carolla faced numerous charges, including attempted murder, in his initial 5 years as boss. However, it wasn't until 1932 that he was finally convicted of murdering a federal narcotic official in a gangland-style ambush. During his trial, a New Orleans prosecutor denounced him as the worst kind of gangster. Despite such severe allegations, the judge, as history reveals, sentenced him to a mere 4 years in the federal penitentiary in Atlanta. Astonishingly, Carolla served only 2 years, receiving a full pardon from Governor O.K. Allen, a political ally of Huey Long who had similarly intervened in the case of a young Carlos Marcello. Returning to New Orleans, Carolla, a swarthy, sleepy-eyed figure known for his ruthless and astute business acumen, resumed his leadership of the mob. Operating as a non-U.S. citizen, he amassed immense wealth through the illicit smuggling of liquor and drugs during the tumultuous decades of the 20s and 30s. Luciano, Costello, Meyer, Torrio, Rica, Capone, Trafficante, Mo Dalitz, and a whole lot more orchestrate more than just the takeover of gambling empires. They infiltrate the very fabric of New York politics, Chicago politics, and the rest of Illinois, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and now Southern politics with Louisiana, Miami, Florida, Nevada, Mississippi, as well as California. Frank Costello, undeterred by the treacherous nature of the South, faced a unique challenge as the region teemed with diverse communities, racial segregation, and the looming specter of the KKK. In this complex milieu, Frank Costello sought a symbiotic alliance with a seasoned crime family that could adeptly navigate the intricate Southern landscape. Enter Silver Dollar Sam's faction, an experienced player in this volatile environment. Collaborating with them, Costello aimed to establish a formidable presence across Louisiana. Yet, a perplexing challenge emerged: discrepancies in the financial reports from Louisiana. Every time the earnings were delivered to Costello, they deviated from his predictions. Beneath the surface lurked a web of thievery, skimming, and dubious dealings with his substantial wealth. Determined to tighten his grip on this lucrative yet elusive territory, Costello embarked on relentless journeys between New York and New Orleans. Men were forcefully extracted from their homes, held accountable for the mysterious discrepancies. Swift justice was meted out as Costello, wielding a formidable presence, confronted them about the missing funds. Stories abound of Costello's authoritative interventions, where a powerful blow from his formidable fist rendered individuals unconscious. Upon awakening, they were sternly warned that any further embezzlement would result in fatal consequences. This coercive cycle persisted until Costello's path crossed with a man named Carlos Marcello. In the ominous world of organized crime, Carlos Marcello foresaw a lucrative future intertwined with the cunning Frank Costello. Recognizing the potential fortune they could amass together, Marcello became the reliable ally Costello desperately needed. This pivotal moment unfolded when Costello entrusted Marcello with 250 slot machines, intending to infiltrate New Orleans and other territories. Little did Costello anticipate that Marcello possessed the dark alchemy to transform those 250 machines into a revenue-generating force surpassing that of 1,000. Costello stood awestruck at the staggering turnover, and, more surprisingly, at Marcello's unwavering honesty. Marcello meticulously ensured that the financial returns surpassed Costello's projections, solidifying their partnership as an unparalleled force in the underworld. This dynamic relationship propelled Costello and Marcello to the zenith of mobster prominence, emerging as titans in the tumultuous decades of the 40s, 50s, and venturing into the ominous terrain of the 60s. As the formidable Carlos Marcello ascended, he became a singular power ruling over the South. Having imbibed wisdom from the master strategist Frank Costello, Marcello learned the art of mob mastery. In a testament to their symbiotic bond, Costello would later declare Louisiana, particularly New Orleans, as the most astute investment he ever made. Some speculate that beneath this proclamation lay a deeper truth. Carlos Marcello, the protégé molded by Costello's guidance, was the ultimate investment, marking the pinnacle of Costello's shrewd choices. Frank recounted to George Wolfe the introduction to Dandy Phil Castell, his accomplice in slot machine ventures, a connection facilitated by Arnold Rothstein. Dandy Phil, with a colorful past managing a Montreal nightclub and later becoming one of Rothstein's protégés, evolved into a skilled stock swindler until his arrest on extortion charges. Frank, recognizing Phil's business acumen, sought to engage him in more legitimate enterprises. Envisioning a slot machine that dispensed candy mints alongside slugs redeemable for money, Frank collaborated with the Mills Novelty Company in Chicago to manufacture the machines. He then established the True Mint Company across New York, weathering opposition from both law enforcement and the underworld. Even the election of Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia in 1931 couldn't thwart Frank, who adeptly shifted operations to maintain profitability. By 1931, Frank's company had installed over 5,000 machines across various locations in New York, even providing little ladders for children to reach the slots. Despite the challenges, his profits were significant, sustained by political protection acquired through the financial influx from the machines. Frank's resilience was further evidenced by a federal injunction against machine seizures and a private police force that defended against underworld threats. Frank's success continued in 1934, with the law shielding him and his private police force fending off rivals. The Depression, coupled with Frank's immense cash flow, positioned him as a political power player in New York. Candidates sought his support, knowing it came with conditions. The Depression's impact on campaign funds drew politicians to Frank, solidifying his political influence. However, the tide turned when Mayor LaGuardia assumed office, vowing to eradicate crooks. LaGuardia's aggressive stance against criminals challenged Frank's standing. Rumors of a fallout between Frank and LaGuardia, including a legendary spat, circulated, although Frank dismissed them as the mayor's political posturing. The narrative unfolds against the backdrop of shifting dynamics, revealing the intricate dance between organized crime and political power. Along the East River Wharf, a cold wind swept through as Mayor LaGuardia, his light grey Homburg in hand, began shedding his overcoat. The police tugboat beneath them bore the weight of confiscated slot machines. An aide, concerned about the mayor catching pneumonia, received the coat, but LaGuardia, dismissing the risk, quipped, "I can't hurt my swing." Reporters and photographers gathered above them on the dock, anticipating the mayor's dramatic act. With a long, heavy sledgehammer in hand, LaGuardia nearly fumbled, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. A motor's roar signaled the arrival of a 2-ton truck loaded with additional seized machines. City workers commenced the transfer of slot machines from the truck to the dock, setting the stage for the pudgy mayor, clad in a pinstripe double-breasted suit, to lift the sledgehammer high. Cameras clicked, newsreel film rolled, and perspiration formed as he swung the hammer down, the satisfying crunch echoing. He handed the tool to an aide, who took a swing himself. Though the machines showed little damage, the symbolism was imprinted for New Yorkers. Facing a battery of microphones on the dock minutes later, LaGuardia, now en route to disposing of the machines at sea, responded to a journalist's inquiry about the legality of his actions with a smile that makes it more fun. Soon Mayor LaGuardia's administration challenged the federal ruling on slot machines in the United States Supreme Court, leading to the dismissal of the injunction. By May 7, 1934, an amendment to the state penal code granted clear authority to seize and destroy gambling machines. Amidst these legal shifts, Frank Costello, never one to remain idle, found himself in New Orleans alongside a political figure as colorful as LaGuardia, Huey P. Long, the governor of Louisiana. In the realm of Louisiana politics, there existed intriguing tales surrounding the unconventional alliance between the state's governor and Frank. Among the vivid legends, one stood out. During his weekends in New York, Governor Huey P. Long allegedly found himself ensnared in a blackmail attempt by certain underworld figures. Seeking assistance, Long turned to Frank for help, and the legend claimed that Frank intervened, compelling the blackmailers to back off. In return, Long purportedly invited Frank to introduce his slot machines to Louisiana. Frank, dismissing this colorful narrative, offered his version before various grand juries and eventually to the Kefauver Committee. On multiple occasions, he emphasized the charitable aspect of the venture. In the covert realm of power plays and underworld machinations, Frank Costello faced a daunting challenge before orchestrating the relocation of his 1,000 slot machines to the vibrant city of New Orleans. A complex dance unfolded as he sought a pact with the local Mafia luminary, Sam Carolla. Costello's intricate web of connections, including his patron Kingfish Huey Long, who held sway over Louisiana's political machinery, added layers of complexity to the delicate negotiation. Costello, the recognized mob diplomat and statesman, earned the moniker Prime Minister of the Mafia from the Eastern press. After intense negotiations with Silver Dollar Sam, an ingenious arrangement emerged. Costello's illegal slot machines would function as a franchise in Louisiana, shielded by the influential figures of Huey Long and Sam Carolla. This collaboration positioned New York and Louisiana strategically, allowing them to maintain a watchful eye on each other. In this high-stakes exchange, Carolla sought political protection beyond New Orleans, expanding his influence in the state. The Louisiana Mafia, previously secluded, stepped into the forefront of organized crime in America. The Costello-Carola alliance marked a pivotal moment for the first family of the Mafia, propelling them to establish a national underworld communications center and later a money laundering clearinghouse in New Orleans. By the mid-40s, Frank Costello's ascendancy was so profound that even FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover felt compelled to establish clandestine contact with him. Time magazine unveiled Hoover's covert meetings with Costello, hinting at a mysterious connection between the Prime Minister of the Mafia and the nation's chief investigative agency. The intrigue deepened as details of these encounters emerged, with FBI agents suggesting secretive rendezvous in Manhattan, including Central Park meetings. Historian Arthur M. Schlesinger, in his biography of Robert F. Kennedy, further affirmed these covert dealings, underscoring the intricate tapestry woven between Hoover and Costello in the clandestine corridors of power. The unfolding saga revealed a captivating intersection of crime, politics, and clandestine connections that would leave an indelible mark on the annals of organized crime history. In a riveting 1988 interview, Hundley disclosed that it was none other than Frank Costello who confided in him about his clandestine friendship with J. Edgar Hoover. Suspense hung in the air as Hundley speculated about the extent of their interactions, suggesting that Hoover and Costello may have maintained their connection into the 60s. Meanwhile, during the Kennedy administration, Hoover's curious denial of organized crime's existence and his lenient stance towards Costello's protégé, Carlos Marcello, added layers of intrigue to the unfolding narrative. Emboldened by secrecy, Frank Costello embarked on a daring venture, relocating 1,000 slot machines from New York to New Orleans. The knowledge that he could operate these illegal contraptions in Louisiana without interference from law enforcement or the FBI fueled the audacity of Costello's move. To safeguard New York's interests in this covert operation, he enlisted the services of the seasoned gambler Dandy Phil Castell. Castell, working in tandem with Carola's enforcer, James's Diamond Jim Moran, delved into the mysterious alleys of New Orleans' French Quarter to secure prime locations for Costello's machines. The allure of the chiefs, adorned with bronze Indian chief heads, gripped the city, quickly becoming valuable collectors' items. Reports circulated that these machines generated a staggering $70,000 profit in their inaugural year, yielding a remarkable return on Costello's initial investment of $9,500. As the enigma surrounding Costello's slot machines deepened, he established 3 prosperous companies: Bayou Novelty Company, Pelican Novelty Company, and the Louisiana Mint Company. The success of these enterprises propelled Costello to expand his operations across the state, starting with the West Bank. Dandy Phil Castell, inspired by the Marcello brothers' triumph with Jefferson Music Company, recognized the potential for success. Unknown to Castell at the time, Carlos Marcello's uncanny ability to elude legal consequences became a key factor in his appointment to oversee the West Bank slot machine operation. Despite numerous charges and accusations, Marcello's record remained unblemished. A strategic agreement between Dandy Phil and Carlos Marcello's Jefferson Music emerged, wherein 250 of Costello's slots would be managed, with 2/3 of the gross profits pocketed by Marcello and the remaining third directed to Costello. Carlos Marcello, now a 30-year-old force to be reckoned with, descended upon Algiers and Gretna, coercing establishments into accepting Costello's machines on favorable terms. His relentless pursuit of wealth and influence painted a portrait of an unstoppable figure, feared by bar owners who reluctantly allowed him to exceed agreed-upon percentages to avoid his wrath. The unfolding saga of secrecy, power plays, and hidden alliances continued to captivate those entangled in the web of organized crime. As the slot machines churned out staggering profits, their illicit nature demanded a delicate dance with the local police. Carlos, in the throes of this lucrative venture, forged an enduring alliance with Gretna's police chief, Beauregard Jr. In a revelation laden with intrigue, Carlos admitted to clandestinely delivering $50,000 in cash to Miller every few months, unbeknownst to him that an FBI undercover agent was recording every word. Carlos's generosity knew no bounds as he showered cash upon those under his command, creating an aura of loyalty and secrecy. The shadowy figure's self-care extended to his family. With Costello's West Bank slots pouring in wealth, Carlos traded his cramped apartment in Algiers for a 2-story house in Gretna, signaling a shift from the shadows to a more conspicuous lifestyle. Amidst the transformation, Jacqueline Marcello, now a mother of 2, embraced a newfound life as a modest middle-class housewife, freed from the confines of the liquor store. Yet the enigmatic Carlos continued his multifaceted role, not only as the architect of the West Bank slot machine operation, but also as a key player in Frank Torrio's organized crime network. Set against the backdrop of World War II, New Orleans became a hotbed for black market activities, with Carlos navigating the murky waters of the underground economy. The New Orleans Mafia, entrenched in narcotics smuggling, eagerly embraced black market dealings. Carlos, leveraging his Tunisian-born status and avoiding the draft, exploited the war's chaos for personal gain and to serve the interests of his formidable boss, Silver Dollar Sam Carolla. In this intricate tapestry of power, profit, and intrigue, Carlos Marcello's rise unfolded amidst a web of covert operations, loyalty, and the blurred lines between legality and the underworld. The handsome and elusive figure navigated a precarious path, leaving an indelible mark on the tumultuous landscape of organized crime in New Orleans. Amidst the turbulent backdrop of the Mafia-controlled port of New Orleans during World War II, Carlos Marcello embraced the violence that defined his world. His entire professional existence centered on one core principle: making people pay up. From the West Bank bars carrying Costello's machines to restaurant owners of clandestine establishments, Carlos wielded his influence over contraband buyers in the bustling wharves of New Orleans and the hidden corners of the Mississippi Delta's bayous and swamps. In the shadowy realm orchestrated by Dandy Phil, Diamond Jim, Frank Costello, Silver Dollar Sam, and Frank Torrio, Carlos consistently delivered results: fierce battles, brutal assaults, and occasional murders whispered through the underworld. But Carlos's unwavering focus on financial returns overshadowed the mayhem. The police, seemingly concerned, skillfully managed to ensure a smooth operation where the goal was clear: money. By the war's end, Carlos's efforts on behalf of his bosses began to yield dividends. His reputation as a formidable force, fueled by intimidation and consistent results, earned him a place of prominence. In mob circles, whispers circulated about Carlos being the logical successor to Silver Dollar Sam, facing imminent deportation to Sicily. Frank Costello, impressed by his young West Bank deputy, showcased his confidence by making Carlos a 12.5% partner in a plush new Las Vegas-style gambling house in Jefferson Parish on the East Bank. Among the notable partners was the infamous Meyer Lansky, solidifying Carlos's ascent into the echelons of the mob elite. The 35-year-old West Bank hoodlum had indeed arrived, cementing his place among the big players, orchestrating the intricate dance of power and influence in the world of organized crime. According to Frank, Philip Castell, his associate, managed the details of the deal. Long sought an annual donation of $25,000 to $30,000 for a state fund aimed at providing relief. Despite skepticism from those who heard Frank's account, testifying before the Kefauver committee, Frank clarified, "I got Philip Castell, which is my associate, to go down there and work the thing out." He explained the financial arrangements, emphasizing the intended contribution to a charitable cause. While the story might seem kingfishy on the surface, Frank's commitment to lawful dealings and his desire to seize a legitimate opportunity aligned with his character. Whether the funds went to genuine charity or a politician's pocket was of secondary concern to Frank, operating within the norms of his world. Regrettably, the promising venture was short-lived. Shortly after Frank's machines were set up in New Orleans, Governor Long was assassinated on September 8, 1935. The perplexing assassination of Governor Huey Long remains a subject of fervent debate, shrouded in the enigmatic connections to organized crime, including figures tied to the New Orleans crime families and the New York outfit, notably Seymour Weiss. The sinister orchestration leading to Long's demise involved individuals who had been the last to see him alive. Governor Long, a resilient target of previous attempts on his life, responded to threats with heightened security measures. Yet, as the notorious Frank Costello once asserted, they always find a way to compromise their protectors before they strike. The Louisiana Patsy method, a chilling trademark, involved luring an unwitting individual into executing an assassination, falsely promised a prearranged escape route. The Louisiana crime families meticulously trained their shooters only to betray them in the end. Amidst a backdrop of death threats, arson attempts and drive-by shootings at his New Orleans residence, Long found himself in the state capitol in Baton Rouge on September 8th for a pivotal legislative session. Pushing through contentious bills, including one aimed at gerrymandering opponent Judge Benjamin Pavey out of his position, Long's political maneuvers heightened the tension in the air. In the hallowed corridors of power, tragedy struck. Dr. Carl Weiss, the son-in-law of Judge Pavey, brazenly confronted Long, firing a fatal shot into the governor's abdomen at close range. Chaos erupted as Long's bodyguards retaliated, ensuring Weiss paid the ultimate price for his audacious act. The immediate aftermath saw Long rushed to a nearby hospital, where emergency surgery failed to quell the internal bleeding. As news of the governor's critical condition spread, the nation held its breath. Huey Long, the charismatic and controversial political figure, passed away on September 10, 1935, just 11 days after celebrating his 42nd birthday. His poignant final words echoed the unfinished business that would forever remain unrealized. God, don't let me die. I have so much to do. The enigma surrounding Governor Long's assassination endures, a chilling testament to the shadowy forces that shaped the course of history. The new mayor, Robert S. Maestri, swiftly declared that Frank's slot machines would not be allowed in the city. However, a mysterious trip by Mayor Maestri to Hot Springs, Arkansas, changed the tide. Upon his return, Frank's machines resumed operations without objection. By 1945, the number of slot machines in New Orleans had surged to over 8,000, with the Beverly Club, a luxurious gambling establishment run by Frank's partner Dandy Phil Castell, reigning supreme. Despite the challenges posed by Mayor Maestri's initial stance and the untimely demise of Governor Long, Frank's financial fortunes were thriving thanks to racetrack commissions, slot machines, and the lucrative Beverly Club. As Costello ventured into Louisiana, he stirred up a cloud of dust, prompting numerous newspaper articles to surface about the money he was earning. These articles, featured in publications like the Associated Press and local newspapers, delved into legal challenges he was confronting. Amidst his financial struggles, Costello found himself entangled in tax issues, a matter he, being old-school Sicilian, strongly disapproved of. Interestingly, he had even passed on this aversion to taxes to Carlos Marcello, a student of his who, like Costello, adeptly navigated the realm of tax evasion. Here is the article. Income tax evasion of $529,456.00 charged at New York. October 10th. Counsel for Frank Costello, former New York slot machine king, today moved for a reduction of bail from $75,000 to $10,000. Costello was arrested late yesterday for removal to New Orleans in connection with a federal indictment charging conspiracy to defeat the income tax law in its application to the Pelican Novelty Company of New Orleans. U.S. Commissioner Garrett W. Cotter said he would resume the hearing later today after studying the indictment. Costello, who had been unable to post bond for the required New Orleans, flight of racketeers. Frank Costello to New Orleans in 1934, after his slot machines were banned. In New York, and after he had appeared before a federal grand jury, investigating persons suspected of harboring fugitives, is described in an article which appeared in the New York Times on September 4th. An excerpt from the article reads, Frank Costello, who also has been a witness before this grand jury, went to New Orleans when his slot machines were banned here in 1934. He arranged with Huey Long for the operation of his machines there. He had more than 5,000 of them on location in New York in 1934. Together they set up the Pelican Novelty Company, and the annual profit from that in a city 1/14 the size of New York was $800,000. Amount passed the night in the Federal House of Detention. His attorney, Morris L. Ernest, argued that the $75,000 bail was absurdly high. Assistant U.S. Attorney Jerome Doyle vigorously opposed any bail reduction, declaring that the charges involved alleged understatements of income for the New Orleans firm to the extent of $1,250,000 and of income underpay. New Orleans, a federal indictment charging income tax evasion of $529,456.34 to 6 men described as operators of slot machines. Here in 1936 and 1937 is the second largest such case in history, said United States Attorney Rene Viosca. Federal authorities said it ranked behind the huge evasions of $5 million charged to Moses L. Annenberg, Philadelphia publisher. The men indicted are Frank Costello, described in New York City as a slot machine king, Philip Castell of Stamford, Connecticut and New York City, Dudley Geigerman, Harold Geigerman, alias Harold Miller, Jas. Brocato, alias Jimmy Moran, and Jacob Altman. The indictment said the evasions were on gross income of $2,592,575,575.70 from slot machine operation in New Orleans during 1936 and 1937. The government allowed deductions of $1,650,580.53 and placed the net income at $1,041,995.07. The charge said income of $958,187.64 was reported, but that various methods were used to the indictment alleges that Castell and Costello owned the business and brought the others, including the late G.R. Brainard of New Orleans, in as partners. Altman was described as the bookkeeper and the Geigermans as collectors. Moran's place in the combine was not described. He has been a close friend for years with the state's past and present political leaders. Moran, last year voted New Orleans' second best-dressed man, has been identified at various times as a pugilist, prize-fight referee, bodyguard of the late Huey P. Long, a nightclub operator. He once served a term in the federal penitentiary for prohibition law violation. The #1 prize for best-dressed man last year was won by Seymour Weiss, hotel man and politician, now under prison sentence for mail fraud and facing other charges in the present political scandals investigations. Costello was arrested in New York yesterday when he appeared to testify before a grand jury there, which is investigating racketeering and crime in general. His bond and that of Castell was set at $25,000. Harold Geigerman, Altman and Moran were arrested last night, and Moran was freed under $25,000 bond. The 9-count indictment charges that by falsifying partnership interests, surtaxes on huge net profits were evaded. It was charged additionally that the accused evaded taxes by claiming domiciles in Louisiana and New York and community returns. The Chief slot machines, which did a thriving business in New Orleans for several years, began to fade from the city's gambling picture on September 29, 1937. Their disappearance climaxed a campaign instituted by the New Orleans Protestant Ministerial Union. During the next few days, the chiefs disappeared one by one. On October 3rd, ministers said they were gratified to see that the slot machines had disappeared, but announced that their fight against other gambling devices would continue. By the end of 1937, the operation of pinball and vending machines was practically at a standstill. Several months later, however, pinball machines began to make a reappearance. Slot machines, of a different type from the Chiefs, came on the market, but these were seized by police and destroyed. At various times, pinball machines have been seized and destroyed by police. Pinball machines are now in operation generally. Under count 1 of the indictments, Costello is charged with evading $150,523.36 on his 1936 income by attempting to establish right to file a community return. The government charges that his income in 1936 amounted to $301,351.81, on which he owed a tax of $161,492.40. By claiming 2 domiciles, Costello paid only $10,695.04 in taxes, leaving the $150,523.36 deficiency. Under the second count, Costello is charged with a tax deficiency of $145,563.89 on his 1937 income, effected in the same manner in 1936. His total income was $295,908.05 it was charged, on which he owed a tax of $153,528.71. His payment that year was $6,724.66. In the fourth count, the 6 defendants were charged with willfully, knowingly, and fraudulently aiding, assisting, procuring, counseling, and advising preparation of false and fraudulent partnership returns for the Bayou Novelty Company for the fiscal year end. For that period, the indictment charges the company's gross income was $1,294,995.10, with legal deductions amounting to $770,427.48, leaving a net taxable income of $524,557.62, of which the partners reported only $506,501.93. Even then, the indictment charged the tax on that income was not paid by the real owners, but was split up between the Geigermans at 30% each, and G.R. Brainard and Costello with 30% each. For the next fiscal period, ending August 31, 1937, the indictment charges the gross income amounted to $1,297,580.60, with legal deductions of $980,142.16, leaving a taxable net income of $517,437.45. However, only $451,685.71 were reported as net income, and was split the same way as in 1936. The item, business expense of $108,020.58, was listed in the 1937 return, in addition to commissions of $130,394.10, rentals, $519,032.20 depreciation, $15,910.35, donations, $1,834.50, and taxes, $4,951.38. The business expense was not itemized. A tax return for a partnership called Philip Costello was made for the calendar year of 1936, whereby a net income of $157,911.67 was presumably divided among the partners, but which the government said was split between Costello and Costello. The sixth count alleges that for the calendar year 1937, Philip Costello cleared $132,923.88, which was shared equally by Costello and Castell. The government charged in the seventh count that for the calendar year 1936, another partnership return was made for the false partnership of G.R. Brainard, which showed that which in the following count, Brainard and Brocato allegedly shared $132,923.88 of the same partnership's income for 1937. The final count recites the conspiracy charge. Immediately after the indictment was returned, Earl Kruter, Special Assistant to the United States Attorney General, left by plane for Washington with certified copies of the indictment. From there he nailed them to New York, where Costello is in custody. The other copy will be sent to Stamford, Connecticut, on which the return of Castell will be based. The indictment culminated an investigation of more than 3 weeks, during which time Mr. Kruter, who had charge of the investigation, brought witnesses here from nearly all parts of the country and kept the grand jury in continuous session until the indictment was voted. $157,911.67 was allegedly divided between Brainard and Brocato. As the curtain fell on federal prohibition on December 5, 1933, offering America a chance at a lawful path, individual bootleggers saw it as an opportunity to cleanse their records and embark on a fresh beginning. Just 10 days before the end of Prohibition, Meyer Lansky entered a partnership with the Molaska Corporation, Inc., an enterprise designed to provide dehydrated, powdered molasses to the reawakening distilling industry. In this venture, Lansky joined forces with notable bootleggers Mo Dalitz and Sam Tucker of Cleveland, along with his father-in-law Moses Citron, who assumed the role of the company's assistant treasurer. Molaska seemed to be a savvy and forward-looking investment, leveraging the cost-effective nature of powdered molasses as a supplement to sugar in the distilling process. The corporation adopted innovative production techniques, positioning itself at the forefront of what appeared to be a booming industry post the repeal of the Volstead Act. It seemed like the perfect opportunity for Meyer Lansky to transition into a legitimate business. However, the demise of bootlegging in America was not as definitive as the end of Prohibition. The staunch supporters of the Volstead Act, known as the Dries, conceded only on the condition that hefty taxes would be imposed on legalized alcohol. This compromise spurred a flourishing trade in the production and smuggling of untaxed contraband liquor. It was precisely in this illicit post-prohibition market that the Molaska Corporation chose to operate, supplying the raw material for illegal distilling operations. The intrigue deepened in the early months of 1935, when agents from the Bureau of Alcohol and Tobacco conducted raids on factories in Zanesville, Ohio, and Elizabeth, New Jersey. These operations revealed extensive illegal distilleries utilizing Molaska molasses as a staple in their production processes. The Zanesville plant stood out as a major facility, with the capacity to churn out as many as 20,000 bottles of 190 proof alcohol per day, an astonishing discovery, marking the largest illegal distillery ever uncovered by the Bureau of Alcohol and Tobacco. The Elizabeth, New Jersey plant was no less significant in scale. In his later years, Meyer Lansky would observe the success of ostensibly respectable businessmen like Samuel Bronfman and Louis Rosenstiel, liquor magnates who amassed fortunes during Prohibition. Reflecting on his own criminal label in the 1970s, Lansky questioned why he was considered a gangster, while the Bronfman and Rosenstiel families were not. Both Bronfman and Rosenstiel had engaged in the illegal liquor trade during Prohibition, yet after 1933, they each charted a course for the high road in their own distinct ways. While they never became saints, they recognized a turning point and took it. However, Meyer Lansky, despite possibly glimpsing such a turning point, opted not to pursue it. He did not transition into legal liquor distribution, nor did he capitalize on a potentially lucrative business opportunity arising from his car and truck rental experience. By this point in his early 30s, Lansky had become accustomed to navigating the murky waters of illegitimate dealings. During investigations following the raids on Zanesville and Elizabeth, agents of the Alcohol and Tobacco Tax Division uncovered evidence linking Meyer and his partners to at least 8 different illicit stills. Despite their efforts, the Mollusca Corporation declared bankruptcy within weeks of the raids, and investigators were unable to directly link the distilleries to the partners in the defunct company. Meyer's father-in-law, Moses Citron, proved to be a shrewd businessman, aided by his lawyer, Aaron Sapiro, who skillfully structured Mollusca's intricate web of front men and hidden investments. The investigators found nothing concrete, allowing Meyer Lansky to emerge unscathed from the wreckage. The Mollusca venture underscored Lansky's continued mastery of subterfuge and the art of making quick profits the sharp, easy, clever way. However, the changing world of 1933 suggested that the old, sharp, easy way might no longer be the cleverest. Samuel Bronfman and Louis Rosenstiel had embraced legal avenues, highlighting a shift towards law-abiding careers. In a curious incident during the mid-30s, while the Lanskys resided in New York, Meyer informed his wife Anne that he wouldn't be home for dinner. He reiterated the message in subsequent calls, yet Anne was surprised when her husband, accompanied by his brother Jake and another friend, appeared at dinner. All she could offer the unexpected guests were a few lamb chops and the company of her mother, Grandma Citron. The dinner scene at the Lansky household did not unfold as Meyer had envisioned for his guests. Instead, tempers flared. In a fit of anger, Meyer became rude to his mother-in-law and quarreled with Anne, culminating in him flinging a hot potato at his wife, striking her in the eye. In later reflections, Anne pointed to 1933 as the moment when the initial vibrancy of their marriage began to fade. This year marked not only the end of Prohibition, but also a significant shift for Meyer, as much of his income dried up with the demise of bootlegging. Anne's elder brother Jules encountered Meyer on Delancey Street around this time and inquired about his well-being, only to uncover a sore spot. Meyer, with uncharacteristic bluntness, admitted to not making much money, surviving on what he deemed a meager $10,000 a year. Though $10,000 amounted to a comfortable sum in the early 30s, it fell short of Meyer Lansky's needs, considering his residences in New York and Boston, therapy bills for Buddy, support for his retired parents, and his wife's shopping habits. The Mollusca Corporation, initially promising, turned out to be a nearly disastrous dead end. Forced to reassess, Meyer returned to his roots, the expertise that earned him his first illegal nickel: gambling. Throughout the bootlegging era, like Charlie, Costello and Benny, Meyer maintained his crap games. The end of Prohibition drew him back to his original love, gambling, a pursuit he would steadily follow for the rest of his life. From 1933 onward, Meyer Lansky could accurately be described as a gambler, organizing games of chance for a living, a pursuit still on the wrong side of the law. Meyer's craft had humble beginnings in the Lower East Side's crap games. As his games attracted better players and higher stakes, he graduated to rubbing shoulders with renowned gamblers like Fat Al Levy. In the 20s and 30s, New York's gambling scene was relatively small, mostly taking place in floating crap games and pickup rooms scattered throughout the city. However, every year, the fragmented worlds of gamblers converged for a month of open-license gambling. During Manhattan's annual summer camp at Saratoga Springs, New York. Initially known for its therapeutic sulfur baths, Saratoga Springs had become a gambling haven, attracting visitors 30 miles north of Albany and 190 miles north of Manhattan. The racetrack, established in 1863, drew Southern grandees who brought with them casino games learned on Mississippi riverboats. By the 1890s, Saratoga rivaled Europe's glamorous spas, with its casinos reminiscent of Monte Carlo. The Grand Union and the United States, Saratoga's principal hotels, were the world's largest hotels, and the casinos, presided over by John Morrissey, a former prizefighter and later a prominent New York City gambling boss, flourished during the August racing season. In the early 20s, the Saratoga gambling scene was orchestrated by Arnold Rothstein, succeeding John Morrissey. Rothstein, known for his loose partnerships and flexible dealings, required a local partner to navigate political fixings, specialists for dining, entertainment, and individual gambling games in his casino. It was within Rothstein's Saratoga casinos that young wise guys like Meyer Lansky and Lucky Luciano transitioned from small-scale crap games to more significant ventures. During August in Saratoga, chance took center stage. From breakfast at the track to afternoon races, the atmosphere buzzed with betting slips, racing silks, and a whirlwind of activity. The Gothic grandstands provided a backdrop for elegant racing. Post-race, the scene shifted to Saratoga's lake houses, secluded pleasure palaces such as the Arrowhead Inn, the Piping Rock, the Brook, Riley's and Newman's. These manor houses, each with their own dining room, dance floor, and gaming salon, hosted racegoers and owners for a month of fine wine, excellent food, and spectacular floor shows. Saratoga's month of summer indulgence operated on bribery and corruption, but maintained a sense of style where corruption took on a communal aspect. Unlike Manhattan's Tammany Hall and political clubs, Saratoga's corruption was dispersed, benefiting almost everyone. The lake houses catered to wealthy visitors, excluding the local poor from the casinos. These establishments feigned high-class dining and entertainment, allowing them to escape scrutiny by sealing off gambling areas during inspections. Saratoga's political bosses, Dr. Arthur J. Leonard and Jim Leary, leveraged the track, horse parlors, and out-of-town casinos for patronage and loyalty rewards. They avoided direct payoffs, but utilized these enterprises to dispense favors to party loyalists. Republican farmers secured contracts for milk, eggs, and meat, while part-time jobs, including no-show positions, were handed out as rewards. Local police officers and their relatives were also favored for retainers. The influx of casinos brought prosperity to the town, with lake house operators ensuring local charities and churches received a share. Even the Redemptorist Fathers of St. Clement's Church benefited, hosting a successful fundraising bazaar every August. Catered by lake houses' gourmet chefs, featuring bingo operated by seasoned gentlemen, and headlined by acts like Sophie Tucker and Hildegard, the bazaar became known as the best in America. The Saratoga Lake House, a fusion of a speakeasy and a gentleman's club, served as Meyer Lansky's training ground for crafting an exemplary casino. These establishments were not only plush and the Saratoga Lake highly reputable. The annual dinner of the Saratoga Bar Association itself took place at Newman's, showcasing the level of sophistication attached to these venues. The scions of America's wealthiest families attended the lake houses with the same nonchalance as entering a church, emphasizing the allure of attracting high rollers for a successful August. Reflecting on his career spent amidst the rattle, click, and murmur of gaming rooms, Meyer Lansky acknowledged the profound impact of gambling, asserting that it tugged at the core of a man. It was during his Saratoga summers that Lansky discovered his innate talent for running casinos. The foundation of casino success lay in understanding the margins of advantage, the percentages that formed a casino's profits across various games. From roulette to craps and blackjack, Lansky was well versed in the house advantages and player odds. While Meyer Lansky took pride in bankrolling losses of up to $100,000 a night, he recognized that, in the long run, success hinged on turnover and cost control. Running a casino required an artistic touch, the ability to create glamour and escapism while maintaining a bedrock restraint and a keen business sense to ensure profits. One crucial lesson Lansky had learned from his Lower East Side crap games was that enduring success in gaming demanded probity over flashiness. Rigging games or employing tricks might yield temporary dividends, but suspicion of foul play could swiftly render a casino or crap game obsolete. Lansky found himself in an illegal enterprise where honesty became the linchpin for sustained success. He asserted that everyone who entered his casino knew they wouldn't lose money due to cheating. However, honesty in a casino had its nuances. Winning big bets was akin to pulling off a successful crime, and the desire for reward without effort fueled both sides of the gaming table. Lansky understood that containing cheating, whether from patrons or his own employees, was essential for running a successful casino. As a result, he surrounded himself with trusted dealers from the Lower East Side, individuals who had proven their integrity over the years. These dealers not only set the momentum of the game, but also handled the money, recurring precision, and trust to ensure a smooth operation. In Lansky's view, the discipline, sense of style, and, above all, honesty were the hallmarks of a well-run casino. Mayor Lansky ensured that his dealers were well compensated with a salary and a commission, based on the nightly drop on their tables in Saratoga. This incentive system not only kept them vigilant, but also fostered camaraderie and trust among the dealers, forming cohesive teams. In the 30s, serious gaming was confined to an exclusive group of wealthy players, and Lansky's challenge was to win their patronage. August by August, his business quietly expanded as he operated gambling in joint venture partnerships, organizing the finances and share-out. Before World War II, Lansky was part of a successful casino partnership running the Piping Rock, an elegant establishment with a Moorish character. The pale apricot stucco walls adorned with covered balconies and wood mashrabias exuded a unique charm. Meyer's partners in the Piping Rock included Frank Costello and Joe Adonis, with local businessman Francis Tierney serving as the official licensee. Lansky stayed inconspicuous, avoiding the flamboyance of other impresarios. He maintained a careful and cautious style, and his name was not even on the official records. Instead, his share was placed under his brother Jake's name. This reticence was characteristic of the gamblers who frequented Saratoga every August in the 1930s. Unlike Arnold Rothstein, who had a high profile, Lansky and his associates preferred discretion. In 1935, Fortune magazine attempted to analyze Saratoga Springs' unique once-a-year holiday economy, but the gamblers kept a low profile. The magazine could not identify owners or partners, mentioning only a passing reference to Charlie Luciano as Capone's numbers man. The lack of notoriety was intentional, as Lucky Luciano, Frank Costello, Joe Adonis and Meyer Lansky were not eager for public attention. The magazine's misinformed depiction of Luciano as an underling of Capone highlighted the general lack of awareness about these unconventional men and their money-making methods as late as August 1935. With the repeal of the Volstead Act, the hope was to rid America of urban gangsters. However, the escapades of automobile bandits like John Dillinger, Machine Gun Kelly, Babyface Nelson, Pretty Boy Floyd, and Bonnie and Clyde took the spotlight during the Depression. These marauding adventurers, distinct from organized crime, provided a dashing, Robin Hood-like face to criminal activities. The nationwide pursuit of these charismatic public enemies elevated J. Edgar Hoover and his FBI agents, the G-Men, to national heroes. The cross-country car chases and successful shootouts added a Hollywood touch to real-life crime, offering a thrilling yet non-threatening experience for the public, neatly resolved with no loose ends. However, the gangster era was far from over. The profits from bootlegging and the corruption it fueled had significantly strengthened the illegal economies of American cities. 5 years before Prohibition's end, the term racketeering emerged to describe the organized and profitable business of crime. The concept of a racket denoted a scheme yielding money through illegal or improper means, and by the late 20s it had become a popular term, encapsulating all that was corrupt and menacing about urban life, the infamous rackets. Various industries fell prey to different rackets, from the produce trade with its labor tributes to the garment industry plagued by vicious battles between unions and management. The term encompassed nefarious activities that thrived on extortion, violence, and self-sustaining profits. Each mobster had a distinctive focus within the realm of rackets. Charlie Luciano concentrated on service rackets such as bookmaking, numbers, usury, and unions, while Meyer Lansky specialized in crap games and casinos, mastering the art of the share-out. Lansky distanced himself scrupulously from involvement in prostitution and drugs, maintaining a selective morality. The camaraderie among mobsters did not necessitate joint investment in every venture. Lansky and Frank Costello shared a moral code that allowed them to stay friends with Luciano and engage in clean rackets, like gambling, while avoiding enterprises involving drugs and prostitution. Mobsters adhered to an unwritten etiquette regarding violence. While Lepke and Gura routinely employed beatings and killings as part of their business, Charlie Luciano used violence more strategically, owing his position to the elimination of rivals Masseria and Maranzano. Meyer Lansky and Frank Costello distanced themselves further, aspiring to conduct business without resorting to violence. Both believed they had learned to achieve their objectives without causing harm, recognizing that conveying an image of violence and criminality was counterproductive when attracting legitimate high rollers to establishments like Saratoga Lake houses. Yet, trouble loomed on the horizon in Manhattan, where a young lawyer with a peculiar mustache, Thomas E. Dewey, was making waves in the underworld. Unlike LaGuardia, Dewey wielded federal and state authority with an unbridled ambition for convictions. Panic spread among the underworld, with Dutch Schultz, the Bronx's numbers king, being the first to capitulate. Louis Lepke, Buchhalter, the puppeteer of the garment industry's underworld dealings, glided into the Waldorf Hotel lobby, his slender frame navigating the lush carpet's depths. Unconvinced that the 29th floor of the Waldorf was an apt setting for the impending discussion with Dutch Schultz, Lepke envisioned the Dutchman unleashing chaos, endangering the opulent $1 million chandeliers. In the elevator, squeezed between talkative businessmen and tourists, Lepke ascended to Lucky Luciano's floor. Greeted by Frank Costello upon arrival, Lepke discovered that Luciano wouldn't be joining. Frank, puffing on an English oval, shared the news. "It's you and me." Seated in the spacious room overlooking the East River, Lepke, bewildered, asked about Luciano's absence. Frank, nonchalant, reassured him, "Relax, nothing's going to happen." Before Lepke could voice his concerns, a knock interrupted. Arthur Flegenheimer, known as Dutch Schultz, entered, a robust figure with a no-nonsense demeanor. Expressing his displeasure about Luciano's absence, Dutch inquired, "So what's new?" "Charlie's got a problem," Frank explained in his characteristic raspy growl. "Let's sit down, hear you out, and then Charlie will talk to you himself." Dutch, adamant about addressing Luciano directly, declared, "I talk to him or nobody." Frank stood his ground. "Okay, forget it." Facing Dutch, he conveyed the message. "Dewey goes. Lepke, silent but attentive, witnessed the tense exchange. Dutch remained firm. Tell Luciano my boys saw a little list in Dewey's office. He's right at the top himself." "I'll tell him," Frank assured me. With Dutch demanding clarity, Frank stood resolute. "Charlie calls the turn. He'll get in touch with you." In a final plea, Dutch emphasized the urgency of the situation. Frank, undeterred, counseled restraint. "Don't make a move until you hear from Charlie. This is too big for one guy, Dutch." As Dutch departed, Lepke marveled at Frank's handling. Frank dismissed it casually, proposing they leave for a drink. Over whiskey sours in the Waldorf's Norse grill, Lepke sought answers, to which Frank cryptically responded, "Nothing." Dewey's tenure as chief assistant witnessed swift and effective prosecution against swindlers, corrupt contractors, and underworld figures. Notably, he secured convictions against Jack Legs Diamond and the Numbers King, sending gifts to Tammany District Leader James J. Hines. Subsequently, Dewey targeted political racketeers and underworld leaders, pursuing Dutch Schultz and Waxy Gordon. While Schultz evaded capture during Dewey's absence from the U.S. Attorney's Office, Gordon received a 10-year sentence for income tax evasion. Following a Democratic victory, Dewey returned to private practice briefly, concerned about finances. However, fate intervened when the district attorney William Copeland Dodge assigned an inexperienced prosecutor to a grand jury investigating policy rackets. Facing internal dissent, the grand jury demanded a new prosecutor and selected Dewey from the names submitted by Governor Herbert H. Lehman. Dewey, now the special rackets prosecutor, vowed to apprehend Dutch Schultz. Aware of Dewey's determination, Schultz took precautions, surveilling Dewey's Fifth Avenue apartment. Schultz, intent on avoiding a potential 30-year sentence, meticulously observed Dewey's routine, plotting an opportunity for capture. On October 23, 1935, the Palace Chop House and Tavern in Newark faced an unsettling night with only 4 patrons, huddled over accounting papers at a back table. Dutch Schultz, accompanied by trusted associates Bernard Lulu, Rosenkrantz, Abe Landau, and the legendary Abba Berman, delved into financial discussions. Abba, known as Regret in Damon Runyon's stories, was a mathematical wizard overseeing Schultz's intricate scheme of rigging pari mutuelle figures. Abba, earning $10,000 weekly, had successfully manipulated bets to protect Schultz's policy banks from Harlem's wagers. However, other financial figures brought by Rosenkrantz hinted at the financial toll of Tom Dewey's campaign against Schultz. Seated against the wall, Schultz, ever vigilant, scrutinized the door. In the late afternoon, they were engaged in a conversation at a table when Dutch got up to use the restroom. Suddenly, the tavern's door swung open, and workmen, along with a second unidentified killer, entered and began shooting. 2 of Schultz's men were killed in the hail of gunfire, and Berman also lost his life. Workman then stood in the middle of the room, scanning for his primary target. He noticed the restroom door, entered it, and opened it. There, he found Dutch Schultz, calmly urinating. Workman took aim and shot Dutch once before swiftly leaving the tavern. The chaos unfolded as Schultz, still standing, struggled to maintain composure. Witnesses described his intoxicated gait and the haunting moment when he collapsed into a chair, requesting urgent medical attention. The police arrived, and Schultz, incoherent and raving, clung to life before succumbing to his injuries. The scene left behind was one of the bloodiest since the 1929 St. Valentine's Day massacre in Chicago. The underworld had decided that Schultz's elimination was imperative to avoid unprecedented government scrutiny following the assassination attempt on Dewey. Tom Dewey, now safe, continued his daily routine. However, Lucky Luciano, the man credited with saving Dewey, grew uneasy. Dewey's pursuit extended to Luciano, and the momentous decisions fell on Frank Costello. On a bitter winter evening in New York, January 31st, 1936, the city streets were covered in snow as policemen in prowl cars embarked on a raid against the prostitution racket. Tom Dewey spearheaded the operation. As the girls emerged, with names like Jenny the Factory, Sadie the Chink, Frisco Jean, Ruth and Gashouse Lil, some were madams, while others were working girls. Material witnesses, they were taken to the house of detention and held on $10,000 bail each. Some, under pressure, mentioned a man named Charlie, later revealed as Charlie Lucky Luciano. According to Frank, the accusations were baseless, a result of witnesses being coerced into connecting Luciano with organized prostitution, which Frank dismissed as disorganized as a flea circus. Regardless, Dewey pursued high bail, emphasizing Luciano's extensive and lucrative criminal enterprises. Dewey's purpose was clear, appealing to Judge Philip J. McCook for substantial bail due to Luciano's far-reaching business interests in the policy racket, industrial rackets, drug importing, and bookmaking. The trial commenced on May 11, 1936, featuring state's evidence from pimps and madams, including Cokie Flo. Dewey faced the challenge of presenting witnesses with dubious backgrounds, leading him to admit to the jury that they were compelled to rely on the testimony of individuals with criminal ties. When Luciano took the stand, there was a moment of amusement. Meanwhile, Frank Costello strategically operated within the underworld, maintaining connections with Meyer Lansky, Adonis, and Albert Anastasia. Lansky and Adonis provided business advice, while Anastasia served as muscle and security, solidifying Frank's position. Frank's reign as boss of all bosses began discreetly, marked by silence and low visibility. The strategy worked, and Dewey's aggressive pursuit through the underworld gradually waned. Having targeted Luciano and Genovese, Dewey assumed the rest were small-time players. Frank's diplomatic approach brought a semblance of peace to the underworld. Frank Costello faced challenges, with Vito Genovese emerging as the initial obstacle. Genovese, eager to make waves, promptly reached out to Meyer Lansky. Meyer visited Luciano in prison, where Lansky secured permission for Genovese to depart the United States and establish connections in Italy. The problems began to escalate, and among them was a surge in political figures mirroring Tom Dewey's strategies, aiming for fame and higher political positions. Undeterred by the challenges, Dewey continued his pursuit of Luciano's associates. In response, he engaged with Vito Genovese, who ultimately fled to Italy. Following Genovese's departure, he turned against Lepke. During this tumultuous period, Frank Costello found himself immersed in a whirlwind of activities. As he expanded his gambling operations and ensured the unimpeded flow of liquor through his licensed connections with European distilleries, his responsibilities extended far beyond New York. Costello's influence now stretched across the South, where he deftly entwined his tentacles in the intricate web of politics. Navigating the shifting landscape, Costello adeptly balanced alliances with politicians, concealing his illicit activities behind a facade of respectability. Yet, the winds of change were palpable. The ominous rise of fascism, both in America and Europe, added complexity to the underworld dynamics. The territories where Jewish mobsters operated became battlegrounds of prejudice and anti-Semitism. Costello, himself maintaining friendships with Jewish mobsters and gangsters, faced the harsh reality that certain pockets of America harbored deep-seated anti-Semitic sentiments. This challenge required delicate maneuvering as he shook hands with individuals like Carlos Marcello, who held extreme anti-Semitic views. The intricate dance between alliances, rivalries, and the socio-political landscape painted a complex picture for Costello, a man with ties to diverse communities, navigating an underworld fraught with perilous ideologies. Costello's strategic maneuvers extended beyond the boundaries of New York, reaching into the intricate tapestry of New Orleans' black community. His calculated moves involved providing slot machines and imparting crucial knowledge to Carlos Marcello on navigating and leveraging the black community to their advantage. This astute manipulation of communities became a potent tool, propelling Marcello into positions of uncontested influence and power within Louisiana's complex political landscape. Under Costello's mentorship, Marcello imbibed the invaluable lessons of manipulation and control. Regardless of personal preferences or affiliations, the cardinal rule was clear: everyone had to be under control and willing to carry out their bidding. In the world of organized crime, business transcended personal sentiments. Marcello and Costello adhered to the principle of ensuring that every party involved received their fair share, establishing this equitable distribution as a golden rule in both of their criminal enterprises. This collaborative approach underscored the pragmatism inherent in their dealings, showcasing a shared understanding that success in the underworld demanded a careful balance of power and influence. During this period, Tommy Lucchese and Joe Adonis made their way to visit Luciano in prison. The catalyst for this meeting was the internal discord within the criminal syndicate, exacerbated by issues with Lucky Luciano and the relentless pursuit of organized crime by Tom Dewey. especially in New York. Dewey had shifted his focus to targeting Lepke, with Albert Anastasia and other mobsters facing increasing pressure. Costello found himself preoccupied with the challenges in Louisiana, but despite the distractions, Tommy Lucchese took the opportunity to discuss various mobsters' inattentiveness to specific rackets and the danger posed by others who were attracting too much attention to the criminal syndicate. Costello, from his perspective, was actively involved around 1939–1940. He played a crucial role in helping Luciano secure his release from prison, managing the complex political landscape and strategically placing politicians who could aid not only the criminal syndicate but also facilitate Luciano's release. Simultaneously, Costello was forging a new criminal alliance with one of the oldest crime families in New Orleans. This venture expanded his influence into more powerful and socially elite circles. By becoming a powerhouse in Washington, controlling lobbyists and exercising significant political influence, Costello wielded unprecedented power in 1939–1940. Despite his growing influence, he remained an independent force, asserting his autonomy within the criminal underworld. Upon receiving the troubling news about Lepke's situation, caught openly and now on the run, both Luciano and Costello decided to grant permission for hiding him. Anastasia took on the responsibility of concealing Lepke's whereabouts. Although the entire underworld seemed to be aware of his location, it remained a well-guarded secret, hidden from the prying eyes of the FBI and Tom Dewey. The clandestine operation, however, was attracting excessive attention from law enforcement, and a decision had to be made to address the mounting pressure on the criminal enterprise. An unexpected opportunity arose for Costello to formalize a strategic relationship with the head of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover. In a movie orchestrated by Costello, a symbiotic relationship between the intelligence agency and the criminal underworld was established. This strategic alliance mirrored a concept known as laddering in Great Britain, where criminals are induced to admit to smaller crimes during sentencing, considered in their favor. This approach not only boosts crime success rates for law enforcement, but also serves as effective propaganda, portraying the FBI as extraordinary agents achieving groundbreaking successes. Costello, with his masterful orchestration, played a pivotal role in creating a delicate balance between the criminal world and the intelligence agency. Joe Valachi later remarked, "Frank was a peaceful guy, a diplomat." Frank's diplomatic skills would be further tested during the unfolding events surrounding Louis Lepke Buchalter in 1939. On August 24, 1939, Walter Winchell, the columnist and radio newscaster, adorned with a battered brown fedora tilted back on his head, sat in a radio studio, Morse code key in hand, and broadcasted emphatically across America. "Are you listening, Lepke? Are you listening? Come out, wherever you are." Louis Lepke Buchalter found himself ensnared in a web of troubles. The relentless Dewey sought him on a New York State murder charge, while the Federal Bureau of Narcotics had its own set of drug charges against him. Hiding out, Lepke faced mounting pressure from both sides. One day, a confidential informant approached Frank with a message from J. Edgar Hoover. Lepke needed to surrender, or the FBI would make things very unpleasant for many. Faced with a tough decision, Frank, the consummate compromiser, opted for a solution beneficial to all. He arranged for Lepke to surrender to the FBI, facing the lesser charge of narcotics dealing instead of the New York State murder charge. The dramatic surrender unfolded on a dimly lit Manhattan street corner. J. Edgar Hoover, with Walter Winchell by his side, waited in the car. A man crossed the street and peered into the window, declaring, "I'm Lepke." A car filled with FBI agents pulled up, and Lepke, sitting between the FBI director and the gossip columnist, was peacefully taken into custody. The headlines pleased Hoover, and Winchell claimed credit for the surrender, momentarily alleviating the threat of increased FBI pressure. Frank had discreetly navigated his way through a crisis. However, Dewey was incensed. His intended target had been seized by the federal government, sparking a bitter feud between state and federal legal authorities. Dewey, as a state district attorney, eventually triumphed. He gained jurisdiction over Lepke and pursued the murder charge against him. Lepke holds the distinction of being the only top gangland leader ever executed, a dubious honor he did not relish. From his death cell he alleged that Frank Costello had betrayed him, asserting that Costello had ordered him to surrender or else. Lepke claimed it was a personal deal between Costello and J. Edgar Hoover. In discussions with his associates, Frank denied suggesting an ultimatum to Lepke. Instead, he emphasized Lepke's favorable chances in the narcotics deal. Frank recognized that the pressure was on for everyone, but he believed that the mustachioed man, hinting at Dewey, was eyeing a presidential run and would have eventually caught up with Lepke. Ironically, a year later, Frank himself had to surrender on a different charge: income tax evasion. In the sinister shadows of that moment in time, an unholy alliance took root between organized crime and the notorious J. Edgar Hoover. However, the entanglement went far beyond Hoover's clandestine dealings. Naval intelligence, drawn by the smoldering remnants of the Normandy, eagerly entwined itself with these nefarious businessmen. From the prison confines of Luciano to Maya's Machiavellian maneuvers in Havana, the tendrils of organized crime stretched wide. Frank Costello, a figure not merely in league with the likes of Hoover and naval intelligence, but an enigma in his own right, operated without allegiance to any family. He carved a path uniquely his own, manipulating the political landscape with malevolent finesse. As he infiltrated the scene, he not only ensnared the southern political machine, but erected his own Tammany halls across the domain. Costello's corruption machinery, birthed in the shadows, continues its insidious legacy to this very day. Louisiana, bewitched by his criminal charm, became his haven. From 1931 to 1936, he orchestrated his empire from the murky depths of the bayou, plunging into the heart of corruption. The rhythmic clinks of slot machines, the echo of shuffled cards, and the establishment of covert front companies served as the sinister notes composing his symphony of malevolence. Amidst the murky waters of Louisiana, Frank seamlessly wove his web, engaging with crime families in clandestine camaraderie. He cast his line into the criminal underworld, going fishing with the notorious Silver Dollar Sam, and later, immersing himself in the dark conspiracies with Carlos Marcello and other shadowy figures like Tony Accardo. In the shadows, Frank Costello, a maestro of malevolence, morphed into a sophisticated statesman, subtly eclipsing the influence of Johnny Torrio. As he forged alliances, he became a key player in a sinister chess game. His influence extended beyond criminal dealings. He became a covert troubleshooter for the insatiable J. Edgar Hoover. Hoover, hungry to eliminate low-level criminals attracting too much attention, sought Costello's assistance. The underworld kingpin would effortlessly deliver them to Hoover's doorstep. When political foes or troublesome activists emerged, organized crime, acting as the puppeteer, lent its dark hand. Whether framing them for imagined crimes or, in extreme cases, extinguishing their existence, a symbiotic relationship flourished between two malevolent minds, Hoover and Costello. The FBI, in a chilling revelation, acknowledged a secret rendezvous in a New York park, where information exchanged hands like a sinister dance between predator and prey. In the glittering world where gangsters sought the spotlight with luminaries like Frank Sinatra, Frank Costello distinguished himself as the puppet master, orchestrating the rise of these celebrities rather than merely basking in their glow. Sinatra, once a mere shadow, owes his ascent to the clandestine support of Costello, Willie Moretti, and other members of organized crime. Costello, a maestro of influence, recognized the potential in Sinatra when others overlooked him. Collaborating with the likes of Moretti and Charlie Luciano, Costello paved Sinatra's path to stardom. In a covert maneuver, they secured $70,000 for the aspiring crooner, propelling him into the limelight with unparalleled speed. Without the behind-the-scenes machinations of Costello and his network, Sinatra might have languished in obscurity. The symbiotic relationship between organized crime and burgeoning stars unfolded, showcasing Costello's prowess in not only shaping criminal empires, but also molding the destiny of those destined for greatness in the public eye. As the 60s unfolded, J. Edgar Hoover stubbornly clung to his denial of organized crime's existence, even in the aftermath of the Appalachian disaster and the pivotal Kefauver Committee hearings led by Kefauver. Hoover, vehemently resistant to acknowledging the Italian Mafia as a cohesive entity, persisted in portraying it as a loose association of leaders. This delusion endured until the Kennedy administration shattered it, bringing the dark underbelly of organized crime to the forefront. Throughout his lifetime entrenched in the shadowy realms of organized crime, Frank Costello, a master manipulator, faced the cold steel bars of prison only twice. In an ironic twist of fate, his first stint came in his youth, and later he found himself incarcerated alongside the infamous Vito Genovese, not for the sinister deeds of his criminal empire, but for the seemingly mundane crime of tax evasion. Behind those prison walls, the convergence of these criminal titans marked a chapter in the annals of underworld history, echoing with the sinister whispers of power and downfall. Simultaneously, Costello found himself entangled in a web of legal issues and impending tax evasion challenges. In response, he strategically relocated his gambling operations to Louisiana, effectively extending his influence and political corruption into the region. As the 50s unfolded, Costello's grip on power extended beyond New York, encompassing Louisiana as well. This dual control over both northern and southern political landscapes positioned him as a unique figure within the mob, holding sway over crucial routes that led to the corridors of power, including the White House. As he once stated during a trial, Frank Costello emphasized the concept that, of all victimless crimes, gambling was the most victimless. While the English might not have been impeccable, the jury comprehended the essence of his argument. In his view, those purportedly ruined by gambling, particularly the starving widows and the destitute, could be counted on one hand. This perspective found support in the government lotteries operating in various states today, offering a chance at riches or a happy windfall rather than causing ruin. While digressing momentarily from the narrative to express an opinion, George Wolfe acknowledged that most Frank's so-called criminal endeavors revolved around two phases: importing whiskey, later legalized, and gambling, also later legalized. This prompted a lawyer's pondering. Is a crime still a crime if it ceases to be one in the future? In the strict legal sense, perhaps. However, from a broader perspective, he believed otherwise. This divergence in perception might explain Frank's hurt feelings years later when he sought legitimacy, attempting to join elite clubs only to face rejection. Throughout his life, Frank publicly identified as nothing more than a gambler. The rejection by August Belmont, who owned a racetrack, served as a poignant instance. Even though August Belmont banned Frank Costello from the track, he vividly recalls being the emissary sent by an incensed Frank to confront Belmont. Returning to the early 30s, Frank embarked on his gambling career through three phases: as a bookie, or as he preferred, a commission broker, the proprietor of numerous slot machines, and the owner or co-owner of gambling casinos across the nation. The federal government, aware of the slot machines in Louisiana, was acting against him, revealing a total evasion as Frank had never filed any tax returns. In late 1939, a call reached Morris Ernst, a friend of Frank Costello, from his law firm, Greenbaum Wolfe and Ernst. They were handling Costello's income tax case in Louisiana and sought assistance at the trial. The task fell on George Wolfe, who traveled to New Orleans and found Frank, along with his partner dandy Phil Castell and associates from Bayou Novelty Company, facing legal turmoil. Criminal and civil actions for tax evasion loomed over them. George Wolfe's involvement in the trial focused on jury selection and cross-examination of certain witnesses. The government's trial seemed poorly prepared or unable to secure essential witnesses. The criminal trial, predominantly based on circumstantial evidence, resulted in a verdict of acquittal on May 15, 1940. However, in the civil action, Frank was directed to pay taxes and penalties to the federal government, with New York State pursuing its share of missing state taxes. In 1943, Frank testified that he had to settle $550,000 in back taxes, with the details of George Wolfe putting a portion of that sum to good use to be explored in a later chapter. Amidst these legal battles in 1940, the nation was captivated by revelations about Murder Incorporated, an organization in Brooklyn responsible for numerous contract killings. The key witness, Abe Reles, disclosed intricate details about the syndicate's ruthless operations. Although Frank, as the boss of all bosses, was aware of Murder Incorporated's existence, Reles claimed his immediate boss was Albert Anastasia, with Joey Adonis linked to the syndicate above Anastasia. Interestingly, Reles did not implicate Costello among those who would seek to harm him. However, we all know Abe did link Costello to a whole host of criminal activity and murder. At the Half Moon Hotel in room 623, Abe Reles was being held under close guard. His door was typically open, and officers were stationed both inside and outside the room. On that morning, Reles was watched over by 3 plainclothes officers, James Boyle, Victor Robbins, and John E. Moran, along with 2 patrolmen, Francesco Tempone and Harvey F.X. McLaughlin. They all fell under the command of Captain Frank Bowles. One more officer was supposed to be on shift, but did not show up due to illness, a matter that would remain a mysterious source of concern. Sometime before 7 in the morning, the assistant manager of the hotel heard a thud on the extension roof below Abe's room, but dismissed it. One of the officers checked on Reles, initially finding him fast asleep in bed. However, when the same officer returned for another check, Reles was gone. He spotted the open window and rushed to it, discovering Abe's lifeless body on the extension roof outside. Reles had been fully dressed, and 2 knotted bed sheets were dangling from the window. The body lay more than 20 feet away from the window. O'Dwyer realized that his investigation was effectively over. Tannenbaum, who was the last witness whose testimony posed a threat, no longer had reason to fear. He remarked, "Reles was never alone in a room where guards were always present." Theories about Reles' fate abounded. Some speculated he thought he could fly, attempted to escape, or played a prank on the officers. However, one theory held weight. Perhaps the police officers had thrown him out. The circumstances surrounding Abe Reles' death would remain shrouded in mystery and suspicion. William O'Dwyer, the Brooklyn district attorney, who placed Reles in the unusual hotel room arrangement, would visit Frank Costello a year later, seeking approval for his mayoral run in New York City. At the Kefauver hearings in 1951, former Mayor O'Dwyer faced questions about his investigation of Murder Incorporated during his tenure as Brooklyn's Kings County District Attorney in the early 40s. When questioned about why he never pursued Frank Costello, O'Dwyer asserted, "Frankly, in all the evidence, his name never came up." While George Wolfe refrains from reproducing the strong language Frank used against the informer Abe Reles, it's George Wolfe's belief that Frank was not involved with that group of killers. However, we all know the truth. Costello had some of the killers as his personal drivers, including Abe Reles. Wolfe asserts Frank's usual approach was to attempt to ease tensions. The influence Frank had exerted on O'Dwyer remains obvious, and O'Dwyer's perplexing actions after the fact and during shows such corruption, such as placing Reles in a hotel room instead of jail, and the subsequent disappearance of certain files, raised suspicions. Costello played a crucial role in orchestrating the murder. He personally approached Luciano to apprise him of the situation, took charge of handling the payoffs, bribed police officers, corrupted the mayor, and ensured that both the political and police systems looked the other way as they dealt with the murder. Luciano even publicly acknowledged that it was Costello who visited him in prison, providing information about the situation. In reference to Abe Reles, Costello had this to say: "Plenty. The cocksucker got a memory like an elephant and a voice like a canary. He just keeps vomiting stuff up like he can't stop vomiting. If he keeps going, they're going to get everybody for murder, and that includes the shithead Lepke. But it'll also include Benny Siegel and Albert. Take my word for it. Reles tied in Ali TikTok, and I can hear that Ali's made a deal with Turkis." This link became even more evident when all O'Dwyer came back to Costello seeking help regarding the wartime effort and seeking approval for his mayoral aspirations. Additionally, for unexplained reasons, O'Dwyer declined to send Reles to California to testify in a murder case involving Frank's old associate, Bugsy Siegel, who was ultimately acquitted. From the Underworld's perspective, any actions taken by Frank or his associates to silence Reles were perceived as advantageous. In the realm of crime, no informant was deemed as perilous as Reles. Reles possessed enough knowledge to implicate the entire Mafia hierarchy, which included Frank. For instance, Reles provided significant information about Joe Adonis, but Albert Anastasia faced even graver accusations. Reles directly linked Anastasia to a killing in the garment center. Although O'Dwyer claimed to have a perfect murder case against Anastasia, he never pursued a murder indictment against him, despite having Reles in custody for 19 months. When Reles met his demise, Assistant District Attorney Burton Turkis, in a confidential memorandum to O'Dwyer, expressed the urgent need for redoubled effort to overcome the loss of Reles and build a strong case against Anastasia. Strikingly, just 26 days after this call for increased effort, the charges against Albert Anastasia were mysteriously wiped clean. The wanted cards, indicating his pursuit for murder, vanished from police files, and subsequent administrations showed no interest in pursuing Anastasia further. In my prior Luciano documentary, I delved into the sinister tale of how, in the late 1920s, Luciano orchestrated the corruption of the entire state of New York. A chilling chapter emerged when he sanctioned the payment for the elimination of Abe Reles, a task deftly managed by Costello, overseeing both the financial intricacies and the ruthless execution. This dark episode laid bare the extent of corruption's pervasive grip, rendering no one immune. In that era, money wielded an omnipotent influence, capable of buying anything, anyone. Amidst this expanding web of corruption, Costello remained an enigmatic force, navigating his own path in the criminal underworld. As the world of organized crime evolved beyond the bootlegging era, it burgeoned into a sprawling empire dealing in narcotics. The tentacles of this criminal syndicate extended into the narcotics industry, fueled by the immense wealth derived from bootlegging, channeled into unions and major industries. These crime lords, now owners of numerous casinos nationwide, exerted control over vital utilities, squeezing the very lifeblood of Americans in the 40s. Within this sinister landscape, families once embroiled in blood feuds found unity through marriage and alliances, solidifying powerful crime dynasties. Costello, a shrewd observer, witnessed the astronomical wealth generated and the birth of new mafia families. In a bold move, he undertook a feat unprecedented among crime bosses, expanding his influence to build the Southern corruption machine. He seamlessly integrated New Orleans crime families into the national tapestry. As the Mafia's presence loomed, extending from New York to New Orleans to Havana, Luciano imprisoned and Costello orchestrating the link. The Louisiana Mafia. Alongside Costello, forged alliances with corrupted FBI agents. Hoover strategically utilized these connections to suppress far-right elements and quell black separatist movements. Hovering over the murky waters of Southern politics, Hoover, himself aligning with certain sentiments from the South, embraced vehement anti-Semitic and racist views, a sinister undercurrent running through his alliance with crime lords and political crime lords from the south. Luciano, for all his cunning in laying the blueprint for organized crime, failed to grasp a crucial truth: the art of political corruption. Costello, on the other hand, not only learned from the mob's past, but evolved it into a dark mastery, manipulating politics to amass a fortune that rivaled the wealthiest Americans. His influence tainted the political landscape right up to the Kennedy election. In the shadowy corridors of power, FDR was not the final puppet shaped by Costello's strings. Truman followed, succumbing to the unseen grip of organized crime. The Kefauver hearings submitted their damning reports, instructing successive presidents from Truman to Eisenhower and Nixon to combat organized crime. Yet these directives fell on deaf ears. Luciano, cast away as a sacrificial lamb in exile, became the smokescreen, creating an illusion that the establishment was resolute against organized crime. Unbeknownst to FDR, his shrewd maneuvering drove corruption further underground. The missteps of Luciano served as a lesson, inspiring a more clandestine approach. The new breed of mob bosses post-Luciano eschewed fame, favoring secrecy. They eliminated anyone threatening exposure, ensuring their operations remained veiled. With the fall of Luciano, the reins passed to Gambino, ushering in a new era where silence and secrecy replaced the flamboyance of Luciano and Costello. The underworld morphed into a covert realm, and the true puppet masters became one of those adepts at remaining hidden in the shadows. When the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, a ripple effect was felt, indirectly ushering in a period of peace and prosperity for the underworld. New avenues of opportunity emerged, with a high demand for stolen ration cards and black market goods like sugar, meat, and gas. The underworld efficiently met these demands, and with Frank at the helm, a sense of tranquility prevailed. Street assassinations became relics of the past, and disputes among underworld factions found resolution through diplomatic sit-downs, led by the ever-diplomatic Frank. Amidst these changes, George Wolfe found himself busier than ever. In addition to his legal practice, he volunteered to hear army draft appeals for the government, dedicating considerable time to this endeavor. In late 1942, George received an unexpected visit from Moses Polakoff, Lucky Luciano's attorney. The narrative that Moe unfolded seemed incredulous, yet rang true. The U.S. Navy, facing concerns about sabotage and espionage along the New York waterfront, sought Luciano's help legitimately. Naval intelligence, led by Commander Charles Haffenden, collaborated with District Attorney Hogan and Murray Gurfein to approach underworld figures, including Joseph "Sox" Lanza, for assistance. One prominent figure, Frank Costello, sought Luciano's reinstatement to resume his own enterprises without the burdens of the boss of all bosses title. Luciano, willing to contribute patriotically, sought favorable considerations in return. His transfer from Dannemora prison to the more comfortable Great Meadow prison near Albany was arranged, marking the beginning of an unusual collaboration. Numerous visits ensued between New York and Albany, involving figures like Polakoff, Lanza, Costello, and other underworld chiefs. The purpose of these visits ostensibly focused on German espionage, yet doubts lingered. The Sicilian locals, supportive of the Allied cause, received American assistance and leadership under Don Calogero Vizzini. In the same year, George Wolfe found himself thrust into the spotlight as Luciano's key attorney during a controversial affair. Luciano's bitter trial had concluded, and now Polakoff sought Governor Dewey's approval for a motion to reduce Luciano's sentence. Dewey suggested George Wolfe, an attorney unconnected with the previous case, to make the motion. Despite initial reservations, George agreed after receiving assurances from Governor Dewey. During the hearing, Murray Gurfein testified about Luciano's aid in preventing sabotage and gathering intelligence in Sicily. Judge McCook acknowledged Luciano's efforts but recommended a commutation and deportation. This marked a turning point in George's career, crossing an invisible boundary. Having successfully represented the former boss of all bosses, he soon found himself drawn deeper into the underworld's intricacies, with Frank Costello seeking his assistance and eventually appointing him as his personal attorney. Little did George know that he was embarking on a roller coaster of triumphs and heartbreaks, with Frank Costello's fate hurtling towards its final phase. In the intricate dance between power and corruption, the saga of Charlie Luciano's imprisonment and liberation unfolded as a riveting chapter in the annals of organized crime. As recounted in my earlier documentary, the puppeteer manipulating the strings of justice wasn't just a faceless figure. It was Tom Dewey, the very man who had once condemned Luciano. Dewey's role in Luciano's release was a dark ballet, a collusion that transcended the boundaries of legality. The man who had orchestrated Luciano's incarceration now became the orchestrator of his liberation. A clandestine alliance with Judge McCook unfolded, marking a dubious pact that would free Luciano from the shackles of his prison cell. As the prison doors creaked open, Luciano, ever the strategist, envisioned a bold plan. His sights were set on Havana, Cuba, a realm where he believed he could wield influence from afar. The expanse of the Caribbean seemed like the perfect vantage point from which to orchestrate his return to the American underworld. Yet, as those who delved into my previous documentary would know, Luciano's grand aspirations collided with the unpredictable currents of fate. The narrative unfolded as a tragic opera of ambition, betrayal, and the capricious nature of power. The palm-fringed shores of Havana, which seemed like a haven, became a treacherous landscape where Luciano's dreams unraveled. The echoes of his attempted reign from Cuba, the subsequent twists of fate, and the eventual thwarting of his plans formed a gripping narrative that resonates through the corridors of organized crime history. In the complex tapestry of Luciano's life, the interplay between imprisonment, political machinations, and the ill-fated gamble in Havana created a compelling saga that continues to captivate those seeking to understand the enigmatic forces at play in the underworld. In July 1943, District Attorney Frank Hogan of New York successfully obtained a court order authorizing the placement of a wiretap on Frank Costello's telephone at 115 Central Park West. Although the tape was intended for a mere 2-month duration, this proved sufficient time to capture conversations that unveiled, for the first time to the public, the extensive reach of Frank Costello's influence. This influence spanned not only within Mafia circles, but also extended into New York politics and nationwide illegal activities of various kinds. Among the intercepted calls were discussions with recognized Mafia leaders like Willie, Moretti, Moore, and gambling concessionaires, such as Costello's associate dandy Phil Castile. Notably, a call surfaced from a man recently nominated as a Democratic candidate for a New York State Supreme Court justice position, Magistrate Thomas A. Aurelio. The conversation, to put it mildly, suggested a connection between underworld figure Frank Costello and Aurelio's nomination. Aurelio: "Good morning, Francesco. How are you? And thanks for everything." Costello: "Congratulations. It went over perfectly. When I assure you something's in the bag, you can rest assured." Aurelio: "It was perfect. It was fine." Costello: "Well, we'll all have to get together, you, your missus, and have dinner some night real soon." Aurelio: "That would be fine, but right now I want to assure you of my loyalty for all you've done. It's undying." Costello: "I know." In 1943, as Frank reached the age of 52, the New York crime scene appeared tranquil. Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia, notorious for smashing slot machines and driving out criminals, was at the helm. Louis J. Valentine, considered one of New York's finest police commissioners, kept a vigilant watch over the wartime city. In Albany, Governor Thomas E. Dewey, renowned as the racket buster who had sent Lucky Luciano to a 30-year prison term, further fortified the crackdown on criminal activities. It seemed that New York had never been less hospitable to criminals. The city appeared impervious to their operations. Then, on August 29, 1943, the New York Times headlines shook the city. Gangster backed Aurelio for bench, prosecutor avers. District Attorney Frank S. Hogan issued a formal statement, alleging that Frank Costello, ex-convict and underworld leader, brought about the nomination of Magistrate Thomas A. Aurelio as a candidate for Justice of the Supreme Court. The revelation sent shockwaves through political circles, with the New York Times noting, "The district attorney's accusation that a man he characterized as a racketeer and gangster had brought about the nomination of a candidate for Supreme Court justice fell like a bomb in political circles." Suddenly, Frank Costello's name dominated conversations, while Lucky Luciano was behind bars. Who was Costello? Over the past 2 decades, his name had intermittently appeared in the press, always overshadowed by others. In the 20s, he faced trial for bootlegging, but the headlines focused on his partner, Big Bill Dwyer. In the 30s, amidst Mayor LaGuardia's fervent slot machine destruction, Costello was described as a gambler and slot machine operator, a minor figure compared to Frank Erickson, the reputed king of gambling interests. Now, abruptly, Frank Costello emerged as the man involved in selecting and likely controlling Supreme Court judges. The Times characterized him as a shadowy figure. And prior to the Aurelio story, New York voters remained oblivious to Costello's influence. The revelation shocked them into awareness, challenging the integrity of the justice system. It was one thing for corrupt Irish politicians like Mayor Jimmy Walker to accept graft, but the Italian underworld influencing the appointment of judges and district attorneys threatened the entire justice system, posing a threat to businessmen and citizens alike. Few political scandals in New York's history induced a similar sense of terror. Concerned newspapers raised more questions about the authenticity of Costello's influence and pondered how he wielded such power in a city governed by LaGuardia and a state led by Dewey. Unexpectedly, the man who revealed Costello's true secret power in open court was the last person Frank would have anticipated: himself. George Wolfe, as the lawyer responsible for the testimony that shocked New York, played a pivotal role in exposing the hidden forces at play. Frank Hogan unveiled the revelation about the Aurelio wiretap on August 29th. Subsequently, on September 11th, Wolfe received a call from Morris Ernst, who had previously represented Frank in certain cases, including one in New Orleans, where Wolfe had provided assistance. Morris conveyed that Costello would require some assistance regarding the Aurelio case, and that he had recommended me for the job. Like every New Yorker, George had been following the rapidly unfolding Aurelio story, characterized by the intense struggles of both political parties to remove the controversial candidate from the ticket. Their efforts, however, have proven unsuccessful thus far. Interestingly, Aurelio's background portrayed a model of judicial rectitude. In 1943, at the age of 48, he had dedicated 2 decades to public service. He was appointed an assistant district attorney on May 1, 1922. Mayor Jimmy Walker, in 1931, appointed him as a magistrate, and on May 1, 1935, Mayor LaGuardia reappointed him, commending his record with the words, "I know of your record and have known you as a boy and a law student. You are the kind of career man I want on the bench." Even more ironic was Aurelio's consistent support of the police during his tenure on the bench, particularly when their duties brought them into conflict with criminals. Notably, when required under an injunction to release slot machine operators, Aurelio advocated for a law that would criminalize the mere possession of slot machines, aiming to enable the courts to cooperate with the police in their drive against gamblers. On the surface, it seemed implausible that Costello would support someone like Aurelio. However, the intercepted phone call and the phrase "undying loyalty" raised intriguing questions. Why had Aurelio expressed such sentiments? On September 12, 1943, George Wolfe, an attorney, received a phone call from Frank Costello around 9 in the morning, asking him to visit his residence at 115 Central Park West at 10 o'clock. Arriving at Costello's luxurious penthouse on the 18th floor, Wolf observed the opulent furnishings, including antique gold hangings, mahogany lamp tables, and a wood-burning fireplace adorned with a Howard Chandler Christie oil portrait. Costello, a swarthy man with black hair, brown eyes, and a sharp nose, wore a conservative dark suit. His husky and rasping voice, a result of a vocal cord tumor operation by Dr. Douglas Quick, hinted at his unique persona. During their meeting, Costello discussed not only the Aurelio situation, but also another matter involving a note found after the death of the renowned gambler Arnold Rothstein, claiming Costello owed $10,000. According to Wolf's diary entry, Costello explained his role in the Aurelio matter. He had advised Aurelio to seek the support of certain Italian organizations and Mayor LaGuardia, reaching out to Tammany Hall leader Michael Kennedy. Costello had spoken to Kennedy on Aurelio's behalf, and despite the mayor declaring Aurelio's case hopeless, Costello claimed he had recommended Aurelio's name based on Tammany Hall district leader Dr. Vincent Sarubi's suggestion. Delving into Costello's political influence, Wolf questioned him about his relationships with Tammany leaders and whether he controlled the party. Costello, becoming agitated, admitted to having 5 influential friends at the top, but downplayed his control over the Democratic Party. Wolf left after advising Costello to settle the Rothstein estate's claim for $5,000, emphasizing the potential consequences for his legal troubles. As a historical note, Costello later settled for $6,500 with the Rothstein estate. 3 weeks later, the New York Bar Association initiated disbarment proceedings against Aurelio. On October 4th, Frank Hogan arranged for Costello to accept a subpoena as a grand jury witness. In a meeting at the Waldorf Grill, Wolf, recognizing Costello's enjoyment of testifying, advised him to tell the truth to the grand jury, emphasizing the risks of perjury. This was also spoken about in the 1949 Time magazine article, which had Frank Costello on the front cover. It stated, "The storm broke on him just before a municipal election in August 1943. District Attorney Hogan, who had tapped Costello's telephone, reported the conversation which had ensued when one Thomas Aurelio called Costello the morning after Aurelio had been nominated for New York Supreme Court. Aurelio: Good morning, Francesco. How are you? And thanks for everything. Costello: Congratulations. It went over perfectly. When I tell you something is in the bag, you can rest assured, Aurelio. Right now, I want to assure you of my loyalty for all you have done. It is undying. After that, Frank Costello was poisoned in the big city. This year, when he gave a $100 a plate charity dinner for the Salvation Army at the Copacabana, 8 judges, including Aurelio, a congressman, and all the top Tammany politicos, turned up in dutiful droves. But the newspaper headlines that bloomed largely and blackly the next day had the same exultant horror that might have been expected if he had spent the night plotting to cart off the city hall. Like a rabbit. Frank Costello took the lesson to heart. Every man has his own secret portrait of himself, and Costello fancies himself a man who keeps his word, sticks by his friends. I know a lot of people who are not exactly legitimate, but that do not mean I'm in bed with them, does it? Costello, initially startled, eventually considered Wolf's counsel, seeking the opinions of friends like Meyer Lansky, who praised Wolf as a smart lawyer. This decision led to Frank Costello revealing some of the truth before the grand jury, transforming him overnight from an unknown mystery man to one of the most feared criminals in America, as he had a compelling story to share. On October 14, 1943, Frank Costello arranged for George Wolf to be picked up in a cab, and they headed to the Supreme Court building. Frank, attired in a light blue suit, light overcoat, and grey felt hat, appeared unfazed as a crowd eagerly awaited his arrival. Wolf informed reporters that Frank would release a statement after the grand jury proceedings. As attorneys couldn't sit alongside witnesses during grand jury proceedings, Wolf remained outside the hearing room while Frank faced the ordeal inside. The session lasted 2.5 hours, and upon emerging, Frank quietly remarked to Wolf, "The guy has done his homework." It was a subtle acknowledgement that District Attorney Frank Hogan had meticulously prepared and had enough evidence to expose any falsehoods. The attempt to disbar Aurelio unfolded before the Appellate Division of the New York State Supreme Court, with Charles B. Sears presiding as the referee, starting on October 25, 1943. The courtroom, filled to capacity, eagerly awaited Hogan's first witness, Frank Costello. In a gripping scene, the audience observed a faultlessly groomed, broad-shouldered Frank, tanned from sun lamp treatments, taking the stand. Hogan skillfully extracted details about Costello's background, revealing that he was 52, born in Italy, naturalized in 1925, and resided at 115 Central Park West. Frank's never having held an official political position or registered to vote added intriguing layers to his persona. Hogan pressed on, questioning Frank about his candy machine business, subtly exposing it as a guise for slot machines. The revelation that Frank had played a pivotal role in placing Michael Kennedy, the powerful leader of Tammany Hall, into office sent shockwaves through the courtroom. The implications of Costello's influence over Tammany Hall were palpable. Under Hogan's scrutiny, Frank spoke of his friendship with Kennedy, claiming they always called each other Mike and Frank. Hogan skillfully extracted details about their interactions at various venues, implying a deep connection. Frank admitted to influencing Tammany district leaders to support Kennedy, emphasizing that he merely considered it a nice thing. As the courtroom absorbed this revelation, Hogan navigated through a roll call of infamous criminal names, solidifying the public's awareness of a widespread criminal network. Frank's association with individuals like Bugsy Siegel, Longy Zwillman, and Al Capone underscored his national underworld connections. Seizing the opportunity, Frank tried to downplay his interactions with these figures, asserting that he never had dealings with them. However, the impact of his disclosures resonated, signaling that a criminal with nationwide connections wielded significant influence over the Democratic Party in New York. When Aurelio's attorney, Thomas Sheridan, took over cross-examination, he sought to shift the focus to Frank's legitimate friendships. Frank, smiling for the first time, affirmed his associations with refined individuals while withholding their names to avoid embarrassment. The day proved nerve-wracking for Frank, but as the proceedings concluded, a moment of levity emerged. Sheridan's final question prompted Frank to humorously disclose that it was a lady, not Mrs. Aurelio, who answered the call from Costello to Aurelio's home. As the room erupted in laughter, the referee decided to adjourn, leaving a tense anticipation for the next day's revelations. The courtroom had witnessed a riveting chapter in the unfolding drama surrounding Frank Costello's intricate web of connections and influence. In the world of organized crime, where alliances were formed in secrecy and loyalty outweighed riches, shaking hands with Frank Costello carried a significance surpassing even the most carefully drafted legal contracts. It wasn't merely a gesture, but a pact sealed in shadows, an unspoken agreement that went beyond written words. The notion that a handshake with Costello held more weight than contracts crafted by top lawyers highlighted the man's trustworthiness. Costello, with his sharp intellect and strategic acumen, navigated the complex world of organized crime, making legal paperwork seem insignificant. In covert dealings and hushed negotiations, shaking hands with Costello symbolized an implicit commitment, resonating in the underworld. It went beyond the immediate deal, serving as proof of the value placed on trust and a person's word, in a realm where betrayal was ever present. Costello's reputation for honoring agreements made through the simplicity of a handshake underscored the unique dynamics of trust in the criminal fraternity. It symbolized a bond that transcended the formalities of legal jargon, reaching into the core of human connection and mutual understanding. In the annals of organized crime, where duplicity was a constant companion, the enduring legacy of shaking hands with Frank Costello stood as a testament to the timeless principle that, in the shadowy world of illicit dealings, the strength of personal integrity and trust could eclipse even the most formidable legal constructs. He preached non-violence, and he would live as if non-violence was to be expected. And disputes would be settled only by negotiation, and the negotiation would always be fair. Everybody trusted Frank Costello at his word. Uptown at the Madison Hotel cocktail lounge, George Wolfe accompanied Frank, his trusted associate, to one of Frank's preferred haunts. Unbeknownst to the patrons, this seemingly ordinary businessman dressed in conservative attire like the Madison Avenue executives was, in fact, the boss of all bosses of the Mafia. As they lounged in the Madison Hotel, a nexus of mundane conversations and clandestine dealings, Frank's presence sparked whispers among onlookers. The boss of all bosses, sans the expected retinue of bodyguards, navigated the East Side hotels and bars, defying the stereotype of a crime syndicate leader. This enigma intrigued the public, who expected the shadowy world of organized crime to be shrouded in secrecy and protection. Despite the future public recognition that Frank's testimony would bring in 1943, he remained just another businessman, having a discreet conversation in the Madison Hotel lounge. Little did the unsuspecting observers know that the man they brushed shoulders with held the reins of the Mafia. During a moment of reflection, Wolfe expressed his concern to Frank regarding the revelation of Frank's associations with decent people during the previous day's testimony. Wolfe suggested refusing to testify about these connections during the in-camera session, anticipating a more cautious approach from his lawyer. A cigarette hanging from his lips, Frank gruffly replied, "Whatever you say." Yet beneath the surface he harbored a curiosity about his performance in court. "Why don't you tell me how I did up there?" he inquired. Wolfe assured him that he handled the rough session well, emphasizing that the wiretaps had provided the leads needed to expose the truth. Peeved about District Attorney Hogan's inclusion of names like Capone in the testimony, Frank questioned the relevance. Wolfe explained that Hogan aimed to portray Frank as the big boss of crime. Frank, however, dismissed the notion, asserting, "I'm a gambler, period. I'm a businessman." In a surprising turn when asked about the boss of all crime, Frank identified Charlie Lucky. This revelation hinted at Frank's complex relationship with the Mafia leadership, suggesting a burden he wished to disavow. The next day, on their way to the in-camera session, Frank changed his mind, expressing a desire to testify about his important friends in civilian life. Despite Wolfe's advice against naming names, Frank entered the session and chose not to disclose these connections. The referee, Sears, who had no interest in pursuing the matter, supported their decision. Reflecting on a similar incident in a closed state liquor commission hearing, Wolfe highlighted Frank's tendency to reach for significant names to shake them up. Frank's mention of Joe Kennedy's name in that instance revealed his long-standing yearning for legitimacy and association with the right people. In the intricate dance of hearings, investigations, and trials, Wolfe often found himself restraining Frank from blurting out prominent names. The incident with Joe Kennedy underscored Frank's deep-seated desire to be linked with those who symbolized legitimacy and class. Judge Aurelio assumed the stand, confirming that he had sought Frank Costello's assistance due to the reputed influence he held with Kennedy, the Tammany leader. However, he vehemently denied the assertion of undying loyalty, attributing it to the effusive nature of Italians. This defense, to Frank's dismay, ultimately allowed Aurelio to remain on the ballot after a hearing, as the charge remained unproven. Unopposed, he triumphed against write-in candidates and emerged as one of New York City's most respected judges, serving a 14-year term as a Supreme Court justice before ascending to the appellate bench. Despite Aurelio's subsequent illustrious career, Frank harbored resentment. Early in the judge's tenure, as a Supreme Court justice, Frank attempted to gauge Aurelio's stance on a trial involving a friend. Rebuffed and labeled an ingrate, Frank persisted in seeking influence on later cases, expressing his frustration publicly with memorable phrases such as, "I can't even get a parking ticket fixed with him." Behind closed doors, Frank revealed a hidden aspect of their relationship. Years into Aurelio's judgeship, Frank disclosed a note for $7,500, signed by Aurelio in 1943. If genuine, it contradicted Aurelio's trial testimony, suggesting a financial transaction rather than a simple request for a good word. Enraged, Frank demanded the money back, prompting George Wolfe, his intermediary, to counsel against pursuing the matter. Undeterred, Frank insisted on confronting Aurelio, threatening exposure if the debt went unpaid. Despite Wolfe's reservations, he carried the note to Aurelio's chambers. This uncomfortable task tested Wolfe's loyalty to Frank and his professional respect for the judge's integrity. Presenting the note, Wolfe watched as Aurelio erupted in anger, vowing retaliation if Frank ever entered his courtroom. Reluctantly, Aurelio acknowledged repaying the money and allowed Wolfe to tear the note into pieces. The incident strained relations between Frank and Aurelio, with Wolfe caught in the crossfire. Frank remained tight-lipped about the purpose of the money, emphasizing that it yielded nothing substantial. Despite their tumultuous interactions, Aurelio, perhaps in a display of courage, attended a charity banquet organized by Frank in 1949. The event, involving the Salvation Army, drew public attention and became a scandalous affair, featuring numerous influential figures. As Frank's notoriety grew, attempts to reshape his image proved futile. Revealing the insidious influence of Frank Costello, he held sway over none other than the Supreme Court of the United States, the apex of judicial power. Costello's corruption permeated deeply, shedding light on why he became a go-to figure for Franklin D. Roosevelt's associates when securing the primary. The shadows of his manipulative influence cast a disconcerting pall over the corridors of power. As Costello expanded his operations southward, he played a pivotal role in facilitating the ascent of other justices to the Supreme Court during the 40s and 50s. These individuals, backed by substantial political protection, attained an untouchable status as the highest arbiters in the nation. Costello served as a glaring exemplar of this phenomenon. A notable instance unfolded over a 2-month wiretap investigation, offering a mere glimpse into the broader landscape. Imagine the myriad other clandestine bosses shaping the course of America at that time, operating discreetly behind closed doors, yet yielding an equally formidable influence. In the unfolding tapestry of that era, a newspaper chronicled the events with a tone of revelation. With just a couple club kettle drums, the veteran gambler reportedly grossed $18,000 for the cause and paid $2,400 for food, liquor, and expenses for his distinguished guests, so that the entire $18,000 went to the Salvation Army. But both the Salvation Army and the judicial players were curiously ungrateful as follows. The Salvation Army, quickly disclaiming Costello's kettle shaking, accepted his resignation as a fundraising vice chairman, because, as the Army put it, Costello himself feared the publicity might adversely affect the $1 million campaign here. There was no immediate decision whether to accept the money. "It's a stinking mess," an Army spokesman said. "Costello put on the dinner without our knowledge." We did not know Frank Costello was the Frank Costello. He was just one of several hundred members in fundraising committees, all of whom are called vice chairman. Another point highlighted was the reaction of the invited judiciary was peculiar, ranging from outright admission of attendance through august unavailability in chambers to what was practically a plea of nolo contender. Some of the judges, refusing to affirm or deny their presence, intimated they had alibis but would not disclose them. Mostly, though, they just did not want to talk. Media outlets portrayed him extensively, turning him into a legend. Frank's exasperated question beneath his Time magazine cover in 1949 echoed his ongoing struggle with public perception. Who do they think I am? Superman? Throughout the years, George Wolfe had endeavored to alter Frank's image, akin to reshaping a marble statue with a sliver of soap. Despite the efforts, the menacing monument endured. After the Aurelio hearings, Frank found himself perpetually thrust into the glaring spotlight. The days of discreetly wielding power from behind the scenes had faded into obscurity. George Wolfe knew that Frank, whose income primarily stemmed from gambling, a practice then deemed criminal by authorities, had to acclimate to this newfound public prominence, an undesirable position for a man of Frank's background. Wolfe's strategy was clear: legitimize Frank to the extent possible. He floated the idea that Frank should start filing income and state taxes, a prospect Frank wasn't particularly fond of. Additionally, Wolfe proposed investing in genuinely legitimate businesses. A memorable conversation unfolded in 1943 at the St. Regis King Coal Room. "Frank," Wolfe began, "what do you think of Wall Street?" "The biggest thieves in the world," Frank retorted. "They break more widows and orphans every minute than any of us boys ever could have." "I'm going to put you on Wall Street," Wolfe declared. Frank, intrigued, responded, "You mean own a building, one of them skyscrapers? What the hell are you driving at, George?" "Not a brokerage firm. I want you to buy a building on Wall Street," Wolfe clarified. "A 13-story and a 14-story building together, right on Wall Street, and a little 4-story building around the corner on Water Street. We'll put the whole package together, set up your headquarters there, and call it the 79 Wall Street Corporation." Frank, catching on, ordered more drinks, clearly entertaining the idea. "What's up your sleeve, George? Me on Wall Street? Who's that going to fool? They'll say it's a front, a way to avoid taxes. They'll be all over that building." "There are two things, Frank. One, it's a good investment. The owners are hard up, and for about $50,000 cash against a mortgage, you can get the whole deal. Second, we'll rent out the offices in the buildings, and you'll contribute all your rental income above expenses to charity." Wolfe paused, emphasizing, "And the reporters will find that out too. We'll make sure, all legitimate, from beginning to end." Frank, intrigued and sipping his drink, responded, "You know, George, you got some good ideas. If it checks out the way you say, I'll go for it." Frank had recently purchased a home in Sands Point, Long Island, much to the dismay of some residents. After a thorough investigation, Frank acquired the Wall Street buildings for $55,000, above the mortgage of $249,483.31. Despite the financial gains, given the city's assessment of $510,000 for the buildings, the boost to Frank's morale was immeasurable. All business mail addressed to Frank thereafter went to his company, the 79 Wall Street Corporation. It was a move even F. Scott Fitzgerald's Gatsby hadn't contemplated. But then Gatsby never ascended to the affluent section of Long Island's North Shore, unlike Frank, who made it happen. In fact, it was a town like Sands Point that Fitzgerald referred to as East Egg, and Frank had indeed made it for him. In the aftermath of the Aurelio hearings, Frank found himself relentlessly thrust into the public eye. The Wall Street venture, as anticipated by Frank, was perceived by the press and Mayor LaGuardia as nothing more than a tax shelter. The year 1944 witnessed an embarrassing episode that underscored the challenges of legitimizing Frank in the eyes of the public. A taxicab driver named Edward Waters, after dropping Frank at the Sherry Netherland Hotel, discovered 2 envelopes containing $27,200 that Frank had left behind. Waters promptly turned the money over to the New York City Police, property clerk. Meanwhile, Frank, distressed by the situation, attempted to locate the cab, but was unsuccessful. It wasn't the monetary loss that bothered Frank. It was the potential legal complications that could arise if the envelopes were turned over to the police. George Wolfe, sensing the need for transparency, advised Frank to claim the money officially. Frank, initially reluctant, eventually agreed to follow through with Wolf's counsel. The episode took an unexpected turn when Mayor LaGuardia intervened, vehemently opposing the return of the money to Frank. The police department, acting under the mayor's influence, refused to surrender the funds, considering it proceeds from illegal activities like gambling or racketeering. Undeterred, Wolf advised Frank to sue and reclaim the money. However, a recent ordinance mandated that a claimant proves both the loss of the item and a clear legal right to it. Moreover, the claimant could have no legal right if the property was associated with illegal activities. The police insisted that the money might be tied to Frank's illicit enterprises, making it legally unrecoverable. In the subsequent legal proceedings, Wolf adopted a unique strategy. He interpleaded the Bureau of Internal Revenue as an interested party, given that the lost money almost precisely matched Frank's outstanding tax liabilities from the New Orleans case. The government lawyer appeared alongside Frank in court, creating an extraordinary spectacle. State Supreme Court Justice Carroll G. Walter ultimately ruled that the $27,200 belonged to Frank, but insisted that he must satisfy government tax liens. During the trial, Frank disclosed the origins of the money, clarifying that it was sent by his slot machine partner, his brother-in-law Dudley Geigerman, and dandy Phil Castell. The jury ruled in Frank's favor, determining that the money had legal sources. While the financial outcome wasn't a triumph for Frank, as most of the funds went towards tax lines and court costs, the strategy successfully shifted the narrative. As Frank left the courtroom, he implored reporters to give me a break for a change and write a nice story about me. The press complied, presenting a more sympathetic portrayal of Frank's predicament. Marked and relentless, Frank Costello faced the relentless scrutiny of the public eye. The taxicab incident, amplifying awareness of the underworld leader, only heightened the relentless pursuit of authorities. The renewal of a nightclub's license turned into a legal skirmish when the licensing bureau sought to deny it, claiming Frank, a former convict, held ownership. George Wolf tirelessly appeared in court on behalf of his client, challenging them to produce evidence of Frank's alleged ownership. Eventually, a compromise was reached, stating that Frank had terminated any interest in the nightclub, allowing the license to be renewed. Frank's newfound celebrity had its share of hazards and humor. A false rumor of a crime investigation by DA Frank Hogan made headlines before the official announcement refuting the claim. Meanwhile, amusing and bizarre letters flooded Wolf's office, with pregnant women claiming Frank fathered their children and soliciting financial assistance. A more sinister turn occurred when an anonymous note threatened Frank's life, demanding a specific sum of money. Faced with escalating threats, Frank decided to confront the extortionists. Insisting that Wolf accompany him, Frank filled a shopping bag with paper, topped with a few dollars, and headed to the Palace movie theater on Broadway at the appointed time. Nervous about potential dangers, Wolf hesitated, but Frank, cool as ice, was undeterred. In the theater's lobby, the duo waited as the movie played, and the venue remained seemingly empty. Suddenly, a nervous youth in tattered attire approached, claiming to have a gun. Frank, unruffled, called the youth's bluff, mentioning the police presence outside. Another youth fled upon witnessing the scene. Frank, unexpectedly, handed the extorter two $100 bills, urging him to stay out of trouble. Surprisingly, the youth acknowledged the lack of a real threat, apologized, and left. Perplexed by Frank's decision to pay off an apparent threat, Wolf questioned his client's rationale. Frank, with a light punch to Wolf's shoulder, admitted seeing a younger version of himself in the troubled youth. Reflecting on the pivotal breaks he received, Frank acknowledged that a simple act of kindness might have altered his own path. As they emerged into the bustling Broadway crowd, Frank's laughter echoed, leaving Wolf stunned by the unexpected turn of events. The year 1945 unfolded as a tumultuous chapter in Frank Costello's life, poised to become a pivotal landmark. The political landscape of New York City was in the throes of change, with Mayor LaGuardia preparing to retire, leaving behind a vacuum soon to be filled by the mayoral election. Frank had thrown his support behind Bill O'Dwyer, a candidate he had endorsed during the war. However, LaGuardia, wary of O'Dwyer's connections, had his reservations and fielded a candidate of his own, Newbold Morris. The fate of Charles Lucky Luciano, a key figure in Costello's world, hung in the balance. In a collaborative effort involving Costello, Anastasia, Meyer Lansky, and individuals associated with unions, they played a crucial role in orchestrating Charlie Luciano's release from prison. The mastermind behind a cunning plan was Albert Anastasia, who proposed burning down a ship and framing it as a possible act of sabotage. The intent was to divert the Navy's attention to those who held sway over the docks and the unions, Luciano and his associates. On February 9, 1942, the SS Normandy, recently rechristened the USS Lafayette for potential use as a troop transport, fell victim to a coal fire. This incident, initially seen as an unfortunate accident during ship modifications, played a pivotal role in reshaping the narrative and influencing the Navy's focus. The deliberate orchestration of events demonstrated the calculated prowess of Luciano and his associates, skillfully manipulating circumstances to further their objectives. In the heart of New York City, amidst the hustle and bustle of the bustling harbor, a grand vessel named the Normandy stood as a symbol of luxury and opulence. This magnificent ocean liner was a testament to a bygone era of elegance and glamour. It was the early 40s, and the world was in the throes of a devastating war. The Normandy had been docked at Pier 88 for a while, an enigmatic presence amid a city gripped by uncertainty and anxiety. The Normandy was a vessel of immense prestige, once transporting royalty, dignitaries, and celebrities across the Atlantic Ocean in unparalleled style. Its interiors were adorned with lavish decorations, and its ballrooms echoed with the laughter of those who had reveled in its luxurious charm. But the Normandy was more than just a ship. It was a symbol of the good life, and it carried with it the dreams and aspirations of countless individuals. Amid a world at war, it was a glimmer of hope, a reminder of the joys and pleasures that still existed, waiting to be reclaimed once peace was restored. Then came a fateful day, one that would be etched into the annals of New York's maritime history. A fire broke out on the Normandy, its flames hungrily devouring the elegant interiors and ornate furnishings. The grandeur of the ship was quickly transformed into a nightmarish inferno. Smoke billowed into the sky, casting a pall over the city that had once marveled at the vessel's majesty. Firefighters and port workers rushed to the scene, their hoses spewing torrents of water in a desperate bid to quell the raging blaze. As they fought against the searing flames, the world watched in disbelief. The once proud Normandy, now charred and gutted, seemed a tragic symbol of the times, mirroring the destruction and upheaval that had befallen the world. The fire on the Normandy was a mystery, shrouded in intrigue and speculation. Some whispered of sabotage, while others believed it to be a tragic accident. In the end, the truth remained elusive, lost to the pages of history. The once grand ship, a symbol of a world that had been, now lay in ruins at the edge of the bustling city. Normandy was forever changed, its legacy forever intertwined with the enigmatic fire that had consumed it. New York mourned the loss of a grandeur that might never be seen again, as the world continued to grapple with the uncertainties of war and the longing for a return to the elegance and splendor that Normandy had once represented. It took some time for the news to reach Luciano, but as soon as he heard about it, he felt a sense of pride for what Albert and his men had accomplished. The ship had been destroyed, and the Navy was now in a state of desperation. The 1943 hearing that could secure Luciano's release had shifted responsibility to Governor Dewey. Frank was optimistic that Luciano would be freed, given his contributions during World War II, such as curbing sabotage and enlisting Sicilian aid for the Allies. If successful, Luciano's return to power would alleviate Costello's burdens in overseeing Mafia affairs. Simultaneously, the mayoral election in New Orleans, with de Lesseps Morrison as a contender, foreshadowed challenges for Frank. Morrison's stringent stance against slot machines and impending charges against Costello would later escalate into the Kefauver hearings. In the New York City mayoral race, O'Dwyer faced opposition not primarily from his contenders, but from attacks on Costello. Jonah J. Goldstein, a Democrat turned Republican, ran on both party tickets, aiming to attract the city's Jewish vote. LaGuardia's late entry into the race with Morris as his candidate intensified the assault on Costello. Morris, touted as a no-deal candidate, aligned with LaGuardia in vehemently opposing Frank. Despite the notoriety stemming from the Aurelio case, Costello's firm grip on Tammany Hall remained unyielding. His influence was pivotal in securing O'Dwyer's victory as Morris split the anti-O'Dwyer vote. With O'Dwyer in office, Frank found respite from years of contention with LaGuardia. In the aftermath of the election, Frank entrusted George Wolfe with signed resignations from all Tammany leaders, a strategic move that would prove its significance in the years to come. These documents, seemingly mundane, held the power to dismiss any official who veered out of line. The intricacies of this political maneuver only became apparent when Tammany leader Judge Francis X. Mancuso unexpectedly resigned, claiming ignorance of his own resignation. The incident shed light on the subtle yet potent control wielded by Frank, keeping those under his influence in check. Despite momentary concerns, both Mancuso and Wolfe eventually found relief as events unfolded without dire consequences. Frank Costello's influence didn't merely confine itself to his immediate sphere. It extended far beyond, making him one of the most formidable bosses in the political landscape. This control was cunningly manipulated and stretched into various districts, including Chicago, New Orleans, Los Angeles, Illinois, Ohio, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, and Massachusetts. It wasn't just about dominance. It was a strategic tightening of the grip on politics. Costello's machinations effectively curtailed the autonomy of certain figures like LaGuardia and others who stirred up controversy and carved a name for themselves. With a calculated mastery over the political arena, he reined in those who dared to challenge the established order. Anyone could be fired, discipline enforced, and lessons taught with a ruthless efficiency. Any aspiring individual in the realm of politics now found themselves compelled to bow down to Costello's supremacy, acknowledging him as a force that held sway over the corridors of power. Costello's political blueprint unfolded with a calculated precision, handpicking individuals he knew, trusted, and had compromising information on. Henceforth, those ascending to power were exclusively individuals already entwined with organized crime, setting the stage for a post-Franklin D. Roosevelt era dominated by figures like Tom Dewey and Harry Truman. The anticipation of Dewey's victory was thwarted, opening the door for Truman, who, too, was deeply connected with organized crime and eventually ushered in the Allen Dulles brothers in the 50s, unraveling a new set of complexities. Under this nefarious system, only the most corrupt and trusted politicians were allowed to rise, ensuring their loyalty to organized crime. The meticulous scrutiny extended to their financial habits. Politicians adept at managing money were deemed unreliable. Instead, the mob favored those with insatiable greed, ensuring a perpetual dependency on financial support. The strategy also involved rendering politicians ineffective during their time in power. Half of their term was consumed by adapting to the ever-changing landscape, while the other half was spent tirelessly fundraising for the impending elections. The result, a cadre of politicians both financially and administratively beholden, and consequently ineffectual in wielding power. Costello's foray into lobbying firms marked a pivotal shift in organized crime's influence. Expanding their reach globally, they formed alliances with countries like Cuba and various South American nations where the Mafia had substantial investments. Upon entering Europe, Collaborations with countries such as the United Kingdom facilitated their involvement in banking and money laundering. The opening of the Panama Islands to banking saw the Mafia swiftly establishing dominance, pioneering organized crime on a global scale. During this era, America transformed from a dormant giant to a dominant force poised to replace the European empires. Organized crime, led by figures like Costello, played a significant role in this power shift, positioning themselves as key players in the face of the emerging threat of communism and the Soviet Union. In the United States, Costello's influence reached unprecedented levels. Corrupting politicians across New York and beyond, they extended their grip to encompass the judiciary, even reaching the pinnacle of power with the corruption of Supreme Court justices. Rigging elections from New York to New Orleans became routine, with control extending to police forces and narcotics agents nationwide. Collaborating with J. Edgar Hoover, they not only manipulated media to enhance his image, but also assisted him in horse racing victories. As the Mafia's power structure evolved, new leaders like Carlo Gambino emerged alongside formidable figures such as Sam Giancana in Chicago, Carlos Marcello in Louisiana, and Traficante Jr. in Florida. Despite the imprisonment and eventual exile of key figures like Luciano, the crime families adapted, becoming a resilient force that transcended the fate of individual leaders. Luciano's 10-year imprisonment and subsequent life in exile did little to diminish the enduring influence of his crime family, which persisted as one of the largest and most enduring criminal enterprises to this day. The Mafia had transformed into a pervasive and adaptable force, spreading like a virus across the entire landscape of America. The narrative unfolds in 1945, a tumultuous year for Bill O'Dwyer's mayoralty, marked by periodic wars against Tammany Hall. Francis X. Mancuso, a Tammany leader, dared to rebel, openly criticizing Frank and O'Dwyer. Mancuso's discontent culminated in a perilous alliance with Vincent Impellitteri, O'Dwyer's rival in the upcoming mayoral election of 1949. The professor, a key figure in Frank's inner circle, played a crucial role in the unfolding drama. Frank received an urgent call one early Sunday morning, summoning the professor to his Central Park West residence. The pretext was a letter from the bishop, written in Italian, which Frank needed translated. The professor, anticipating preparations for Italy's welcome regarding financing for the Lauropoli Boys' Town, rushed to Frank's house. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. In the letter, the professor recounts Frank's directive to expose Mancuso's duplicity. Mancuso, deemed dishonest by Frank, had been clandestinely aiding Impellitteri. The professor was tasked with delivering an ultimatum to Mancuso: resign, cease visiting Frank, or return the $5,000 Frank had given him. Compelled to act, the professor called Mancuso early that morning, conveying the gravity of the situation. Mancuso, perplexed, invited him in. The professor delivered Frank's message bluntly, warning Mancuso that Frank would forcibly eject him if he persisted in visiting. Mancuso, visibly shaken, received the message and pled for a chance to explain the supposed misunderstanding. Despite Mancuso's plea, Frank's resolve remained firm. The professor disseminated Frank's message to other district captains, garnering unanimous support for Mancuso's resignation. The events unfolded rapidly, and Mancuso, informed by a stool pigeon, sought refuge with District Attorney Hogan. Frank's strategic move was masterful. Filling in the date on Mancuso's resignation, he promptly submitted it, catching New York by surprise. The Times splashed the news of Mancuso's resignation on its front page. Enraged and denying his resignation, Mancuso confronted D.A. Hogan. Amidst the turmoil, Mancuso reached out to George Wolfe, expressing fear and confusion. Mancuso, on the brink of hysteria, divulged his intention to disappear. The mysterious call left Wolfe both puzzled and unsettled, and he never saw Mancuso again. The saga showcases Frank's unparalleled power and his ruthless resolve when crossed. Mancuso's fate, dictated by Frank's strategic maneuvers, unfolded against the backdrop of New York's political landscape, revealing the unyielding influence of the enigmatic figure at the center of it all. In 1949, the Mancuso incident unfolded against the backdrop of Frank's omnipotence. This ascendancy traced back to the critical juncture on VE Day in 1945, when the Lucky Luciano situation reached a climax, propelling Frank into the role of boss of all bosses. The sequence commenced when George Wolfe, on behalf of Lucky Luciano, submitted a petition for executive clemency to Governor Dewey in 1945. What followed became a controversy that dogged Dewey's career. Dewey, facing criticism, turned the petition over to the New York State Parole Board, which unanimously recommended Luciano's release based on his wartime efforts. Media outrage ensued, arguing that Luciano's imprisonment throughout the war invalidated any claim of aiding wartime endeavors. Persistent rumors questioned Dewey's campaign funds, implying ties to the underworld. Indeed, the web of alliances in the underworld often concealed darker truths, and the purported handshake agreements with Frank Costello were not the only clandestine dealings. As revealed in the shadows of my previous documentary, a different narrative unfolded, one involving Tom Dewey and Charlie Luciano, a deal struck in the dimly lit corridors of power. The intricate dance between Luciano and Dewey revealed a quid pro quo that extended far beyond a simple handshake. Luciano, seeking not just freedom but influence, crafted a pact with Dewey that involved political support and substantial contributions. The promise of Luciano backing Dewey's presidential candidacy added another layer of complexity to this murky alliance. However, as the chronicles of crime and politics unfurled, the anticipated reciprocity between Luciano and Dewey did not materialize as expected. The intricate balance of power in the clandestine dealings of political and criminal realms proved to be more unpredictable than Luciano had envisioned. The revelation that Luciano's support did not yield the political outcomes he anticipated sheds light on the precarious nature of such alliances. In the murky waters where crime and politics converged, promises made in the shadows did not always materialize under the scrutiny of daylight. The story of Luciano's deal with Dewey stands as a cautionary tale illustrating the volatility of power dynamics and the unpredictable course of alliances forged in the underbelly of both crime and politics. It adds a layer of complexity to the narrative, underscoring that even in the world of whispered agreements, the outcomes could be as elusive as the shadows that birthed them. The 1950s marked a transformative era in the underworld, where Frank Costello ascended to lead Luciano's once mighty outfit, molding it into an unparalleled force in the world of organized crime. Costello's influence transcended the traditional boundaries of criminal enterprises, permeating the very fabric of American society. In a masterful display of corruption, Costello's reach extended across the nation, ensnaring senators, public officials, politicians, district judges, and district attorneys. The tendrils of his influence slithered through the corridors of power in Washington, infiltrating the White House itself. Even the formidable FBI, under the leadership of J. Edgar Hoover, found itself entangled in the web of Costello's corruption. Costello's manipulation was a symphony of deceit, and his collaboration with naval intelligence to orchestrate Luciano's release was just one note in this complex composition. Money laundering, a craft perfected through the operations of Meyer Lansky, became a clandestine art form, weaving through the financial veins of America. The unions, vital arteries in the American socio-economic system, fell under the shadow of Costello's influence. His organization infiltrated these unions, leveraging them to back specific politicians and strategically position individuals in seats of power across the country. From New York's bustling streets to the vibrant heart of New Orleans, Costello's outfit established dominion, a criminal empire ruling with an iron grip. Yet, at the pinnacle of this criminal hegemony, Costello wasn't a solitary kingpin. Equal bosses, each as formidable as him, stood shoulder to shoulder, orchestrating the intricate dance of power in unison. The 50s became an epoch where the underworld's shadowy tendrils reached unprecedented heights, entwining themselves with the very foundations of American society. Costello, the puppet master, held the strings, pulling them with finesse and ruthlessness, leaving an indelible mark on the criminal chronicles of the era. Luciano's release, although a victory, had a bitter twist. Deported to Italy against his wishes, he felt betrayed by Dewey. This deportation reshaped Frank's destiny. As the former boss faced exile, Frank stood poised to assume uncontested leadership, unless Vito Genovese harbored different aspirations. Vito Genovese, born in Rosiglino near Naples, shared a parallel background with Frank. Both faced legal troubles early on and rose through the ranks. Genovese, Lucky Luciano's underboss, grew uneasy about Frank's intentions as Luciano encountered legal woes. The situation escalated when Genovese became entangled in the Rupolo incident, a tale emblematic of his cunning. In the Rupolo incident, Genovese orchestrated the murder of Ferdinand Boccia, manager of one of his gambling establishments. After Boccia defrauded a businessman, Genovese plotted to eliminate both the debt and Boccia by hiring hitmen. The plan unraveled when the hired assassin, Ernie the Hawk Rupolo, failed to kill his partner, Willie Gallo. Rupolo ended up in prison, exposing the plot and implicating Genovese. Fleeing to Italy, Genovese, ironically, aided American troops during the war. However, his involvement in the black market caught the attention of the Criminal Investigation Division. Orange C. Dickey, the CID sergeant, uncovered Genovese's wanted status for murder in the United States. With another witness, Peter LaTempa, surfacing, Genovese's troubles multiplied, posing a threat to LaTempa's safety. The narrative unfolds with intricate threads of power, betrayal, and the precarious nature of underworld alliances, setting the stage for a dramatic clash of ambitions and loyalties. Outside Peter LaTempa's jail cell, a police guard winced as he heard the man's agonizing groans reverberate. LaTempa, writhing in pain from gallstones, awaited surgery arranged by the prison doctors. The constant sounds of suffering filled the air, indicating the unbearable pain he endured. Through the cell bars, the guard glimpsed LaTempa, pallid and feeble, weakly waving his hand. Concerned, the guard entered the cell, addressing the man on the bed. "You okay?" he inquired with genuine concern. "Jesus, it hurts," LaTempa groaned. "You better bring me some of that medicine." A prescribed painkiller awaited, a small relief amidst the torment. The guard vanished momentarily, the cell door clanking open upon his return. He presented LaTempa with a glass of water, the painkiller dissolved within. LaTempa, desperate for relief, gulped down half the glass, paused briefly, and then drained the rest. "Thanks," he uttered to the guard, but suddenly he stiffened, a cry escaping him as he fell back, trembling. Alarmed, the guard rushed out, urgently calling for help. Within minutes, a prison nurse arrived, only to find LaTempa lifeless, the victim of a mysterious and fatal dose. In 1946, Vito Genovese, slated for freedom, benefited from the demise of a corroborating witness re-entering the New York scene. Initially adopting a low profile, he took residence in an opulent mansion in Atlantic Highlands, New Jersey. During that period, George Wolfe, observing Genovese's interactions with Frank, noted their seemingly amicable relationship. In a twist of fate, when Genovese encountered legal troubles in his divorce case, Frank sought George's advice as a favor, which he willingly provided. Yet beneath the surface, Genovese nursed a sense of injustice. As Luciano's designated successor, he found himself overshadowed by Frank, the smoothie from uptown. The lingering spectre of the ill-fated Boccia incident fueled Genovese's resentment. Unbeknownst to all at the time, Genovese, from the moment of his return, began subtly undermining Frank. Driven by a brewing discontent that would soon erupt into a power struggle. In February 1946, a pivotal moment unfolded in the world of organized crime as Charlie "Lucky" Luciano, a key figure in the development of one of the most notorious criminal organizations, faced deportation from America. Luciano, who had arrived in the United States as a young boy, had risen to prominence with a reputation as a formidable mobster. His strategic decision to retreat to Italy with the intention of laying low marked the beginning of a compelling chapter in his criminal career. As Luciano bid farewell to America, the scene resembled the arrival of a renowned celebrity. Cameramen and press photographers swarmed the departure site, eager to capture glimpses of the mobsters who had gathered to say their goodbyes. The list of attendees included Phil Castile from Louisiana, who shared warm embraces with Oni Madden and Mo Dalitz of Cleveland. Lansky, Costello, Red Levine, Bugsy Siegel, Willie Moretti, Longy Zwillman, Tommy L., Joe Adonis, Joe Bonanno, Albert Anastasia, Steve Magadino, and the Buffalo Mob, and many others graced the event with their presence. Notably, Russell Bufalino was also in attendance, represented through Joe Barbera and other intermediaries. The Ciandra family made their presence felt, and Albert Anastasia introduced his newly promoted member, Carlo Gambino. Gambino had established himself as a thriving figure in the black market, particularly dealing in gasoline and ration stamps, and was on the cusp of ascending to greater heights within the Anastasia crime family. Luciano's reference to him as an underboss in 1946 suggested that Gambino was poised for further advancement, pending the removal of a few key figures. The gathering on the boat served as a powerful demonstration of the influence and reach of Lucky Luciano within the complex and tightly knit world of organized crime. Amid this formidable assembly, one man stood out for his extraordinary influence, Frank Costello. Among the illustrious list of attendees, Costello held a position of unparalleled power, overshadowing even the most significant figures present that day. As Luciano departed New York, he left a substantial void in his wake. Entrusting the management of his interest to figures like Joe Adonis, Mike Miranda, Meyer Lansky, Frank Costello, Longy Zwillman, and others, he sought to maintain the intricate balance of power he had established. However, the intricate web began to unravel. In the mid-50s, Joe Adonis faced deportation and a significant falling out with Charlie Vito Genovese, eroding the trust within the network. Frank Costello, harboring retirement aspirations, found the succession puzzle complicated by the limitations imposed by race and religion, inhibiting Meyer Lansky and other potential successors. This power vacuum within the Luciano family became glaring, and as Luciano faced deportation in 1947 from Havana, Cuba, a mere decade later, Vito found himself maneuvering to ascend the hierarchy, vying for control amid the shifting dynamics within the organized crime landscape. Frank Costello engaged in discussions with his lawyer about the prospect of attending, yet deep within himself, he acknowledged a profound truth. He had no real choice. The imperative to go and pay his respects weighed on him, casting a shadow over any semblance of autonomy he might have believed he possessed. "You can't go down there, Frank. I won't allow it," George Wolfe asserted. "I got to go," Frank replied resolutely. "It's the right thing." The thing is to attend the departure of Lucky Luciano for Italy. He's sailing from Pier 7 at the Bush Terminal in Brooklyn tomorrow, February 9th, 1946. "Every reporter and photographer in New York will be there," George argued, "and you'll be the #1 target of the press." He was my friend. What's so wrong about paying a little visit to the boat when he goes? You're blowing this up, George. For 3 years, you've been accused of being the #1 man in crime in America. We've done everything we could to change that image, but always they come back with the answer, "Look at his friends." And they name Luciano, Adonis, Anastasia, and all the others. Now what's going to happen tomorrow? Frank seemed to derive amusement from the conversation. Frank fell silent for a moment, then finally remarked, There's only one thing you don't know, George. What is it? George inquired. I got to go. What unfolded the next day was a nightmare. One reporter described the scene as one of the most brazen public expressions of Mafia power and contempt for the law in American history. A massive crowd of photographers and reporters besieged the office of the Immigration Bureau's Security Division, seeking passes to board the ship and interview the infamous criminal. Harry Ratzke, the Assistant Superintendent of Security, cooperated by issuing the passes and personally leading the press crowd to the pier. To their surprise, a line of 50 ferocious-looking dock workers, wielding sharp-edged bailing hooks, blocked the pier. Luciano arrived, cheered through the line by the workers, but when Ratzke attempted to follow the reporters, the line closed. Nobody goes on that boat, one of the dock workers declared. But I'm from the Bureau of Immigration, Ratzke insisted. I'm taking these reporters to see Luciano. The dock workers crowded menacingly around Ratzke and the reporters. At this point, Ratzke's tone shifted. He humbly asked if he alone could go aboard. The dock workers huddled, and one of them relented, saying, "Okay, but no reporters." Ratzke ascended the pier and boarded the Liberty ship Laura Keene, leaving the reporters to mill in the sun. The disappointment was not absolute, though. Many guests, including Frank Costello, Joe Adonis, Albert Anastasia, Meyer Lansky and others, arrived with hampers filled with wines, liquors, lobsters, caviar, and undoubtedly money. The party lasted for hours, resonating with laughter, shouts, and commotion. The true cause of this celebration and expression of loyalty would remain unknown to George until later that same year, when he learned Luciano was coming back to power, establishing his headquarters in Cuba, protected by Fulgencio Batista, the underworld's favored politician. 90 miles from the US, Luciano would issue orders to his underlings in America. Indeed, Frank Costello's history is expansive and rich with intrigue. As we wrap up in 1946, there's a plethora of events and transformations waiting to unfold in the coming years. The 50s will bring Costello to the forefront of national attention, as he graces the cover of Time magazine in 1949. The Kefauver hearings in the early 50s will further shine a spotlight on organized crime, leading to the Kefauver Report, which will impact Costello's standing within the Luciano family. As we move forward, the narrative will shift to delve into the political landscape of the 50s, exploring the presidency of Harry S. Truman and his complex relationship with organized crime. The corruption that surfaced during Franklin D. Roosevelt's era will be revisited, with a focus on Truman's tenure. The exploration will extend to the Havana Conference in 1946, where Benjamin Siegel played a significant role. Different perspectives, including those of Phil Dandy Castell and other Jewish mobsters present at the meeting, will provide a nuanced understanding of the events that transpired in Cuba. Additionally, we'll uncover Costello's realization that he is now the de facto boss of bosses, examining its implications and what it meant for him within the intricate web of organized crime. There's a wealth of history yet to unfold, and we'll continue the journey through the intricate and captivating narrative of Frank Costello's life.